Good morning, everybody. This is going to be a bit of a different type of episode today. So I don't know how, I don't know why. I'm not sick or anything, but I just slept like 18 out of the last 24 hours. Yeah. Sorry, that was my girl coming in. She probably wanted to make sure that I'm alive because I slept like the whole day. And I just woke up. It was like 3 in the morning by me. And I'm like, what do I do now? Like, I'm just gonna like sit here and try to catch up. So I'm like, screw it. I might as well just go live. Like, I don't know. I don't know. This is like so random. But yeah, I was so tired. I had stuff I was supposed to do yesterday too. And I was exhausted. I just slept. So we're gonna watch some stuff. We're gonna hang out. I'm gonna probably ask some questions. I'll also answer some questions. And yeah, let's get to it. So first off, I want to see what Patrick Bet David and his team's reaction was to the debate. Who we got in here? We got Renee in the chat. Are you up late or you up early? I don't even know. It's like 4 a.m. by me. I'm not sure where it is by you, but member for 1 month. Thank you very much. Great to see this live. Yeah, listen, I don't know. It's just one of those days. It's one of those days. And normally I do my streams on Tuesdays. Tuesday, Wednesday, I normally stream like 10, 11 at night. And I'm like, shit, like now what if my sleep schedule is all messed up and I miss my live later? Like I didn't put out any content yesterday. So I'm like, you know what? Let me just catch up with everybody. We're all going to hang out. Maybe I'll do another show later. Maybe I won't. Hopefully I'll have my sleep schedule back and ready by tomorrow. But all right, let's get to it. So let's see what these guys had to say about the great debate between Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson. Yo, every time I go full screen, this thing has to buffer.
I have to give my testimony.
Yeah. So there you go. So with that being said, let's get right into it. So Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson debate, okay, that took place last week. There's a bunch of things I want to go through. I'm going to go through the earpiece. I want to go through certain moments. I want to go through, whose minds were changed, a few different things that happened. But before I get into my side here, I kind of want to ask you guys here, Adam, Vinny, Tom. Vinny, you were there with us while we went there. What part of it, when you heard the debate from Candace's arguments versus Andrew Wilson's argument, which part were you like, oh, that's a good point by Candace, very good point by Andrew? Give moments of each side. Tom, I'll come to you first.
Well, there's two things, one each, and they happen very early in the debate. I always look for people that are saying, I have a fact and here it is, rather than the back and forth, or I sent you this email, that email. And what struck me from Candace is, and I looked it up during the debate, she talked about the degrading fingerprints and degradation of fingerprints on the weapon. I said, that's really interesting. That is a very interesting point to bring up, like who was touching the weapon. And I looked it up, and the police have to do this, like when there's a stabbing in a house, Vinny, and let's say it's a kitchen knife.
Yeah.
Kitchen knife can be used by multiple people in there.
Kids, everybody.
But what was the last or the most prominent fingerprint, and is it right-handed, left-handed? So the police are good at this. And I look at that and I go, that's a really good point to make about that. So it got me thinking that, all right, maybe was this gun tampered with? We now speculate 60 years later that James Earl Ray's gun may not have been the rifle that was actually used to shoot Martin Luther King. So I thought.
We don't just speculate. I believe there was a civil suit in the 90s where they said that there was a likely conspiracy and that they couldn't definitively match a 30-06 to the killing of Martin Luther King Jr. And it's funny because that's the case that everybody keeps referencing for the 30-06. And I've said it a million times. When Martin Luther King Jr. got shot, the bullet hit his chin on impact. There's a very, very big difference between the amount of damage that's going to get absorbed on initial impact of a bullet when it's hitting, a hard bone like your chin, as opposed to the soft tissue in your neck. But I mean, that's a whole other thing.
That for Candace was very interesting. Then when Andrew Wilson said, I have a text message here, and he read it of Charlie expressing concern for his own safety at the most highest level. They're trying to kill me. I thought, wow. Andrew, you better have that text message, and it better be able to be validated on servers by AT&T or whatever carrier, because you could easily get the validation. I had never heard that. And I'm just like, wow, that really told me Charlie's mindset. And my thought there was, good point, Andrew. You better be right that that text better really exist untampered.
Okay, Vinny.
Yeah. Well,
Did Andrew Wilson ever cough up that text message, by the way? He said he was going to do it at the end of the day. That was what was that? Friday? What's today? Tuesday? Did we see that? Did I sleep through that? Did he reveal that the great text message that Erica Kirk claimed that she didn't have? Chat. Nope. Renee says nope. Anybody see it? I think I have a clip from Andrew Wilson somewhere here. Well, maybe we'll play that after this.
I'm going to piggyback off Tom's for Candace, besides the one that you're talking about, which I had to look, Tom, I looked it up and I kept Googling, and it was a great point because, mind you, let's just be honest, I don't think anybody is following the case and watching the hearings more than her. I don't, and another fact for her, for Candace is she knew all 7 charges that were there. Andrew didn't know any. And people could say, yeah, but murder is the same as aggravated murder. It's absolutely not. One carries a death penalty.
Wait, what happened? Somebody said, did you see the clip? Did you see the Candace clip where that Crowder's team filmed from Candace's kids' playroom when agreed only to film in her studio? Really? Is that what she said yesterday? I have the clip from I have Candace's episode from yesterday pulled up. We're gonna get into that. But wait, Crowder's team? Wait, did Andrew Wilson show up with Steven Crowder's team? That would make so much sense. Yo, tell me that Andrew Wilson showed up with Steven Crowder's team. All right, guys, don't spoil it for me. If you're just getting here, I slept literally the whole day. I slept like 18 hours yesterday. So I'm a little behind on things. Oh, this is going to be a fun one.
That was good. And then I'm going with Tom. The fact that he's read a text saying that the left wants to kill me, and he made a good a point about burden of proof. Like, finding holes in the government's case doesn't automatically prove the theory. But if you're saying Tyler was a patsy, eventually you have to connect those dots with evidence. So I agree with.
Yo, I'm about to connect some dots right now. How much you guys want to bet that Andrew Wilson didn't get that text or was not told about that text from TPUSA, but that it was Steven Crowder or somebody from Steven Crowder's team? I would not be surprised at all if Crowder's trying to tell him, oh, I got the text. Like, just tell him you got it. We'll reveal it later. You know, and then by the end of the show, it's probably why Wilson didn't put it out yet. Crowder probably set him up. Oh, my God. Today's going to be fun.
With him on that. But, yeah, I think it was the charges, her name, her knowing him accusing her of using her phone, and then you reading it, and then her knowing all of them like that, not being on her phone, and then him not knowing one was a bad look. But I do think him having a text saying they're trying to, he was talking to security, asking for how many people were involved. And then he said, hey, just to let you guys know, let security know their job is to protect one person, me. That's it. Which we could get into that later, Pat, about how then.
Guys, I'm sorry. I know this guy is like so insufferable. I should have thought this through. I should have just opened up with Candace, but we're already here. Let's just see. I wanted to hear what Patrick Bet-David had to say about the debate, not this guy.
Why they let anybody up there, but that's where I'm at.
Adam.
So you want to know what we liked or what we didn't like, or what?
Moments
Okay.
that may have changed your mind to say,
Oh, actually, no. This guy, Adam, is the insufferable one. What's the other one? Vinny? He's not that bad. He has his good days. Adam is, oh, my God. See, as you guys can see, I don't really watch this show that often.
hey, that was a good moment for Candace. That's a good question. That's a good moment for Andrew.
Well, I'll say this. Wow, is she confident? I respect her confidence, and just because you're confident doesn't mean you're right, though. In fact, a sign that maybe you're too confident is maybe not having facts, but having a ton of feelings and vibes and intuition and mobby intuition. But just because you're confident doesn't mean that you're right. I do respect her confidence. Anyone that is ever looking to be more confident in anything, whether you're right or wrong, watch Candace. The challenge that she has is none of the facts add up. the part that I liked about what Andrew did was at the end was he's like, yeah, she's got nothing.
Yeah, Vinny's not that bad. I'm sorry
It was
for mixing
4
them
hours.
up.
How long was it? I watched the whole thing. And I'm waiting for like the shoe to drop. And I wait for his closing statement, and not the best salesperson, not the most likable guy, Andrew. He says that. But he's a very gifted debater. And I was waiting for the moment where she got him, but she didn't. She has all intuition.
So who do you think won the debate?
Wait. Is he serious right now? He's saying that he's waiting for the moment for Candace to get him and she didn't? Oh my God. Yo, as soon as he said that, he got a notification for a 7K Zelle. How much you guys want to bet? Oh my God. Yo, how could you be this full of shit? Hey, props for Patrick Bet-David for moderating that debate the way that he did and being professional and showing up and handling it, just taking care of business. But shame on him for letting this guy freaking talk this kind of nonsense on his show. Seriously. Holy shit.
If it was if you're judging on style and on confidence, Candace. If you're judging on facts and evidence, then him. So it all depends on what you're looking for here.
Candace won.
Yeah,
$300,000
right, Vinny.
for someone to come in her basement
You got
and
some
talk to her
points.
about a case. Candace is the winner. But you're wrong about facts, and I understand like emotions and whatever. She knew the charges. She talked about the DNA. The photos were all blurry. The license plate, nothing. I mean, if you think about it, this is a hard thing to prove winner. But when somebody comes to your crib and pays you to come in there to talk to you, you're the winner.
Oh, no doubt. She made money from this. But that doesn't mean you're the big winner, chicken dinner.
No, but I
Did he
think
just say
Who do you
that?
think won the debate? Forget the money. Who do you think won the debate?
I think Candace edged him out.
Look,
especially with Adam, because here's the thing. Unless you could prove without a reasonable doubt that this guy did it and other people were
Do you
involved.
feel that way the moment we were in the bus talking, or do you feel that way now?
I've watched it twice now.
Right.
I think Andrew did very well. He's a great debater, but with everything,
Andrew did not do very well. He did not do very well at all. He had some moments early on where he looked like he was going to get Candace on the ropes, but she just freaking dominated him. And I caught crap for saying that. I caught crap for giving Andrew that much credit. There were a lot of people that like, oh, Candace knew what she was doing the whole time. Listen, I'm not saying that she didn't. I'm just saying there were a couple of moments in that debate where she was letting him say more than she needed to. And there were times that she could have been driving her point home better and that he was trying to capitalize on it. And there was a point early on where I'm like, oh shit, I hope she knows what she's doing. But as I said, by the time we got to the end of that debate, I was in awe. And I said, I will never underestimate Candace Owens again. And that is me being objective. That is my objective analysis. I know there are some people that think that that's even giving them too much credit. But listen, I just call balls and strikes. I'm not always right. I just call it how I see it. And that was how I saw it when I was watching it live. But yeah, she crushed him. Anybody saying otherwise is either getting paid, has an agenda, or is in denial. There's not even an argument.
happening, Vincent Oshana, still believes that in my heart of hearts, this dude did not act alone, period. I think he was involved. I think Tyler Robinson was involved, but there's no way anybody, I don't care who walks in here, can prove to me that this dude, this random
by himself.
Yeah. Pat,
George Zinn, Stanley.
I love that you just said that. Yeah. This dude stands up.
Who else?
I'm on the same
Tom.
page. This to me feels a lot like Kennedy. Was Lee Harvey Oswald there? Yes. Did the Carano, I believe it's called Carano, carbine, did it fire 3 shots? Yes, it did. But did Oswald do all that? And were there not others? No. And so I don't think this guy acted alone.
Oh,
So who do you put that won the debate?
I think Candace, moved me a little bit more toward not Patsy, but this guy didn't act alone. She moved me a little bit more. I was already.
But think about it. Even if Tyler Robinson was involved, which I've never denied that he was. I mean, I think it could go both ways. I could think that he was involved to some degree. I think that it could go either way if he was involved, whether he knew what he was involved in or not. But I could also totally see him being set up the way that all this is played out. But even if he was involved, the fact that right off the bat, they pushed this as a lone shooter and he's the only one that got charged, despite all the anomalies, all the lies, all the weird cover-up type activity that we've seen going on, isn't that the same as a patsy? Like, think about it. Could he be involved and still be a patsy? I think so. I 100% think so. Like, and it's funny that these guys, you got two people on the panel that are already saying that they don't think that he acted alone. Like, that's leaning towards Candace's argument, not Andrew Wilson's. Chat, let me know what you guys think. I'm going to be more interactive today. Yeah, this live might even end up on the members only. As you guys know, I'm trying to promote the members. I plan on hanging out for a while. We're going to have some fun, but I still want to do my regular show tonight. Punch Bowl, $10. Thank you very much. Good morning. Surprised to see you live this early. Well, yeah, like I said, I just woke up. I got some catching up to do. I slept the whole day. So we're going to catch up together. Or maybe you guys are going to catch me up. I don't know.
On that road moved me there. But I thought Andrew, in terms of my debate judgment, I just don't think he was as effective in the debate issue.
So the thing with the thing with selective hearing is anytime you want something to be right, for you to be like, I told you, I told you, that's it, like the earpiece, right? Can you play this clip? This went viral all over the place. Play this.
Good to see you, General Hall.
Yeah.
What's in that? What is that? What is that?
That's an earpiece.
Was that legal?
It's not like I'm out there saying big lie.
Oh, the earpiece was real? I saw that, but I didn't report on it because I didn't take the time to verify it. Is that why he was holding his hand up there the whole time, covering it? I mean, I don't know what the point of covering it would have been. Maybe he was trying to keep it in place because Candace absolutely would have saw it. All right, so he might have had, that's so funny too, because he was the one accusing Candace of colluding when she got him with the charges question, and he had an earpiece in the whole time. Oh my God, what a douche. What a douche.
You see how he's touching his earpiece?
Yeah.
Was he wearing an earpiece?
100%.
He was.
Wait a minute.
100%.
What do you mean he was wearing an
Candace
earpiece?
have it too?
Are you ready?
Okay, go.
That's Candace's earpiece.
What does that mean?
They gave that earpiece to all of us.
So they
Oh,
Oh,
they
all
had
right.
it
No,
too.
no,
That
no,
makes
but wait a minute. Watch what just happened.
Yeah.
The market believes he had an earpiece of things being fed to us. That was an earpiece that Candace's producers gave Candace, gave him.
To hear everything
gave
you guys
me.
behind the scenes.
So
Is she going to say that on air?
She would easily. I don't think she would have a problem.
Yeah.
I think she will. I don't think she has a problem with that. But that is their earpiece. Okay, that is their earpiece. Again, remember, if you truly want something to be right.
And you see, that's why I didn't report on that right away. There were a couple people that came out as soon as they saw that he had an earpiece in, saying, oh, he had an earpiece. He had an earpiece. But, like, you got to get the details first.
You're automatically going to go look for anything to say, I told you. No, that was their earpiece. It was a very professional earpiece that they handed us, which I think was actually,
What was the earpiece for?
because there is no audio for us to watch the clips.
Oh,
like you
gotcha.
see how
So
I'm
like how we're
sitting-
wearing headphones?
Yeah.
Oh,
How
that
you're
makes
wearing an
sense.
earpiece right
they
now?
don't scream like you scream. So they keep
sorry.
a little bit lower. So they
Say it
they
nicer. I'll
they
say
had
it nicer.
because my ears are blowing up with you screaming today, but I had to lower the audio. No, but they put this earpiece. So when you're listening to the clips from the back, that's not somebody feeding him anything. Okay, while that's going on.
Okay.
Number two, there were three people in the back that they both negotiated, and Candace and Andrew. Candace is like, fact check anything, send anything. There was no restrictions on the fact checking. That happened. Fact check anything, send the clips, do whatever you want while you're showing those clips. The other part is like, this is the conversation I have with Ben Shapiro as well. And guys like Ben Shapiro and Andrew Wilson have to ask themselves this question. There's two things. There is finding people who agree with.
Yo, how is Ben Shapiro always involved somehow? Whether it's on camera or in the background or getting the calls from security. You know what I mean? Like he's always somehow lingering in the background of all this crap.
With you, then there is converting. So you're going into this. Candace's live stream is hitting what? 220,000, 250,000, close to 300,000. 3.5 million people watched it on just her channel for 24 hours. On our channel, 1.5 million. This thing got hundreds of millions of views on Facebook, Instagram. This is probably a multi-billion view debate that took place. If you collect what?
Yeah, I said that. I said that this was like probably the biggest thing online since the Super Bowl. It's insane. It's insane. So from that aspect, and I see where PBD's going here. He's going to end up saying that that's the win for Andrew Wilson, which to some degree maybe because people know his name, but they don't know his name for a good reason. He's gonna have to find a way to try to capitalize on this. And if he promised information that he doesn't have, if he promised evidence that he either doesn't have or gets debunked, then it's gonna end very badly. He's gonna crash and burn.
The TikTok clips, Vinny, if you collect Instagram, everywhere, it's a couple billion views.
Yeah.
Okay, it was trending on X for 48 hours. If your job is to convert and you say all women are retards, you're kind of automatically,
That's
that whole
what Andrew Wilson said. You're saying
if you watch a debate,
Yeah.
when
All
Candace
of them are
says
retarded.
you said this about Erica Kirk, and he says no, that's not just Erica Kirk. I believe that about all women. Okay, guess what you're not doing? You're probably not converting anybody, and you're
alienating
only
with
talking to your
hardcore.
base. So the most important data to look at wasn't who won the debate. Of course, that's important to ask on different platforms. I think on the podcast at the end, the number was 52-48. Was that what it was? 52-48?
saw, yeah.
Andrew Wilson was on the podcast. But
what do you mean 52?
who won the debate?
Yeah.
But on
So it's
X,
basically 50-50.
not on X, it's 68% Candace. So you can run that poll in different places.
Think about it. He's saying that on his YouTube poll that it was 52-48 Andrew. But the majority of people that would have voted for Candace are watching on Candace's platform, not his. If Candace had a poll, it would have been like 99-1. And then on his, it's 52-48. But then on X, and I talked about this the other day when I saw it because I think he took it down, or I thought he took it down. So I was trying to pull it up and I couldn't find it. But yeah, it was in the 60s for Candace.
And get different results. And by the way, on X, it had 151,000 people that voted for it. So that part is taking place. But to me, when Andrew came in, he is obviously the more guy that does structured debates as he's going through it. Like he knows how to do structured debates. And at the beginning, when I asked the question, I said, what is the percentage, 0 to 100% that Tyler Robinson killed
like
Charlie Kirk?
or something, right?
He said 75%. And she said what? 0, right?
Well,
and,
that's where she lost me.
Right. And again,
You're going to say 0%?
But
Yeah, that might be where she lost you, but that's where Andrew lost the debate. Because if you're debating overwhelming evidence for a guy that's facing the death penalty, you need to be at 100%, or at least like the high 90s. You want to say 96, 97%, and that you think that that it's going to be 100 before the trial ends. Like that's an acceptable answer. But you're going in there to debate Candace Owens. You don't even know the charges, and you're saying 75%. How can anybody even take him serious at that point? And that's not even leaning. Like if you're going to debate somebody that's been covering this case after one of their best friends was assassinated, you better know your shit and you better be confident in your position. And Andrew Wilson did not display that at all. At all. He didn't display the confidence. Like he displayed confidence in himself, like his typical smug attitude. But there was no confidence in his position. There was no confidence in his knowledge of things. He literally just like went in there to try to like just get her in some gotcha stuff. And then he ended up finding himself and catching himself in the biggest trap of them all. And he got smoked. And now hundreds of millions of people have watched this. They there's way more people that know who this guy is than ever before, but not in a good way. Because nobody that got introduced to Andrew Wilson in the last week sees him as credible, unless they already have like some sort of confirmation bias because they hate Candace or they're pro the causes that Candace is against. But you can't walk into this debate objectively and watch it from beginning to end and think that he won or knew his stuff. Like that's just crazy. He made a fool out of himself.
That's the point.
0?
I understand, but that's her position, and she loses guys like you.
What? Zero?
Adam, both.
At least say 1%.
But you know how many people that are
0%.
you know how many
Tyler
people,
Robinson?
you know how many people that are part of Charlie Kirk were upset that Andrew Wilson said 75%, not 100%. That's the same way that you're saying zero. Some
Hey, you know what? As much as I don't like Adam, I give him credit there. I think that on that specific point, he's right. I think, because a lot of the research I do, I use like probability-based math formulas. And unless Candace has a smoking gun, which she might, you have to believe at this point that everybody's holding some sort of ace up their sleeve. So Candace might have some evidence that leads her to truly, truly believe that it's zero. But without seeing that, I can't say zero. I put it at maybe 0.5, 1%, 2%. Zero is a definitive answer. So the fact that he's saying that she should have said 1%, I'll give him that.
people are like, why wouldn't he say 100%?
Sir, respectfully, there's a big difference between 75%, which means more than likely, and 0%, which gives you zero wiggle room.
I understand
what's going to happen when the actual trial starts, not a random debate.
Adam, what are you doing?
I'm sorry.
Then I asked Candace, I said, Candace, can anything change your mind? She said, yes. If something happens today, I would be the first one to say it. That's good for her to say something like that, right? And then a couple other things in regards to the fingerprint.
Yeah, I'm paying attention to the chat. That makes sense. I put it at 0 that Tyler acted alone and killed Charlie Kirk with a 30-06. That for me is 0. But I guess it depends on what the question is. If it was him shooting a 30-06 from the Losee, I mean, even that, I would give a little bit, like a 0.5. Because, you need the smoking gun. I think that it's 0 that he did it with that weapon acting alone. I think that we all know is a 0. But yeah, I guess depending on the frame of the question. And again, we don't know what else Candace has up her sleeve.
Yeah, that was an interesting back and forth. The part about her reaching out and Tulsi Gabbard's team doesn't get back to them, why don't you? Why don't you? Let's just say if I'm running a department in the White House and I have a big position and one of the biggest podcasters sends a message saying someone's trying to take her out, whether there's a less than 1% chance, what are the chances I'm not going to have Tom just call and just have a conversation with her? To tell me if something like that happens to us, you don't think I would send somebody from our team to drop a call and say, can you just call Candace and see if everything's okay? You don't think we would do that? We did a million different things. You don't think Tulsi Gabbard knew about that email? Just drop the call. Why don't you make the call? So imagine if something did happen to Candace right afterwards, and that email is documented that was sent, and Candace is willing to give you names and stuff. You don't want to call? Whether you believe her or not, it's one of the bigger podcasters in America. I think you should call. They didn't make the call.
You're saying that Tulsi Gabbard
you remember that part? Remember that part?
What she brought up.
You just need to make that phone call. So,
touche. You got me there. I'm not a big sports guy, but yes, I should have thought about the World Cup.
The earpiece, BS, all the conspiracy people that wanted that thing to be right, that's Candace's earpiece team that gave it to them.
That's fair.
Let me just go through my stuff. I'm going to give you guys thoughts to respond. The retarded comment, if you're in the business of converting, you have to understand your job is to baptize. If you're trying to get people into thinking your way and giving them this much doubt, probably not a good idea to come to the people and you wanted to convert and say you guys are retarded. It's not a good idea. The woman comment, and then what else you got? Phone. Oh, when Candace handed me the phone, that was such a weird moment. I'm like, okay, here, look at my phone.
That was so awesome.
I'm like, listen, I don't want to look at your phone. She says, no, you can look at my phone. So she answered, go look at my signal messages. And while I'm looking at this phone, in my mind, you guys know this is such a, we do this here on the podcast. Yeah. When you hand me the phone, I just wanted to say, Benjamin Netanyahu, call me after the podcast. I wanted to say, you're doing great work. I just wanted, but then I said, it's not appropriate to do it right now. But when the phone was handed for me to read the text, there was nothing there. There was nothing for you to see with Signal and X. And look, the level of intensity for something like this is so high when you're sitting there. Of course, tensions are going to be high. You got to give credit. Candace was cool, just stood there, did her thing. And Andrew, this is optics. This is purely optics. The leg moving like this nonstop and all that stuff. And by the way, he has that temperament anyways. That's his personality. So for people that don't know him, you know, people who don't know him, they realize like that is his personality. You know who I will say won? Here's who I will say won. I will never give my opinion on who won publicly because that's not the job of a moderator. That's the job of everybody else to go out there and say. So once you're in that situation, it's me undermining the two people that are the number one product for them to come to their part. I give my thoughts. But I'm going to say this. I think both of them won. And I'll tell you why they won.
I knew he was going to give some answer like that. And that's why. That's why when it got announced that PBD was going to be the moderator, I know there were a lot of people that were upset. And I thought about it for a second, and I'm like, that makes sense. I think I even posted that on X while it got announced. Like, it just makes sense because, like, PBD, he knows the audience. He understands the job. You know, like, to be in that position and moderate that type of debate, like, he knew that it was going to be a huge event. And he knows that people know that his position typically leans one way. Like, he's a Trump guy. He's a MAGA guy, you know? But he knows the audience. He understands the responsibility that comes with it. He understands the backlash that he would get if he screwed up or had some sort of bias. And I thought he was going to do a good job. And I thought that he did a great job. And I knew, like, when I was waiting for this, I knew he was going to be like this. They both won, like, give that type of response. And he's going to talk about how many people know Andrew Wilson's name now as opposed to before the debate. But again, like I was saying earlier, it's not for a good reason.
Forget about the financial stuff. There was a bunch of things we had to do. By the way, this thing almost didn't happen until last minute. It was nasty. Lawyers going back and forth. I'm in the email chain while we're going back and forth. Calls. What about this? What about that? They made it work. They actually made it work. But I think Candace won because
he's paying attention to the
she
analytics.
got the money. And she presented her argument. And in an area where she conceded, she says, I don't know why you're playing this video. I already conceded to you. And I said, yeah, I was wrong. Mm-hmm. And she did that. So that was good for her to do that. And I think she got in front of an audience and moved some people that probably don't watch her content. Remember, baptizing is key. Baptizing is key. And I think Andrew Wilson won because...
Oh, wait, Rain, you brought me up in the X space. You got to let me know how that went. I haven't spoken to Gary in a couple of weeks. The last time me and Gary spoke on the phone, the conversation ended peacefully, but it got a little heated. It was probably our most heated conversation, but you know, that's another story. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And yeah, I try to keep open dialogue with everybody. You know, like I said, like for me, from my perspective, my situation, like I don't have personal issues with any of these guys. Like nothing's personal. Like we go back and forth and take jabs over our positions and whatnot. Obviously, I take the direction that our country is going in very, very seriously. I'm disgusted with the corruption and I try to speak out against it and investigate and raise awareness. But as far as other content creators go, I don't have any, like it's not personal.
Let me explain it to you how much he won. And I think he won more than Candace won. And my argument is going to be very, very weird. You ready?
Go ahead.
You ready? Give me exact what you think. Total eyeballs. Matter of fact, can you ask this on ChatGPT or one of these guys? Can you give me a rough estimate of how many total views the Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson debate got if we combine all the clips on YouTube, all the clips on X, all the clips on Instagram, all the clips on TikTok, all the clips on Facebook, all the clips on every social media site of other people reacting to it, not just the fact that Candace's live stream had 250,000, we had 75,000, and his own had 30,000, the amount of subscribers. Give me total amount of viewership that this debate got all in.
Rain, find it and I'll play it.
To the viral clips, all of it. What do you think that number is? I want to know what that number you think it is, Vinny. Remember, at one point within a 24-hour period, there was 150,000 posts just about this debate on X. How many total views you think it got?
The entire debate on all platforms.
Everything combined. I have a guesstimation of what I think it is. Give me a number what you think it is. You think it had 500 million views?
I think it was over 500.
Tom, what would you say?
Views.
You're a numbers guy.
And it's still
Some
going.
would say you're a bigger numbers guy than me. So what would you say as a numbers guy?
You better scream, Tom.
Give me a number.
Grand total?
Grand total. All in. from a small clip that a regular YouTuber posted that got 88 views versus somebody that put a reaction. Can you just type in on YouTube?
I'll tell you what I think.
Type in Candace Andrew Wilson. Just type in Candace Andrew Wilson. What do you think the number is?
As of right now?
Yeah, and you know what? You can't even just go by the numbers for the debate itself. You got to look at how many people have covered it. They're like, it's pretty much the main topic for the last 3 or 4 days for content creators on YouTube. You know, and there were so many different group panels. Like I was on a group with Teresa, Brandy, ADN, Dee Dee, and Stu Peters, which was really cool being on the stage, having like all those different personalities and objective thinkers. I know Danks was on one with a Trigger Smart. I think Nissy Social, Kasha, Zach Costello. And then the next day there was Valhalla, Jesse, Heavy Duty Country, Elizabeth Lane, you know, and that's just off the top of my head of people that I know. You know, there were so many different panels, so many different groups that were covering this and then making their own content and doing their own thing. I know Mr. Lecco has been covering it. Coach Colin, obviously, you know, Barron doing his thing. So many different people. And that's just on our side. You know, like I'm sure there was a lot of creators on the other side that were more pro Andrew Wilson that were doing their own thing too. But like when you add up all those views and all those hours of watch time, like it's almost scary to think of how much time this whole debate has consumed. You know, even Ian Carroll freaking made his return and popped out of the woodwork. You know, he's been really laying low, and he came out and released a pre-recorded video of him covering it that was almost 6 hours long, and he sped it up. He sped up a lot of different parts. If he didn't increase the speed on it when he was editing, it probably would have been closer to 7 hours. You know, it's just I wish we could get that number of total hours of watch time from all the creators, all the content that they put out. It would be freaking mind blowing.
That's it right now. And to go to filter popularity.
I think if you put everything in there, how can this thing not be a couple 100 million views?
Okay, so give me a low number, Tom.
200.
200 million views. Your high number is
I'm
what?
going high. I'm going almost 500 million. And mind you, it's this week. By the end of this week, it'll hit 500
million.
You're adding
Easy money.
everything
so
up
check
that
this
we
out.
flipped
You ready,
TikTok.
Tom?
Yeah.
You ready, Tom? How much is a 30-second commercial for Super Bowl to get in front of 100 million people for only 30 seconds?
5 million, 7 million.
Can you pull up the chat GPT and ask me
more.
Was it
questions?
more? Did it
How
go up?
much is it?
I thought we had crossed 10 million a minute.
How much
so
is
that
a
would be
Super Bowl 30-second
five-
Super Bowl commercial? Watch
6,
this.
Tom?
Depends on where it is, but in the Super Bowl, you know, not one of those preliminaries.
8?
I think it increased.
8 million.
million.
So
no.
check this
And a
out.
handful of
30
premiums I've
seconds.
sold. Yeah, I thought
10
we were
million.
over 10
But let's just say 8 million. For how long? For 30,
30
seconds.
seconds.
30
Yeah.
seconds.
The guys, if you use the lower number and we just say 100 million times 2 is 200 million, 8 million times 2 is 16 million. This guy spent $300,000 and got somewhere between 50 to $200 million of ad viewership.
Yeah.
Great point.
So guess what?
He's a big winner.
My wife at home says, who was the guy? I'd never seen him before. My dad says, I've never. Most people, his YouTube channel only had 180, 200,000 subs.
Yeah.
Very good, eloquent. I've had him on. He's been on Rogan a couple times. So he's getting the momentum. I think Andrew Wilson won because for everybody that says, what an idiot to give $300,000, I think it's the same story as Kanye spent $7 million on an ad for Super Bowl and sold $25 million of merch. I think Andrew Wilson won because overnight now everybody knows who he is.
Yeah.
Very simple. So from the business standpoint,
Great point.
Andrew Wilson made a lot more than $300,000.
You're
to a
absolutely
young
right.
person who is very uninformed, says, why is Candace and the Gladiator guy doing that debate about Charlie?
Glad it kind of got a Russell Crowe
Yeah.
vibe.
Go ahead.
Well, the reason I agree with you is this. There's levels to this thing. So if you didn't know who Andrew Wilson was, he's very big in the manosphere or in like the red pill
Sure.
content.
Yeah.
He's on whatever. Then you have political content, which is a little bit bigger. Then you have pop cultural content. And people always ask me, what happened with Candace? What happened with Candace? This is my opinion. I think she said political content is declining. But you know what's not declining? Conspiracy theories, murder mysteries, pop culture. Jeffrey Dahmer's the #1 show.
Yo, that's such a shitty thing for him to say. And he's not even right. He's not even right. Like before Charlie got killed, Candace, I know she was covering the whole Macron thing. She was also covering the whole fiasco with Blake Lively and that other guy. What was his name? Was it Justin something? The whole Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds thing where they were saying that, they were trying to they were just like slandering the guy. And Charlie was somebody close to her. Like they were like really good friends, best friends at one point. So for him to like just come out here and say, "Oh, well, Candace knows that conspiracy theories are popular," and like I don't know, it's just so shitty. Like this is why people don't like this guy. It's like he just says shit. He's just like talking shit. Ridiculous.
On Netflix. So like a Scooby-Doo type thing. She's like, I'm going to follow the crowd, and you win the crowd, you win your freedom. And I actually respect that. I don't respect the methodology which she's doing it, which is basically trampling on a widow's,
can I say,
on a widow and her
okay,
kids.
So,
but I respect the fact what her game plan is.
Guess what? Then TPUSA, sue her. Then
They're
TPUSA,
probably considering it.
do something.
Well, did you see the part where he asked her point blank, will you say on camera right now that Erica Kirk or TPUSA were involved in the murder? She said, I won't say that.
It's a lawsuit, but she's already said it a couple
But
other times.
she's already insinuated so many times. That's the challenge I have.
But
Okay, well, let's not forget. I'm going to move on from this whole show now. But let's not forget that for the first couple of months after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, Candace was sticking up for Erica. She was sticking up for TPUSA. Like, I remember one live where she was talking about how there were so many great people that worked there and great behind the scenes and telling people not to go at them. It was only after months and months of just shady activity, one lie after another, one anomaly after another, things that just weren't making sense, that she started asking questions and saying, hey, you know what? Like, maybe we should start looking into some other things. Maybe we should look into another direction. Like, why are they saying this when that's true? Like, why did they lie about this? How did they get this wrong? Why didn't they deny that these text messages? Why aren't they pushing for an investigation? And I had some questions of my own. Like, why would she turn the wake into a photo op and record herself over the body? Like, that was a giant red flag. I thought that was very weird. When she's at Mar-a-Lago just a couple months after her husband's assassinated, talking about how excited she is that they're going to get 5 billion views by the end of the year. Like, that's very weird. There was a lot of really strange activity. Now, if they're going to sue Candace Owens for malice, if they're going to sue Candace Owens for defamation, she's a high profile. They're both high profile individuals. They have to prove malice, which I don't think would even be possible because, like I said, she spent months sticking up for her. People didn't just people didn't just wake up one day and just start trashing a grieving widow. Like, that's not what happened. All of this is played out over time. And if you're just new to the scene and you haven't been following everything from the beginning, it's easy to just have an opinion that doesn't have anything behind it just based on what you're seeing on the surface. But when you dig deep and you were watching from day one and you saw how everything play out, you understand how we got here. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's not like people are just drinking some Kool-Aid or just some propaganda. Like, anybody that has a negative opinion towards Erica Kirk and TPUSA that's been following this case since Charlie's been killed, they have one for a very, very good reason, or multiple very, very good reasons. But let's listen. Let's listen to the woman herself. Let's see what she had to say about all this.
Well, sometime on Thursday, my producer is like, it's kind of weird that we don't have a point of contact. We are still dealing with a faceless team. No one has reached out to ask for our address. We also need the names because we have security and we need to know who they're bringing. So the faceless people have to become real people. And we end up asking PBD's team to provide us a number for Andrew Wilson. We get a number and it's Andrew's number. And he says, reach out to this number, which seemingly belongs to no one. They will not identify themselves. So my producer is now texting an anonymous somebody. We try to run the number to figure out who we're speaking to. It appears to be a burner phone. The person I guess they want to surprise us with who they're bringing to the house. I can't even imagine this. I can't even imagine this scenario where someone has expressed to you, my children live here, they sleep here. This is our personal home. Like, we are going to, have a studio outside of this in the near future. But for now, this is what we have. Now, over the course of this conversation with this faceless individual, the person immediately begins getting rude with my producer and insisting, again, this is on Thursday. This is the night before, that they're going to need a desk. They're going to need a place to set up Andrew's live stream. Excuse me. They're saying they're now going to need an HDMI cable that's going to run out of our studio into the control room so they can set up a computer into a camera and live stream. They need access to power, they say. They, being the anonymous people, I don't know who we're speaking to. And I almost lost it. I just went like, this is absurd. They still will not answer who they are bringing. And I said, we have.
Yo, that's so weird. I would like, how do you let people? I never would have let that fly. Like, that's never going to fly. You're like, the day before the debate, and Andrew Wilson has people contacting Candace Owens producers, and they're not even identifying who they are. And they're going to show up at Candace's house where her family is, where her kids live and sleep and play. And they're not even going to say who they are. They're not going to say their names. And Andrew Wilson was okay with that? Really? Yo, that's some bullshit.
I've never agreed to allow them to set up a live stream in our home, to rent a desk, an HDMI. What are we even talking about? And the person replies that they thought it was implied because our contract says the debate will be live streamed. Yeah, the debate is going to be live streamed like my show is live streamed every day because you thought we were going to trick you and put it behind a paywall. Why would you think that implies that you can set up a mini studio in my home after I've gone through such pains to express to both you and PBD's team how small the space is and how we don't have any room? I kid you not. Okay. So when did this anonymous team decide to email us rather than trying to, force my producer to just accommodate them? When were they going to email us about this assumption? 9:15 p.m. the night before. 9:15 p.m. the night before the debate with a
13 hours before the debate? 13 hours. And they have anonymous people calling up with demands and expectations? Yo, that's so disrespectful. Like that type of added context also changes my perception on how it all played out. And it just makes me respect Candace Owens even more. The fact that she was so respectful, so calm, so composed after having to deal with all that crap the night before. And then they're in her home trying to play clips out of context to pull some gotcha shit to try to catch her in defamation. Yo, Candace Owens is one of a kind.
follow-up email sent at 11:15 p.m. And still, at no point will they identify who the four people are, despite the fact that we asked multiple times in email and via text, who are you bringing into my home where my children lie their head? So it's now debate day. We still get no answers, no identity of who they're bringing. They want to surprise us. That's very apparent. And I just want to say I cannot comprehend how degenerate and disrespectful you have to be to do that. I would never do that to anybody, no matter how I felt about them. So we just made sure that they were not welcome through the front door. We normally just welcome everybody through the front door. Instead, they had to go through the back, through the basement door, because why would I allow anyone to be so unnecessarily disrespectful? And then we figure out why. And then it starts to make sense because he shows up with Steven Crowder's team. Steven Crowder.
It all makes sense. It all makes sense. And Steven Crowder hates Candace Owens. Hates her. And oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, that guy is such a turd too. But like, how does he not know better? Like, why would he try to pull that shit? Like, how could you be so disrespectful? I mean, I guess if you see the footage of, you know, how little he respected his pregnant wife, it makes a little bit more sense. But still, it's insane.
Producer, CEO, regular on-air talent feature who spends all day mean tweeting me. He's actually like the CEO of whatever it is Steven Crowder thinks he does anymore. If you don't know who Steven Crowder is, he's basically a child actor who never stopped being a child actor. He's a 40-year-old man, and he just likes to prank people. And this is exactly his brand of just doing something this disrespectful for no reason. And I mean, when I say disrespectful, and I'm not even like Gerald Morgan is who he brought with him. He was not rude to me, but could you imagine, okay, that despite me detailing why we wanted no filming outside of this studio and saying, you can film in the studio, Gerald decided to do a live call-in from my kids' playroom just outside the studio. It was one of the reasons we said no smoking. We made it clear to them my children's playroom, which is the garage area, is just outside and you can't smoke cigarettes. All of this was made clear. This was their big plan, is to get views for Steven and to disrespect me. You can go back. And so I still am just amazed that this is something that like grown men would be plotting and planning for clicks and views. It's so,
yo, it's so grimy. That's so grimy. From her kid's playroom. Yo, people have no respect. None. I should pull the clip up of what Steven Crowder did after Charlie got killed too. He was another one of these guys trying to use Charlie's assassination to like try to make himself look like a hero, make himself look like a victim, make it more about him. You know, just gross. Guy's just such a douche.
disgusting. But at the very least, it allowed me to understand why there was so much paranoia, why there was all this weird communication, all this unnecessary scheming, because that's his brand. That is literally his brand. He's just not an honest dealer. He's a part of that bizarre group of middle-aged men who are fixated with me. I just never have been interested in Steven Crowder. I genuinely, like, I don't follow his stuff. I've never been on his show. That brand of never growing up and thinking that it's funny to do like pranks and it's grow up, you know? His brand sort of crashed and burned when he was caught on a doorbell cam berating his 8-month pregnant, now ex-wife, when she was pregnant with twins. And he never really recovered from that. And so I guess the way that he thought he would recover is by plotting against another very pregnant person to sort of like break into her house in a weird way. And like, so you could have inside scoop on a debate rather than just maturely emailing and saying, like, why would you sneak into someone's house? Like, it still boggles the mind. Why would you try to sneak into someone's house because you want clicks and views, because you don't have the manhood or the decency to say, hey, look, you said I could bring 4 people and I'm going to bring someone that you don't like and someone who's been nasty to you online, but that's my prerogative. I would have said, yeah, you're right. It's your prerogative. Could you just make sure this person doesn't, film here, whatever? They did not do that. And it was actually in complete violation to what we agreed to, because one thing the contract did stipulate was no filming outside of this studio. Anyway, I kept professional. We were kind to everyone because if nothing else, it did give me the confidence to know that Andrew was surrounding himself and taking advice from very unserious people who like to play pranks, essentially. And I think that we saw the fruits of that during the debate immediately, that was their plan, to sort of play tricks to win. And I do want to say, just to be super fair here, the team, particularly he had in the control room, Rob, he was very kind, very professional. Even Gerald, he was kind and professional to my face, but
I can't even find the clip. I was trying to find the clip because after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, Steven Crowder went out and he's wearing a bulletproof vest and he's talking about how dangerous it is and just trying to, vilify the left some more and politicize everything and make it about him. It was just really gross. It was really tasteless. I mean, it was almost as bad as Rabbi Shmuley setting up, like asking for donations, saying that he wanted to get better cameras and more security because Charlie Kirk was assassinated. It was like that level gross. Well, maybe not quite that level, but like a notch below.
Just what you're doing, the exercise of what you're doing here, is just a level of disrespect that I don't think I've ever dealt with. And if it wasn't for me knowingly moving out of this house in a couple of weeks or so, I probably would not want these kinds of people to know where I live, because you just don't have respect for children. Now, regarding the debates, I do want to say this. By the time Andrew Wilson whipped out his phone and read that opening statement, it was clear to me that he was going to lose. As soon as he said the much trafficked quotation of "you're going off vibes and dreams and no evidence," I knew that he was completely unfamiliar with my content. Like, he just decided to go to Turning Point and say, "I'll do this and I'll be macho," and had done no research. And I also had this micro win because earlier, you remember, I had said that one of the terms that I wanted, that I ended up conceding, was I wanted Turning Point to claim their horse. I wanted them to say that this is our guy. And he said he didn't want that done. We all knew that he was being sent by Erica and company, but he refused that term and said he had nothing to do with them. And then in the first 3 minutes of the debate, he makes it perfectly clear that Turning Point USA is backing him with this totally awkward, I have a never before seen message, wherein he just kind of makes Erica Kirk look like a big fat liar. Take a listen.
I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed.
Ooh.
On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, "Yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site." Charlie responded with this, "Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me." That was a message sent September 9th.
We knew that there was always going to be a threat, but Charlie and I we promised each other we would never live in fear. And he would say, if they're going to get me, they're going to get me. But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone.
So for those of you who watch this show, that was the original Turning Point USA sin. That was the first episode that I did going after Erica, and I explained to people that she was lying. I said, she's lying. There's no way that I know that this text message exists and that this text message was sent from Dan Flood, and she doesn't. This is in December. This is in December that she's joining Glenn Beck, mid-December, that she is joining Glenn Beck and asserting that she has his phone. And then Turning Point tried to claim, which we met days after, because that's when I went, this is weird. Days after that is when Erica then came to Nashville and we had this summit. And what she told me, which how Andrew is making a very, very bad mistake here. She said, well, it was on Signal and the team's messages auto delete on Signal. And she didn't know. So I guess Dan Flood didn't tell her. I guess Andrew Colvat, who was giving messages that he thought was relevant to the police, didn't think to give them a message that said the left is going to kill me. But particularly when we sat down, she was like, have you seen the message? And I said, no. And she said, oh, it said the left and it was on Signal. And I told you guys that was a double lie. She lied again. The message was actually sent on iMessage. Well, Andrew says he's going to be dropping this message because he actually didn't want to show the message for some reason. He wanted this big sort of weird opening where people are going to go, oh, and everyone just thought it was really strange for Turning Point USA to not have presented that message, which actually, if they really had a message that said this, their entire narrative has been the left killed Charlie Kirk. Why wouldn't you share that? That seems weird. Why didn't you share that with authorities when you were sharing messages? And Andrew, we're supposed to believe you didn't tell her for 4 months, but you told me in September. And Erica went on Glenn Beck to debunk me and say I was a liar. And now it's just looking real bad for Turning Point USA. So fingers crossed, guys, because I always have a surprise. Fingers crossed that Andrew, who has promised that he's going to release this on his show because he's got evidence, actually does release that message, which is supposed to be on Signal, but I know for a fact is on iMessage.
All right, we're going to get back to this in a minute. I want to see, because I saw that there was a clip from the man himself. I want to see what he had to say. Let's see. Was this from yeah, I'm pretty sure this was from his show. Because Andrew Wilson, people were giving him a lot of crap for taking his stream down, but he always does that. That's not it's not like he just took his recent stream down. Like that's like a common thing for him. But let's see what he had to say about this.
Now, this Friday, I'm going to unveil tons of evidence. Stu Peters is fucking done. His whole Fort Huachuca fucking bullshit, I'm going to completely refute that. I have irrefutable evidence that that's not the case.
Sorry, the volume's a little low.
Couldn't be the case. It's impossible. He's done. All this fucking guy had to ever do was just reach it. He could have figured it out in 5 minutes if he was just a slightly good faith. And in good faith had just reached out to try to figure out what actually happened. Nope, can't do that. No money in that. Not a dime in that. I have evidence that Candace Owens was trying to destroy TPUSA going all the way back to September. I have evidence of it. This is shortly after Kirk's death.
See, now if he has this evidence, isn't he kind of putting the carrot on the stick now? Was that like his play? He's got what he thinks to be some evidence. So now he wants to like try to get on Candace's platform, tell everybody he has it, get all the eyes on him, get all the attention. So more people pay attention later when he drops it. But the problem with that is he got all the eyes on him. The whole world's watching him and he lost his credibility with everybody. So he would have been better off just dropping the evidence. Just drop the evidence. If you got something, just put it out. Because now you came out and like this is just going to come off spiteful. Like you're not doing anybody any favors. It looks like you're doing it for you. Maybe you're doing it for you and Steven Crowder. Maybe you're doing it for you and Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro and TPUSA. You look like you have an agenda. You don't look like you care about the case. You don't look like you care about the truth. Like now it looks like Candace embarrassed you and you've got a grudge. You got a chip on your shoulder and you're going to get back at her. Like that's like those are the optics right now. So whatever you have, this better not be like the other day when you said that you're 75% sure. You better be 100% sure because you already missed once. I don't know if you can afford to miss again. Well, actually, it looks like at this point in your stream, you already got about $5,000 in donos. So maybe you can afford to miss. You know, maybe the people that watch you and support you are just so ignorant that they just don't care. You know, Andrew Wilson seems to be a pretty hateful guy. And, you know, there are a lot of people out there that just want to hate. They just want to hate. They just want to find somebody that they could hate. And he seems to be like a conduit for these type of people. You know, it's like they get a target. He runs his mouth. They all beat their chest. They send him his money. He's got a really nice grift going. He's making a nice living for himself. But his whole legacy is going to be just a shit talker that trashes women and has no credibility.
These people are the biggest fucking lying con artists on planet Earth. Investigation, my ass. They didn't even bother to do any due diligence at all. I'm not a fucking reporter. I'm not an investigative journalist. How the fuck am I?
We know. We know, Andrew.
Who fucking has stalled out left-wing agendas where I can. How the fuck am I the only one who has a lot?
You're a shit talker that promotes the left-wing, right-wing bullshit. Like anybody who actually does research, anybody that's actually paying attention knows that our two-party political system is mostly theater. It's mostly theater. The people that actually run the world, that actually control the world, are pulling strings from both sides. Now, that's not to say that our elections don't matter at all, because on certain local issues, they do. There will be differences, whether it's, gay rights, abortion, immigration. On some level of politics, our election matters. Our elections matter, I should say. But when it comes to the big issues, when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to war, when it comes to taxes, when it comes to what's going on Wall Street, when it comes to mass surveillance, technology, we seem to be on one trajectory, regardless of which side wins. So the system needs people like Andrew Wilson to vilify people from the other side, to make sure that people stay invested in the theater. He's like a Paul Heyman of WWE, just promoting the matches. And I love WWE. That's not a knock on Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman has way more integrity than Andrew Wilson. It's just an analogy. But like people like him, people like Steven Crowder, people like Ben Shapiro, although Ben Shapiro, his allegiances might be in a completely different direction, but that's another story. But that's what these people do. They try to keep people on the right invested. The left is your enemy. We have to rally against them or they're going to destroy America. It's all bullshit. And people just keep falling for it.
Logic or reason here to try to falsify their own position in search of real, tangible evidence. Why? Why?
Yeah, why? Why don't you just release the message?
I have a shitload of never before seen, never before publicly released evidence. Tons of it.
Tons of it. Wow.
No, I'm not going to drip it out.
You're dripping it out right now.
Maybe some of it. I kind of thought about some of it because I have a feeling I know.
Yo, think about it. Why would he's not an investigative journalist. He said it himself. He's not invested in this case. He hasn't been following it. If he has all this evidence that he's talking about, it means somebody is giving it to him. Why would they be giving it to him? Could it be because maybe the evidence isn't that credible and that the other people don't want it to be connected to them because when it gets debunked and proven wrong, they don't want to have to take the hits? Like, did Andrew Wilson get duped to fall on the sword? That's kind of how it's looking. That they're just going to keep giving him this bullshit because he knows that he has they know that he has a core audience that's going to believe it on the surface. But once it gets investigated, if it gets debunked and they find out that it's all bullshit, then he's the one that's going to get the blame. Why not give it to Crowder? Day one, after Charlie got assassinated, Crowder was the one coming out saying, oh, it was the left. We have the engraving on the bullets. Why would they give it to him? Like, think about that. Is anybody thinking about that?
Know where she's going to go after her bullshit gets refuted with actual evidence. And so I have evidence for that too.
He's got so much evidence.
None of them. I just couldn't believe it. My entire purpose for going down there is the best $300,000 I ever spent. To get her on record and tie her to her positions. And she tied herself to her positions and she tied them up tight.
She's been tied to her positions the whole time. You didn't do that. You weren't giving her a deposition. She's let her positions be known. It's not like you slipped in any other questions about her ideologies or something that's like from the outer layers where you could establish some type of motive. Like, what are you talking about? You played clips of things that she already said out of context, and she put it in the proper context. Like, is his audience actually believing this shit? Do they actually believe that he went in there like some kind of evil mastermind and accomplished his goal? Really? Is that how you're trying to spin this? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
0%, 0% chance it wasn't Robinson. Yes, Israel and France were involved. Yes, Erica Kirk is complicit. Yes, tie her to her fucking.
Even that, he's taking it out of context.
No evidence that he's a patsy.
Listen. If you have enough evidence that the narrative is bullshit, that in and of itself is evidence of a potential patsy. You were the one that said that there was overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this. And you had to concede on that point. You couldn't prove that point. Now, the whole thing with Erica Kirk being complicit, Candace Owens put it on the record. She was not saying that Erica Kirk is complicit with the murder. But you yourself gave us all more evidence that she could be complicit in something, because Erica Kirk said that Charlie wasn't texting anybody the day before, that he was afraid for his life. She put that on the record. And you presented evidence to debunk that, or you claimed you have evidence that debunks that. So it's like you don't even comprehend the actual points that you're making. Because the things that you're saying, the evidence that you're claiming to have, the information that you're bringing to the table, that you're presenting, it's favoring Candace's position. And this is why I said that Andrew Wilson is not as intelligent as I originally thought. In fact, the guy's pretty fucking retarded.
Whatsoever, no evidence for any of her claims, but I have tons of evidence to the contrary of her claims. What these people do is they use what's called the evidence of the gaps argument. It's just like the God of the gaps argument.
Oh, here we go. Some more gaslighting.
I don't have evidence, so I'll just make it up. I don't have evidence, well, then I'm just going to use this to explain that gap as though it's true. How do I?
That's kind of like what everybody thinks that the FBI and the prosecution did for Tyler Robinson and putting this on him to begin with. Because there are a lot of gaps in the prosecution's case. The images that they brought in, the video footage of the individual in the garage is now appearing to be altered. There is footage missing from the cafeteria, from Chick-fil-A. These are gaps. These are the gaps. You know, there was a 4-day window where they were saying that the screwdriver was found in the woods. All of a sudden, they're saying it was on the roof. That's a gap. There are people connected to this that are stepping down. In people in Utah that had positions of power, that were involved in this investigation, are stepping down from their positions. These are all data points that need explanations. We're not just over here making shit up. Like, Andrew Wilson is just spinning this. He's just a propaganda mouthpiece for the right. And he's not a good one.
I know that they rely heavily on the evidence of the gaps because Owens said so herself in the debate. Owens herself in the debate said to me, well, it's my timeline, and I know that this receipt's not verified. I know for sure he wasn't there. I know for sure that, well, she didn't say I know for sure he wasn't there, but I know for sure I haven't verified he was there. I have no verification of this at all. But I'm still going to present this timeline as though it's fact because there's gaps in my evidence. This fills the gaps in my evidence.
Yo, and he keeps saying that there's no evidence. You realize Diligent Dennison has a receipt that's putting Tyler Robinson at that steakhouse. He has a witness corroborating that he was at that steakhouse. Those two things are evidence. And it's more evidence than the prosecution presented that Tyler Robinson was at UVU before Charlie Kirk got assassinated. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
That's it. Never seen anything like it. Ever.
I've never seen anything like this. You're right. Have another smoke.
You know, you're charging an idiot. How the fuck, for the guy who you claim knew the least about the case, how am I the only one who pulled up a fucking fact check that was right? Pulled up the fact check on her. She didn't know that the guy had admitted he was on surveillance. She fought me on it, said, no, that's not true. Fact checked her on it. Debate had nothing to do with that. The debate topic was whether or not I thought there was compelling evidence that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. That was it. That was the debate topic. Overwhelming in this case, as I explained, just meant convincing or very convincing to me.
To you. No, overwhelming when you're talking about somebody that's on trial for murder means it's overwhelming. So if there's less evidence, then it should still be enough to convict. Your version of overwhelming being 75 to 85% still leaves enough probable cause where he should walk. That's not overwhelming. You can't just make up your own definitions of these words and spin it to whatever narrative and agenda that you see fit. You know, that's more in the category of feelings and vibes. You feel like it's overwhelming. You feel like 75% is enough for you to make your case. But you're wrong. You're wrong. You're full of shit. And you got caught. And you got exposed. And Candace Owens made a fool of you, out of you, in front of the entire world. And now you're just like sitting here with your hat all low, you know, like in your flannel shirt, like beating your chest, talking shit, pretending like you're Eminem about to go into a rap battle, and you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. It's insane. Where was this confidence when you were actually in front of her? Notice how he only talks like this when he's back in his little man cave in his studio, you know, talking to his base. But when he was actually face to face with Candace Owens, a pregnant woman, he's sitting there shaking his foot, looking all nervous like he's cracked out on meth. Where was this confidence when, like, you just saw her a couple of days ago? Where was this energy? Where was this confidence? Where was all this evidence? Like, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. You're playing a part. It's actually pretty pathetic. Jesus.
You have no dunk. These people never had anything. They never had any evidence at all. It's so fucking insane. Hassan comment about Candace Owens doing damage to make Charlie a martyr was insane. Definitely complicit, helping to commit the crime or do wrong in some way. Yeah. The left has known this forever. I
This
knew
guy's
that there
living in
was,
fantasy
at the
world.
organizational level, cooperation going on between left-wingers and people who were involved in this conspiracy realm who were kicking things upwards to other creators, meaning people who had more followers than them, they would try to flash it for attention. Sometimes those people would respond. And I'm guessing that they shared some of this information between the two. Now they just are openly talking to Unfuck America and these other people, including Candace Owens herself. They're openly now cooperating with them. They're not even trying to hide it now. And I figured that shit out early on. And these crazy conspiracy theorists called me the crazy one. Like, these people are all cooperating with each other. No, they're not. Now they're just openly doing it.
All right. Now, isn't this the same guy who was debating Owen Schroyer and trying to deny and debunk the E-files? Right? Isn't this the same guy who was trying to downplay the E-files? One of these guys that promotes this idea that the files were a Democrat hoax. You want to talk about collusion? You want to talk about cooperating? How about the fact that J.E. and most of the people that were closely tied to him were Democrats, are Democrats? Why don't you open up that can of worms? Why don't we have a debate on that, Andrew? You know, you think that the files are a Democrat hoax? The people mostly involved were Democrats, are Democrats. Yet the right still doesn't prosecute some of the most heinous crimes that our country's ever seen, done by Democrats. And you have Trump in office. The Republicans have the House. They have the majority in the Supreme Court. They got Congress. They got the Senate. But yet they're saying that the files are a Democrat hoax. And Andrew Wilson is pushing that narrative as well. And I have a serious problem with that. So yeah, until you actually find out what the hell you're talking about and start speaking out on the real big issues, I don't think anybody can take you credible on this. It's just more nonsense and BS. Let's get back to Candace a little bit. I want to see what else she has to say, and then we'll move on.
So, yeah. Anyway, moving on, as soon as the actual debate begins, I sort of declined to do an opening statement because it was just weird that he did that. It had nothing to do with the debate claims, of course. It was just taking cheap shots at Candace. The first thing he does is he concedes that there's reasonable doubt that Tyler Robinson did this. PBD asks us explicitly, what percentage do you put this at? And here is what Andrew Wilson says.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Okay, I win the debate. So I guess the evidence is not so overwhelming. We went from overwhelming to 75%. That's reasonable doubt. Let this man off. What? What are we even talking about? Who has ever been like, yes, 75% was overwhelming. Hey, how would you rank that restaurant? Like 75%. I was overwhelmed with how delicious the food was, and I put it at 75%. Like, what are we talking about? Why are we here? And I realized that he didn't really know why he was here. He didn't have any sort of a debate strategy other than to lie with confidence. It was just amazing to me how many times this man thought that he could just lie, not only about things that were happening in the case, but also about what was happening currently in the room during the debate.
And as we just saw from his most recent episode, he's still just lying with confidence, just talking out of his ass. You know, no respect or acknowledgement or even awareness of the facts of reality. The guy's just living in La La Land.
We're sitting here and he just was like, I'm a wizard. I'm a wizard. I have magic. I have a magic wand and I can just convince audiences that they didn't or did just hear something that happened 5 seconds ago. It was bonkers. I mean, the amount of people that were like, this is a strong sign of somebody with narcissistic personality disorder to confidently lie and try to gaslight you. Take a listen to just 2 times he did this. You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even
Patrick,
pull your
did
own
I say
clip.
that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing,
You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
no, I
The
didn't.
standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
you-
For you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right?
I
That's like
didn't-
the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
It's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Okay, I'm actually no,
You're in the
this is-
biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Look,
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be
I don't know why
fine.
the audio's all choppy.
It literally came out of his mouth. I never said girl boss. I was just answering and asking him to explain away how he shifted his position on now he suddenly supports Erica being a CEO. And then he started bringing up a girl boss. And he did this so many times. It was stunning. And people were just,
She should have added more context to that and talked about how Andrew Wilson was saying that Erica Kirk should be CEO and that TPUSA was Charlie's legacy and that Erica was saying, no, Charlie's kids are the legacy and she should be home with the children. But I guess there's no need. But I found that shocking. I couldn't believe that Andrew Wilson, Mr. Christian Ethics, was actually trying to double down on that point. It's like fascinating to me.
going, why? Maybe he has amnesia. Maybe it's not a strategy and he has amnesia. but to just assert something with such confidence and to keep lying over and over again was just shocking to me. We were probably less than an hour into it when I realized, by the way, that he was not okay, because I wanted to address this bizarre strategy of public gaslighting. And he, again, wrongly, but ever confidently, filled in the wrong blank when I said, "Are you?" And this actually ended up being one of my favorite moments. Take a listen.
You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So, no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm fine.
I'm glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I really don't think by that time he was okay. It was already apparent to me that he was kind of coming apart and he didn't really have an argument. And it was very obvious that he did not watch the preliminary hearing, or any hearing for that matter. This is why he could not comprehend the contradiction of him claiming and calling people conspiracy theorists. You're a conspiracy theorist, and it's because of the way that you're looking at evidence. You're making inferences off of that evidence. That's his whole thing. He couldn't comprehend the hypocrisy of that, when in fact he was doing the exact same thing. If all of his evidence was being derived, which he felt was overwhelming, was being derived from a hearing wherein the prosecution was doing just that, looking at evidence and interpreting it however they wanted. A blurry image of a white man with brown hair. I think that's Tyler Robinson. Okay. I think that's not Tyler Robinson. He calls one a fact and the other one a conspiracy theory. This was the whole point of a hearsay, of the hearsay Utah 1102. And if he had watched how many times they discussed this 1102 rule, it was basically like, yeah, we allow this at this stage. It's probative. He would have understood why I was pointing out this hypocrisy, but he quite literally could not quite grasp that concept in a way that was frustrating for me. And so much that I had to tell him, I can explain it to you, but I cannot understand it for you. Right? We all have our.
That was such a mic drop moment too. When Candace said that, I could explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. Woo! Candace got bars. Candace got bars. That was a real kick in the dick for Andrew Wilson. What I found fascinating too, though, was that, you know, after she totally schooled him and walked him like a dog on the actual charges, you know, she told him, asked him if he can name one charge. He tried to flip it back to her, say, "Can you name all 7?" And then she does. And then he accuses her of colluding, and she just pulls her phone out to PVD and just totally makes a fool out of him. Then after that, he starts bragging about how he covered the preliminary hearing with the lawyer. Like that makes him an expert. And it's like, dude, like you just got schooled. You couldn't name a charge. You now saying after that fact that you covered the whole thing with a lawyer, like it makes you an expert, just makes you look like a bigger dumbass. And his whole audience is just making themselves look like dumbasses because they're still like trying to justify him. And they're just trying to like play along with this bullshit narrative. Like he won the debate and he's right and he's got all the evidence and he's going to be the guy to take Candace Owens down. It's like, guys, you are delusional with a capital D. I'm seeing some super chats. I just got a big one. I'm going to read a couple of these, then we'll get back to it. Ellie Relly, great timing. I love it. Hugs from Italy. Watching from Italy. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I love hearing that. Whenever I hear that there are people in different parts of the world that are watching my show and enjoying my content, it makes me feel a little warm and fuzzy inside. Thank you very much. God bless. Shifty Lincoln showing up early. Thank you very much. I'm glad we don't have smell-o-vision. You know darn well Wilson smells like a 7-Eleven dumpster. That's all Toilet Paper USA has. Congratulations. Yo, it's insane too because TPUSA has been trying to make this pivot since Erica Kirk has been CEO. Like they're pro-women. Like women got to lead the charge. And then they get Andrew Wilson, a guy who trashes women for a living, and like came on this debate saying that he thinks all women are retarded. It's just so counterproductive for what they're trying to do. It's like I'm not even trying to like put people down. It's just They should be embarrassed. They really, it's shameful is what it is. We got S. Hurtlocker, big super chat, $50. Thank you very much. I love this early morning show. You're really doing a great job, Bays. Love this is a nice group. Yeah, yo, we have the best community. We really do. And you know what? I'm not going to lie. I actually am enjoying doing this. This is rare for me. I'm usually a night owl. You know, to those of you that are just tuning in, I had said earlier that I literally slept like most of the day. I slept like 18 out of the last 24 hours. And I woke up and I'm like, damn, my sleep schedule is all messed up. I got to catch up. I don't even know what was going on yesterday. So I'm like, you know what? Let me just go live. Let me just go live. Like even the coffee I'm drinking is still cold because I was planning on doing a show last night. And I just like I woke up for a couple hours and I just went right back to bed. So I'm up. I woke up at 3 a.m. It's now a little after 5:30 my time. I'm drinking cold coffee. I haven't showered yet. I'm going to be hanging out for a couple of hours. At some point, if I take a little break, I might even just keep the stream up and give you guys a preview of the live that I did, the interview with Brandy Siciliani. It's on my members only channel. I'm going to release it to the public on Thursday, but maybe I'll get into that for a little bit. I'm actually enjoying the morning show. Who knows? Maybe I'll switch things up a little bit and start doing this more often. Let me know in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to start doing a morning show. Let's see. Shifty again. I'm going to make a prediction. Screenshot this. Tyler Robinson is going to... No, don't say that because TPUSA has lost the plot. Well, number one, I think we have two different definitions and interpretations of what that even means because I do not believe that the person that you are referring to actually got offed. Maybe he did. I think he's out. I'm going to screenshot this stuff. But I actually am of the belief that he got broken out. That's based on some of the evidence because in his autopsy, they said that he had a healthy prostate. But if you investigate in the files, you will see that he had gotten a surgery to have his prostate removed. So, you know, that is a discrepancy, we'll call it. That leads me to believe that that narrative is also bullshit. But you guys let me know what you think in the chat. Let's get going. Let's keep going with Candace.
Professional limitations. This is one of mine. I cannot, it's like being in a class and you just have that one student that's not grasping something that seems to the rest of us to be a really easy concept. And he's going, I don't understand. Why do you keep saying it's here? What is 1102? What is this? What does it matter? Because this grants us all the ability, whether inside or out of the courtroom, to look at evidence and then to infer upon that evidence. In fact, that's what people are doing in any court case, actually. Both sides are doing that. They're in dispute. One side is saying, I infer this. One side is saying, I infer the opposite. And here is the evidence. And the jury makes a decision. Anyway, it was very clear to me that because he was weak on the case and didn't know anything, he wanted out of debating the evidence altogether. He didn't want to talk about the degraded prince who says, so what? So what? What do you mean, so what? I'm trying to tell you why there is just as much evidence here. The evidence.
Yo. Sorry, I gotta pause it for this comment. Yo, that's funny. That's a good one. That's a good one. I gotta call Jesse on fire. I know he talks. He talked to him a couple times. Thank you. I love the morning laughs. I hope some of you guys got a laugh out of that too.
That you say is enough to say that he did it. To say that he was set up as a patsy. I'm trying to prove my claim, but he said, nope, let's go to a new phase. And it was, the next phase was very reminiscent to me of when you learn a new vocab word and you just want to use it. It was like a term he had just learned yesterday or something. And that term was positive evidence. He just thought that if I keep saying it, people at home will think I'm really smart and intellectual. And frankly, it just came across as bizarre. Like this is just a little bit of him saying positive evidence.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
This would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that,
okay.
right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence.
Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Again, they don't even have positive evidence that Tyler Robinson was at UVU, that he was on the premises.
That he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because, you know.
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
And we cannot say.
Even that, he keeps saying positive evidence. Guys, remember, from day one, they were telling us that Tyler Robinson did this because he hated Charlie Kirk, because he was a gay leftist who had a lover that was a gay transferee. But then all of a sudden, you see the testimony from Lance Twiggs, the person that whose testimony this whole case is riding on. And he says that Tyler Robinson never spoke about Charlie Kirk, that he wasn't into politics, that he wasn't into politics either. So that right there just completely destroys the motive. That is positive evidence that the people that were pushing the narrative, the people that were promoting the alleged motive, that's positive evidence that the motive was bullshit, and that all these people that were peddling that bullshit were completely full of shit. So now we have to ask ourselves, since we have positive evidence, why were they lying? Why are they still lying? They came out, you had Jack Posobiec, Benny Johnson, Brandon Tatum, all say that they saw it happen in 4K on that Friday, the last day of the preliminary hearing, that they watched it in 4K, that it was so hard to watch from that other angle, seeing him pull the trigger, seeing Tyler Robinson. And they lied. They lied. Why? And how do we know that they lied? Because we had a source that was inside the courtroom. Again, Brandy Siciliani. And yeah, I'll definitely play that interview. I got to find that part of that. There's no transcript on that video for some reason, but I'll find the clip where she talks about it. You know, like you don't pick and choose when sources count and when they don't count, which is what Andrew Wilson is trying to do. He's trying to like debunk Candace, saying, well, you have sources, but you won't tell us who they are. Well, yeah, you're not supposed to. That's called journalistic integrity. Like, the guy just doesn't know what he's talking about. He just came on there, just talking out of his ass, just talking out of both sides of his mouth, completely full of shit, no knowledge of the case whatsoever. Got smoked in front of the entire world. The entire world. And then he goes back on his show and just goes back to talking shit. Like, man, I got all this evidence. Oh, just wait. They're done. They're done. Stu Peters is fucked. All these people, they're done. They're done. It's like, bro, just quit. Just quit. Just take the L like a man.
For certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see
there's
pulled.
no positive evidence. Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is? She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything.
Genuinely, like, it was maddening. I just like, just stop saying that term. You do not sound smart. You don't need positive evidence for your opinions. You just don't. You're like, hey, I think chicken sandwiches are better than cheeseburgers. But what's your positive evidence? But I just think that. Well, what's your you have to have positive evidence. How would I have to have positive evidence for me receiving a threat and me taking it to the authorities? Could you imagine if the world worked like that? Like, you receive a threat and someone's like, hey, you should know if this person's plotting to kill you. And you go to the police station and you're like, here's the person who told me this. He's going to kill me. And the police are like, well, what's your positive evidence My positive evidence, I'm reporting the threat, officer. I don't know how. I want you to do your job now and go figure out if this is viable. They're telling me this. Well, what's your positive evidence? My positive evidence is me coming to you with the evidence that I have and expecting you to investigate it because that's your duty. I mean, that limitation.
Yo, and as I said, she freaking walked him like a dog. Just totally smoked him. Hold on, I got to blow this one up. Yeah. Guys, I'm actually pretty proud of this one. I wish Candace played this one on her show. People had told me that she was pulling up some of her favorite memes. I guess this one didn't get to her. Maybe because I didn't put text on it. I probably should have given it a caption. But I think that if Candace Owens saw this image, that she definitely would have enjoyed it. I know a lot of other people did because I put it out. I've seen a bunch of people use it. I used it twice. But the cope is real. We got Shifty again, $20. Thank you very much. I love your night show. I work nights, so this is perfect. Bays, did you see the text message analysis by Candace? Lack of capital letters at the beginning of sentences. Android and Apple does AutoCap to start sentences. No, I did not see it yet, but I can't wait. I think that, again, guys, just think about it. If Andrew Wilson really has this message, it means that somebody gave it to him because they don't want to put it out themselves. I think that Andrew Wilson is getting used. I think that he is in a really bad situation. I don't think he realizes what he got himself into, and I think he's really going to pay for it later. More than he already is with, making a fool of himself in front of the world and being the laughing stock of the internet. I think it is going to get worse for him before it gets better. I could be wrong, but at this point in time, that is just my personal opinion. And it's so crazy that this guy showed up with Steven Crowder's team. I mean, I'm not really surprised, but damn. And look, here he is right after the debate, coping with Crowder.
We all know that there are people who will agree with you. And by the way, PBD's crowd mostly thought you won. We'll bring up our own poll. But you know that there are people who will already agree with you no matter what, people who will agree with her no matter what. Then there are some who have ears to hear, eyes to see. How do you think that needle will be moved from today?
I think it's the beginning of a snowball effect.
Okay.
So now that she's been challenged, I think, and had to give an accounting for the evidence, did a very poor job. I think that more of them will feel compelled to do more of these debates, or at least I'm hoping so. And I think that that'll create the snowball effect. At least that's what I'm hoping. But ultimately, there wasn't a need to push back too much on too many things because
I'm just going to cut him off right here for a second because, I mean, come on. We know that everything both these guys saying is complete bullshit. Yes, the walking him like a dog meme, that is my favorite too. And not just because I made it. Yes, I was the one to make that image. And I really, really am proud of that one. I might, you know what? I'm not going to lie because I've been thinking about getting some artwork. I might get that one made to look like a sketch. Chat, put a 1 in the chat if you think this is a good idea. Should I get that image made to look like a sketch and hang it on my wall? I will do it until Andrew Wilson takes down the image that he has of Bruce Campbell because I don't think that he deserves it. What do you guys think? Should I get this image made to look like a sketch and hang it on my wall? Put a 1 in the chat if you want to see that. I'm sure it won't cost that much money. Actually, I should find somebody that can actually draw and get it made for real. Get some real art. I'll hang it up right here. Right here. Maybe I'll even tilt the camera a little bit so you get a better shot. Put it on a shirt? I don't know if I'm allowed to put it on a shirt. I don't know if that's allowed. Maybe I could find a way to do it. They may try to sue you. Can they sue me if I? No, it's art. They can't. They could sue me if I put it on a shirt. I don't think they could sue me if I put it on a wall. I might have to do it. Shifty again, $5. Thank you very much. This was regarding courtroom texts, an indication that they were sent from a computer and translated from a foreign language. Oh, I got to look into that. I would not be surprised at all. But yeah, we might have to hang that one up, folks. All right, let's listen to the rest of what these jerk-offs had to say.
Just admitted that she didn't have any evidence for anything. Well, that was, where do you go from there? You're like, hey, do you have any evidence for that? And they're like, no. She went back on all of her claims. And so, like, where do you go from there? In other words, there was nowhere I needed to go to demonstrate what it was I was trying to demonstrate, which is that these people have lots and lots of claims. And the second they're confronted with them, they back off on all of them. Every single time. Her sources, what a joke that was. My sources told me. Well, what validates your sources? The fact that I've released some, footage and stuff. Yeah. How would that validate your sources in these things? That makes no sense at all.
The funny part is Steven Crowder does the same thing. He does the same thing. He gets sources that give him information to push the narrative in the Fed slot. And he knows it too. Look at his face. That's why he's just like, yeah, he's just moving it along. Because if he doubles down on that opinion, then he's going to get called out too. But Candace at least brings receipts. And I can't wait to see if they could really deliver on the receipt for that steakhouse. I don't think Candace would be referencing it if she can't. Because that's going to be a big one. That's going to be a huge factor in whether or not the prosecution can prove their own timeline that already has more holes in it than Swiss cheese. I mean, there's no excuse. There is zero excuse in the world why the prosecution should have presented evidence of altered footage when trying to convict Tyler Robinson. There's no justification for that. Give the raw footage. Same thing with Terrell Farnsworth. Why couldn't he just give the whole SD card? Why does he have to give an edited version of the footage? That doesn't make sense. That's not honest. That's not how our justice system should work. They shouldn't be playing these games. The defense should have access to all of the evidence. You know, even the FBI has been working so that the defense doesn't have access to all the evidence. Why? Like, these are serious questions.
I think ultimately I'm sure that there's going to be some negative clips about me, especially pushed by the Owens people. But ultimately,
I'm going to do some negative clips on you, but that's just for funsies.
Of course. But ultimately, she didn't have anything. She had nothing. She literally had nothing. And so what made this an easy debate for me was that she
had nothing but the knowledge off the top of her head of all of the charges that Tyler Robinson is facing. And you couldn't name one. You couldn't name one. All you had was Steven Crowder's team setting you up to make a fool out of yourself in front of the entire world.
Fucking have nothing. Like, what do you want me to do?
Like, the level of denial and the level of cope that we're seeing, it's just insane. You know? I know I played this one the other day, but I'm going to play it again real quick because I think it's pertinent. Uh-oh. Did I lose the stream? No, we're still here. All right. I thought we got disconnected for a second.
Yes. So when he's first spotted on campus, he has different clothing on, and then he changes clothing on the roof, and then changed back into that clothing at some point, so that when he was apprehended, when he was arrested, the clothing matched the clothing he had on before the shooting here at UVU. Yes.
Now think about it. They're in front of a podium right now. You got Kash Patel, director of the FBI, right behind him. And they're trying to say that he changed his clothing on the roof. That was their official timeline. That was their official order of events in the beginning. Now, think about this. We now know that that is complete bullshit. And they're just saying that they had that wrong. But if it wasn't for Candace Owens and other investigative journalists that are doing the work themselves and putting in the hours and the time and the work trying to find out the truth, they'd still be trying to pass that story off. They'd still be trying to tell us that Tyler Robinson got changed on the roof. How does this factor into your evidence, Andrew? Yo, you can't even make it up. You really can't. All right, let's lighten the mood a little bit. Let's see what my boy Jesse on Fire had to say yesterday.
Last night, and she super chatted him $50 and just said, "Here's some of Andrew's money."
Oh, that's so funny.
Oh man, oops, that's coming later, guys. That is not okay. That's not what we were referencing. All right, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna move over here. Okay, we are gonna take a look at this, and then, oops, gosh, man, what do you do? Oh, there it is. We're gonna look at this, and we're gonna look at this. But first, we're gonna do this. So this is the roof shot that we are talking about that Heavy Duty Country showed on his viral video, and check this out. See if you notice anything that would be a challenge for a shooter from the roof of the Losee building. This is serious. Watch.
All right, so we're on the roof of the Losee Center building. Hope you all appreciate the lengths we've gone to try and get to the facts and the truth in this Charlie Kirk investigation.
Is that Muppet Masher? I didn't see this yet.
The person doing this is risking a little bit. Just gives you an idea how big those rocks are.
Yeah, that is
first
Muppet.
level.
Shout out to
This is where
Muppet
the
Masher.
screwdriver was found, apparently later on after they removed it out of the bush. This goes on to the second level. He was more to the left of this, but we'll get there in a minute. So this gravel here is apparently very tightly compact, doesn't leave footprints. That's the ledge. And moving over towards where he would have been lying in a prone position. Around about here. You can see the courtyard straight down there. Everybody on that Hall of Flags rooftop walkway would have seen him. That's how high the lip is, and you would have had to have your back.
Yo, and shout out to Lala Andrews, because that's exactly what she said. She said that Officer Bagley, that he was positioned on the Hall of Flags, and that if Tyler Robinson or anybody was really on the roof of the Losee Center, that Officer Bagley would have seen him. I got to see if I can find that clip, because she said that in the interview that I did with her a couple weeks ago. Yo, Lala is on point. I actually have a clip of her and Carman covering the debate, which I'm going to get into in a little bit too. But I just wanted to point that out, because that's really important. Because Lala said that on my show a couple weeks ago.
Barrel on that lip. There's no.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Let me just.
I'm sorry, would
pause
have
something real quick.
seen him.
This is a man, right?
That's how high the lip is, and you would have had.
What on earth is going on with his fingernails? Those are manicured on the thumb and the pinky, but not the other fingers.
Well, I don't know if it was actually Muppet Masher on the roof. I think he was just narrating the video. Yo, leave it to Jesse to spot this, though, and call that shit out. Look at how confused he looks. It's so funny. He looks so confused. Yeah, I love Jesse. He is the man. I cannot wait. I cannot wait until tomorrow when he goes live with Didi. Guys, I don't know what time that's going to be, but I'm definitely going to be covering that after. I'm definitely going to be watching that because I think they're going to be going live before me, and I will definitely have some clips. Wait, so Scotty's saying no, it was him? They're saying that Muppet was the one filming? I don't know. This is the first time I'm seeing this. Like I said, I woke up at 3 a.m. I decided I was going to go live, and I just got a couple of clips together, like from different creators that I know, and was like scrolling around, like trying to find points. And I saw that Jesse and Dan both had videos with something going on the roof, and that was all that I knew. All right, that was all that I knew. I didn't watch this. I didn't, Scotty saying that he tried to get me to watch this. He must have been messaging me yesterday when I was sleeping. But let's keep going.
Am I imagining that? That is really weird. Almost looks like someone was going to dip their fingernail into something and then, you know what I mean? I need to cut my nail. It's not even that bad. It's bad enough that it's probably going to cut my training partners if I don't do it, though. So I'm going to. But yeah, the only reason I would ever see a man have nails like that would be because they are secretly going to certain kinds of clubs at night, or
yo, Jesse's conspiracy theory mind is just going off. Like the second he saw those hands and saw those nails, he just got totally thrown off track. He's like, yo, what's up with those nails? Is he doing something he shouldn't be doing? Is he going to a certain type of club? Like, what's going on? Jesse, focus. We got to pay attention to the roof and the trajectory and what he can see. We'll get back to the nails later.
and that's crazy. Who would advertise like that? But they're manicured. That is so weird. Sorry to derail this conversation, but that's weird.
Had to have your
I'm not
barrel
sorry.
on that lip. There's no other way around it. That's his view he would have had. And you can see how tall the lip is.
He's on a side quest.
He's absolutely right. You would have to have your barrel on the lip. And unless I'm imagining what I saw in the supposed video with the guy in the big black parka jacket, didn't seem like he was that close. And it also didn't seem like he had a rifle barrel over the edge. But
Yo, I spoke to Blake Bednarz too. And he said that he's like, there's no way that he could have made that shot. Lala said the same thing, that the way that the trajectory is from the roof to where Charlie was sitting, that like just the angle isn't right. People have been saying this the entire time. People that have been on the scene, people that know the area, that have done real investigative journalist work. And the more people that get involved, the more information that we get out, the more footage, the more facts, the more we realize that there's just no way that the narrative is true. And that's why if Andrew Wilson does have any evidence, it's getting dumped on him to put out, because whoever has it and wants it out doesn't want their name on it because they know that it's bullshit. So he's just volunteering to be the guy that's going to end up falling on the sword, because he's going to be putting out, he's currently promoting what is probably not credible evidence. And I hope he doesn't get himself in trouble with whatever he's doing.
But there is another thing to consider that is very important. I'm going to let him finish, though.
And then they're out of here before they get arrested. And they're not jumping off the roof. Thank you very much for getting this video.
I'm not sure what he means by they're not jumping off the roof. However, one thing that I will point out.
Well, he did say at the end, thank you very much for getting me this video, which means that was not him on the roof and he was just narrating it.
Is you can't know for 100% sure that that was there on September 10th, given that it's been a year. The likelihood it wasn't is very slim to zero. But I'm just going to point out that this is a year later. Who knows? You know what I mean? That's what I would say if I was Tyler Robinson. I'm sorry.
Well, no. If Jesse's saying right now that we don't know if the lip was there a year ago, we should be able to find out, because if they did any kind of changes like that, that would be documented construction. Like that would be documented. There should be paperwork that can let us know one way or the other if any of those types of modifications were done in the last year. So, that's something that we can verify.
If I was trying to argue this in court and I was going to point to any kind of uncertainty in that evidence, I would say, well, how do we know that that was like that 1 year ago? If they say, yeah, it hasn't changed, then you go, all right, well, that's a wrap then. That seems like that's a wrap, because that seems like that shot would be not possible from the position that he was in, given that lip is right there. I don't know what other conclusion you could make, but I mean, listen, at the end of the day, the reason I didn't cover this immediately is because it's like, do we really need more, do we really need more evidence that it's extremely unlikely that Tyler Robinson shot him, or was even, who knows if he was even on the roof of the Losee building? And if he was on the Losee building, who knows if he even had a rifle? Who knows if that's even where Charlie was shot from? Who knows if Charlie was even shot? Who knows if he's, you know what I mean? The unknowns are overwhelming. However, that puts a huge, huge hole in the shot from the Losee building, period. But let's check this one out too, because you can check this out. So this says prosecution caught mirroring Tyler Robinson's stairway camera footage. Okay. Court footage shows level 2 descending on the stairs on the right side of the video. In reality, the stairs are on the left side. Okay. They not only compressed the video to look skinnier, they reversed it on the stairs. Why? All right. So let's watch this together. Check this out.
All right, you guys, we caught the feds in another lie. So this is level 3, parking level 3 at UVU, where they have Tyler Robinson coming around the corner, coming down the stairwell. There's the camera right over here. But in the Fed version of their footage.
Okay, so that does put a dent in what we covered last week, where it was on Candace's episode, where she said, we were talking about whether that's Lance, because Lance is left-handed, and showed that clip. And it appeared that the person put their hand into their left pocket, their left hand into their left pocket, but it was reversed. But again, that means nothing. I grab my phone with I'm right-handed. I grab my phone with my left hand all the time. And for him, that would be vice versa. You throw your phone in your pocket.
Well, at this point, whether or not the person was a righty or lefty is kind of an afterthought, because we need justification. Why would the prosecution present evidence that is altered footage? We already have the weirdness going on with the parking lot footage, like the compression with the footage from the parking lot, where the cars all look small, the person looks smaller. Candace presents another image that doesn't have that compression, and the individual does not look like Tyler Robinson. Why would the prosecution present altered footage as evidence? I feel like it should all, I don't know. How does it not get thrown out? It's just weird.
I mean, I think I'm actually almost equally likely to have it in one or the other pocket. I don't even think I favor my right pocket necessarily for my phone. I probably do. I don't know. I've never thought about it.
This stairwell, which is actually on the left, on their version, it's on the right. So they have completely reversed this image. And not only have they reversed the image, they have also doctored the timestamps, because if you reverse the image, the timestamps would be reversed as well. So something may adding up here. Here's level 2, proving that the stairwell is actually on the.
Whoa. Okay. That's weird. Because I mean, unless the security footage is always mirrored and so it would show on the other side, what possible reason would there be for it to be flipped? And if you flip it in like editing software, yeah, I mean, if you mirror it, then the timestamp, which is stamped at the top. I mean, I guess it's possible that in the security footage you can choose to mirror it, and then the timestamp would remain the same. But why would you do that? What possible reason would you do that? Why would you mirror security footage? And also, why is there not a single clear shot of his face? Let me tell you something real quick. This is just a quick aside. Okay. So I get it, right? Like, I get it that sometimes security footage is kind of janky, whatever. I don't, like with cheap ass places, paying for like low resolution video. I don't even know. I don't even know if that's even accurate anymore.
Yo, Jesse's side quests are the best though. Like, I love the way that his mind works. And when he thinks of stuff and then he comes up with his own analogies, because I'm a big analogy guy. I use analogies all the time. And sometimes I go a little off topic with my analogies. But he's the best because he starts going, and then he goes a little further. And it's always entertaining. And especially if you know Jesse, and you know the way that he thinks, you realize that what he's saying makes a lot of sense. Like he could have an analogy where he goes totally off topic and it makes sense. And it's just really funny and it's really entertaining. And I think that that's a big part of the reason why that he's so unique and successful. This guy's the man.
But what I do know is that I used to work, okay, one of my most recent jobs before I started doing this full time was I worked at a company whose name I will omit just out of respect for people who might, whatever. But it was a very, very, very large satellite data company. Defense contractors, just had a lot of defense contracts. But what we did was we provided satellite imaging, some of it classified, some of it not, some of it, industrial farming, some of it for traders, some of it for military, whatever. So I know a lot about image, like what type of resolution is possible, because in the satellite imaging business, in the private sector, which is where we were, you are only allowed to have resolution up to a certain level of, certain definition. So when I asked, what's the military allowed to have, and they're like, well, think about it like this. Think about if you took the Hubble telescope, or the Hubble telescope that takes pictures, right, of like galaxies that are like light years away. And they're like, and imagine you just turned it around and faced it towards Earth. And I'm like, that sounds like that would be pretty good. They're like, you could pull a business card out of your pocket and be reading it like this, and they would be able to read the cell phone number in the bottom left corner if it's visible without your fingers from space. It's like, wow. And yet on UVU, not that they would have the equivalent of the Hubble telescope on their campus, but what I am trying to illustrate is that the idea that you would have zero identifiable images of a suspect who committed a murder like this, where you can see their face, is absurd and crazy town. It's just crazy. It doesn't make any sense.
He's 100% right. There is no excuse in the world why they could be charging somebody with murder and not have a single image of the guy's face, especially in 2026 with all of the flock cameras, all the surveillance that we have, the fact that this happened at a freaking college, a college that I believe is known for its tech, at least to some degree. It's like, how do they not have any images? Now, getting back to my point earlier, because I had told you guys that Lala was on my show and she was talking about the trajectory and Officer Bagley being on the Hall of Flags and how she would have been able to see him. He should have been able to see him on the roof. I actually have that clip. I don't know if this is the same one that talks about the trajectory, but I might be able to find that one too. But hold on, let me get this up real quick. Huh?
That when you said Gary went to UVU and that's what made him think that it really was a rifle, and then his whole entire narrative changed, like that's weird to me because, as you know, I went to UVU and lived in Orem for 10 years. And when me and Carman went back to revisit the entire crime scene, we went to the Hall of Flags, we went to the Losee Center, and that is going to the Hall of Flags and standing where Officer Bagley was on special assignment and showed up there at work at 11 a.m. So he would have been standing there by 11:30, which is about an hour before Tyler Robinson. I think they said that they have camera footage of him going over the railing, jumping over the railing at like 8 minutes before 11:23 or 12:23, where they say that the shot was taken. So you're trying to tell me that he's standing directly across from the fourth tier of the Losee Center and that he didn't see him lying prone? I just don't believe it. It's literally like all you can see. It's staring right at you. Where they said the atrium and the fourth tier rooftop, like it's staring right at you. There's no way you didn't see it. So like that's what made me start thinking like Officer Bagley might be lying, because he's also the guy that went down to the courtyard and found the handgun holster and was like, oh, this isn't evidence, it must be a rifle, I know where it's going to be, at the Losee Center. And then he goes directly to the Losee Center, exactly where he was staring at, and his camera dies immediately while approaching the disturbed gravel and the screwdriver that he says was there, but we don't have any evidence that it was there because his camera footage died. And his camera, isn't it designed to last like 12 hours?
Yeah.
And so if he came to work at 11 and that must
it's unlikely that it died. And also, didn't he testify that he forgot who was on the roof with him? And that I think Candace talked about that yesterday. She got the picture of him on the roof and then a picture of the other person that was with him, and then ID'd him.
Yeah, he said that there was another detective that was walking with him that he was trying to omit the entire time. And then
so wild. Look at it. And she even
Kathy Nestor cross-examined him, and then she already knew who it was. So she called him out with the name of the detective that was next to him. And he was like, yeah, they were also with me. But he tried to omit that information. Why? Officer Bagley is just going to get like completely eviscerated, I feel like, in cross-examination, because there's something about what he's saying that I just don't trust. You know, you were staring at the Losee Center rooftop. And then also, doesn't he report to what was the chief's name again? What was the chief's name that was responsible?
Chief Long?
Yeah, Chief Long.
Chief Long was the one that said that he had Brian Harpole covered and that he was going to get a guy.
Right, yeah, but it turned out that it was Dan Flood that was actually messaging. Those text messages that Brian Harpole had shown on Sean Ryan were actually Dan Flood's text messages, and not.
Interesting. Wait. Right? Is that true?
I'm pretty sure Candace said that. I'm pretty sure.
If that's true, that's wild. Because then how come Brian Harpole wasn't talking about the messages Charlie was sending to Dan Flood, saying that he thought they were going to kill him?
Well, don't take me for that for word. I believe I heard that, and I believe I heard that from Candace. But since you watch Candace every day, and you said that you didn't hear that, so I'm not sure.
Cut that part out. I don't watch Candace every day. I don't watch anybody every day anymore. I used to, but I don't have time anymore.
I'm pretty sure Candace covered that.
Now, there's also another clip that I found from another interview that I did with Lala, where she talks about this. Talking about the trajectory itself. Let me get this spot ready too.
Let me tell you another thing. So I went to the crime scene twice. My mom lives in Orem. I told you I went to UVU. So I went to the crime scene twice. One thing the one point that people are missing is that Charlie was in the tent in the outdoor amphitheater, which is concaved. So it's like in the ground, like it's not super, super deep, but it's like, you have the ground level and then you have steps that go down. And Charlie was under a tent in those steps. So like when you're right in front of the tent, you can see Charlie. But if you're on a rooftop with a rifle angled down from like a prone position and you're angling down, you're not going to be able to see Charlie under the tent. You see what I'm saying? Because it's concave. So if, in my opinion, if somebody really shot Charlie from a rifle, it would have gone through the top of the tent, wouldn't it have? Because if you look at, I actually have a picture.
I was actually thinking about that too, because I was looking at pictures the other day, and like Charlie was sitting on a pretty big platform. Like his chair was on top of a platform. Like you're 100% right. He was pretty highly elevated. And if the person was
No,
aiming from a roof,
he wasn't elevated. He was underneath like the ground level because the amphitheater was concaved.
But he was also sitting on, like, his chair was on top of something.
I'm trying to find the picture.
Yeah, I don't know how that trajectory would have looked from the roof.
I took a picture of it. I'm trying to find it.
All right, while you find it, I'll read this. I just got another super. $20 from Dale. Thank you very much. Welcome back, Lala. Appreciate your candor. Is that supposed to be candor? What do you think of them making a big deal out of calling Mikey McCoy amazing? Gives me the heebies. Yes, that's another theory going around, that Mikey was truly devastated, and that all this, the amazing Mikey McCoy, he was a leader, like trying to talk him up, was, just to, I don't know if it's a manipulation tactic or.
I never thought Mikey was that amazing, to be honest with you. He's kind of like very unrememberable.
Yeah,
unmemorable. He's nothing to write home about. He's not very exciting. When you see him in person, he's just kind of like not very memorable. So I don't know about
what about the famous Blake Neff? Did you have any interactions with him?
No, I never had interactions with him. He always just kind of gave me.
He seems like a creep.
I've seen him like at events, and I've seen him from afar, but I never liked his commentary. I always thought that he was, just not really.
Is it true that during the election that he said something crazy and they pulled the stream from YouTube or something? I heard that online. I didn't know if that was true though.
He's honestly, he always just is like, he's very like intolerant, like, which is fine because like I'm intolerant with a lot of stuff too. I don't think we should be tolerating a lot of this like radical leftist stuff, but
no, I don't need.
He's just kind of like an uppity asshole, and he doesn't really have any like rope to be like such a pretentious.
Yeah, Lala is the best. I gotta have her on again. And I'm paying attention to the chat. And yeah, I mean, Lala worked with them. She knew Charlie. She worked for TPUSA. She was a part of Blexit, and I believe she worked in headquarters for a little bit after Charlie was killed. So yeah, it's definitely personal for her. And she's objective. She doesn't pull punches. And I speak to her pretty frequently, and she gets really upset when she sees how people take things out of context, and when she sees just how politicized this whole thing has gotten. Like, she's a very good person, and she really cares about the case. So much so that, even herself talking about it publicly, she's very careful with who she speaks to also and does shows with. Like, she's not just trying to, she could be doing the whole circuit. She could be working with everybody. There are a lot of big creators that would love to have her on, but she's cautious about who she works with for that reason, is because she just wants the truth, and she wants to work with people that care about the truth and that are in this for the right reasons. And she doesn't want to take chances with people. Shout out to Lala. Every time I work with her, it's a blessing. It really is. She's one of those people that I've gotten to meet since getting into this space, and I'm just so happy that I know her and that I could call her a friend. And I actually have, where is it? Yeah, you know what?
Gun.
Let's play a little more Lala.
She's explicitly named Matt Robinson.
Let's hear what she had to say about the whole debate.
As someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
Okay. So what this basically shows is that there are multiple prints that are on this rifle, including Tyler Robinson's father, plus 4 other people. And out of all 4 of those, Tyler Robinson's prints were the most degraded, which means, was he even the last to touch the gun? What do you think?
Right. He couldn't have been the last one to touch the gun if his prints were the most degraded, unless I don't know. Like, I don't know much about firearms, but based off of what I am hearing, it sounds like she said, that this proves more to her point that it could be a possible cover up, or that he could be a patsy. Now, I think both sides don't have enough evidence on each side to say either or. Me personally, I do think that I'm on the side of the people who are saying, well, we at the very least need to ask more questions, because like the state has not proven their case. They have a couple things that work in their benefit. Like right now, the text messages work in their benefit, because if they're saying that these are legit text messages, you do have a confession. But, can we prove that these text messages were written by Tyler Robinson? You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like, and then on Candace Owens' side, it's like she has the point of saying like, hey, his prints were the most degraded. So me being the person that's saying that this doesn't make sense, that does work in her favor, saying that the prints were the most degraded. So I think that like both sides don't have enough evidence. It's really too early. And I know we want answers. So people are trying to make it like this is like what it is. But I think in this argument, Candace, she destroyed him as far as
I honestly, I think Candace destroyed Andrew. And I mean, when it comes to the prints, that's not even the only problem with the bolt action rifle, right? There was also dust and debris found in the chamber of the gun. So if you're shooting the gun, wouldn't the debris come out with the gun? Andrew says that it's very common that if you have an old pistol, you shoot it one time, that the debris could still stay in there. But wouldn't you think that if he was trying to assassinate Charlie Kirk or any person, he would be practicing with that gun over and over again, because it is an old rifle? You're trying to tell me that he never used the gun before this point, and then this is the gun that he used to assassinate Charlie Kirk, and he hits him in the neck with just one shot? It doesn't even make sense. Like, he would have had to have practiced with that gun, so there wouldn't have been debris in there. You know what I'm saying? So it's not just that there's multiple fingerprints that are on that gun, multiple DNA that's on that gun, but it's also the fact that there's dust, there's debris, which would indicate that it hasn't been used in a while. My problem with the gun as well is that it was dropped off in the wooded area that was like maybe 3 feet away from the road. Remember, we went there, and I'll put a visual of it here attached to this video so people can see it. But it's literally like a foot away from the street. So if you...
Yeah, that's another thing. For those of you that didn't see, let me get to the right side. For those of you that didn't see, Lala and Carman, during the preliminary hearing, they were investigating the scene, and they found like a secret staircase behind one of the houses right near UVU that they believed was how how the person that they claimed to be Tyler Robinson got away after jumping off of the roof, which that was a really interesting video. Blake Bednar's actually hopped on the live that me and Lala did covering that and presented his own footage, but we're not going to get into that today. Let's keep going.
Or Tyler Robinson, who communicated in the Discord chat and in messages that you wanted to get away with this crime. That's why you're staking out to wait for the police to leave so you can go recapture the gun. Why would you leave it like 3 feet away from the road if you didn't want it to get found? If you were actually had the intention of hiding the gun, you would do it further into that wooded area, but it was literally visible. It was almost like the person that left it in a position where they wanted it to be found, not in a position where they wanted to hide it and conceal it from being found. You know what I'm saying? And in addition to like that entire pathway that was behind the wooded area, you would have had pre-knowledge of that secret pathway that was there, that was directly across from that 4th-tier rooftop where the atrium is, the pathway that we found that led directly behind someone's backyard. That's not something like, there's no sidewalk there. So there isn't
it's so
like
wild that she did
traffic
that with
that's
heels.
happening in that area. Someone would have had to have known, someone that had intimate knowledge of the campus, someone that had intimate knowledge of that neighborhood would have had to know that path even existed to lead into private property. And that lead hasn't been, followed through either. Like, if Tyler Robinson lived 3 hours away, never went to UVU, and didn't really know the campus that well, how would he have known that there was a secret like pathway through the woods behind the wooded area where the rifle was found?
That's, I think, is a lot of things that you said here that like literally don't make sense. And I think because a lot of people, when you hear wooded area, you think like woods, like a bunch of trees, like it's a lot of trees, and they found them in this area where it was like, but that's just not what this area looked like. It's just a few feet back of like bushes. It's not, I wouldn't even, I guess you can describe it as a wooded area, but it's just a few bushes. And then there's like a hill, an incline, where I don't know, like, but my point too being that not only they're saying he allegedly hid it in this wooded area, and then he like camped out to try to get his gun back because obviously he knew they couldn't find the gun. But it just make no sense from that hidden pathway that we found. It's like, why would he not keep the gun? That's where I'm like lost at. Why would he hide the gun? He had to actually go past the pathway in order to hide that gun. Right. So it would have been quicker for him to go in. And you remember, we went into the pathway. It's like this pathway. I'm going
to add the video.
Carman's bringing up a really good point right now. Why would, if Tyler Robinson did this, right? Why would he go out of the way to stash the weapon when he already has his escape route? He already has a way out. He knows how he's getting out. Why would he go out of his way to hide the weapon in a random spot where he has to know that it would be found? That doesn't really make sense. That's a really good point. Chat, what do you guys think? Keep going.
Here. Yeah, we can pull it into here so you guys can understand what we're saying, but it's a pathway by this like wooded area, which is like a stairwell. It's not even just a pathway.
And it's secret, and it leads to private property.
Yes, and it leads directly up to private property, up into that residential area where he had allegedly fled to. And my question, my thought process is, why wouldn't he keep the gun? Because with this pathway, all he have to do is go up into this little wooded area and go to the left a little bit, and he would not, I want to repeat, he would not be visible to the streets at all. You can't see him. So it would have been like he could have broke the gun down there. It could have been so many things that could have happened in that one spot, because it took him all of 30 to 45 seconds to get to that spot from him falling off that rooftop. So it would make more sense for him if he fell off the rooftop. If they're saying he had a screwdriver, which I believe he left on a rooftop, which doesn't make sense for him to leave the screwdriver on the rooftop if he needs to still break down the gun. But first of all, there's no visible gun throughout this whole thing. We don't visibly see him with a gun whatsoever, like at all. Like we cannot make out a gun. Okay. So I think that's very...
Not only can you not make out a gun, but you can't even make out his face. And now seeing this new image, the new video that we just covered, where you see the lip on the rooftop, it seems highly, highly improbable that somebody would have taken that shot. I mean, just now factor in all the footage that we've seen so far today. You see the lip on the roof. We've seen the image of what the trajectory looks like. You've got testimony. Well, I mean, if you want to call it testimony, you have statements from Lala Andrews, who went to UVU. You know, like you got to remember, she didn't just work for Blexit and work for Charlie Kirk and cares about this case, but she actually attended the university. She knows it very well. And she said, knowing where the tent was set up, how it was set up, knowing like the trajectory of the rooftop, where they're saying it happened from, she's like, there's no way. There's no way. And if somebody was up there, then Officer Bagley on the whole, if he was stationed by the Hall of Flags, that he should have seen it and that other people would have seen it. So now you have more people getting involved that are presenting different evidence and different footage and their own testimony and statements of their own experiences with the area. And everybody's saying that there's no way. And now when you look at the evidence that they're presenting with the footage and the hidden staircase that they found, it's like he had the escape route. Why would he go out of his way to stash the weapon? It's just more questions, more anomalies, more actual evidence. Or how was Andrew Wilson? What was he saying? Do you have any actual positive evidence? Is there positive evidence? Well, Andrew, if you watch my show, I think you're going to see a lot of positive evidence. You know, it's like these people trying to say that we don't have actual evidence or actual positive evidence to believe what we believe. Like, are they really that dumb? Are they really that ignorant? Do they have that much cognitive dissonance? Are their heads really that deep in the sand? Or are they just that full of shit?
They're saying the video footage that was presented on the 4th and then the 4K video zoomed in on the 5th day of the preliminary trial. They're trying to say that you can clearly see in 4K that somebody was shooting the gun, but you can't. All you see is like a silhouette of a guy.
See a gun.
Yeah. They're going to say that we're using evidence gaps. Yeah, we're the ones using evidence gaps. Not the prosecution, not the feds, not TPUSA and Erica Kirk and everybody that's pushing this narrative that are so sure that Tyler Robinson did this as a lone shooter that they're promoting him getting put to death. They expedited this trial, by the way. Don't forget that. Erica Kirk personally had this trial expedited to speed things up, speed up the process. Why? He's already in jail, right? He's already in jail. Why would they feel the need to speed up the process? He's not going anywhere.
You don't even see a gun. That's my point. You don't even see the gun. So we have no evidence that he ever even had a gun on that rooftop. There's no evidence of him having a gun on that rooftop, not to mention that they never tested him for gunpowder residue. They never did it. It just never happened, you know? And like I said, I think visually being there and understanding, I think my main point for me that bothers me the most is visually going there and seeing that wooded area where it's that stairwell and you're literally tucked off from the road. Like people can't see you from the road. People can't see you from the houses. Like nobody can see you unless they're also in this area. So it just doesn't make sense that he hid the gun. It would make sense that he would have came up with a plan to break the gun down, you know, and then conceal the gun and then go up through that neighborhood like anything ever happened. And then he could have, like, it just seemed like it was a good like escape route, but it seems like this person was not trying to get away, that this person was indeed actually trying to get this gun found is what it doesn't seem like this is a person that was trying to get away. Like the whole thing looks like someone trying to get away when we redid the steps. I think we should like post that at some point so people can actually see the path.
I'm going to add the video in here so that people can see the location that the gun was dropped off at and was hidden in that wooden area. In that wooded area, it's like 3 feet away from the road. This is where you would drop a gun off if you want it to be found, especially when this hidden stairwell that's right behind into the wooded area up into that residential area is so hidden. It's so hidden off. It's so in the cut. Like you really could only find it if you knew it was there, if you had intimate knowledge of the campus, if you knew that this private property. This homeowner had this stairwell in their backyard. That's the only way that you would know that this leads to the campus. Why would someone leave it right by the road instead of walk it in deeper into that wooded area unless they wanted it to be found? That is the whole point. And you really don't know that unless you see it. And that's why we're going to drop the video here. But exactly. Like, so the whole thing, like, that doesn't make sense. And when you really go through the campus and you go through the timeline, it's like things just really don't add up. Like the whole pathway up to the Losee Center makes sense to me. You know, how they start at the Institute parking garage, they go up, you know, past Institute, past the Losee Center, up through the computer science building. That all
Even
makes
that
sense.
don't make sense. Even that, but no, because even part of that don't make sense, because if you are like, and another thing I was going to say, like, another reason why I don't buy this is because they don't have any earlier footage from a different day of him coming on campus. They just have this one day where they're saying he carved out this elaborate.
Yo, Carmen's making another good point too. That's another good point. You would think that if they're doing this investigation and they're so sure that it was Tyler Robinson, that they would go back and look back in the past and see if there were other points in time that Tyler Robinson, because he didn't go to that school. So wouldn't they search to see if they have other times that he was like investigating and checking out the area? Like they got all this ring cam footage from that day. Where's the ring cam footage or the footage from UVU on other days leading up to September 10th, where you see Tyler Robinson planning everything out? Because he would have had to have had a lot of intimate knowledge of the area. He would have had to go in there with the plan and understanding exactly what he was going to do and how he was going to do it. Wouldn't they have footage of him in the days and weeks leading up to September 10th? Showing that he was there, showing more actual evidence that he was there planning this? We haven't seen any of that. Like, you don't even have a piece of footage that could definitively identify him at UVU that day. Like, you don't just need it for that day. You should have it for the other days and weeks leading up. I don't know, chat. What do you guys think? And guys, do me a favor. Please make sure you give them a follow at New Black America on YouTube. Also, it's Lala the Jedi. She has a new YouTube channel. I don't know if she's actually started putting content out yet on her own. New Black America is her channel with Carman Jayce. You could also follow them on Instagram. I believe that's the platform that they're the busiest on. Lala the Jedi and Carman Jayce. I definitely want to have them on. I've never actually spoken to Carman. I talk to Lala all the time, but I definitely want to have a collaboration with both of them. I'm actually going to hit her up today and see if I can plan that for the near future, because I'm telling you, every time I have a conversation with Lala, it's great. And there have been so many times that we've spoken and I'm like, damn, I wish this was live. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we'll talk, we'll have conversations, and it's always a great show. I've never had a bad show with Lala. We've done like, I think 4 already. You know, she's definitely a frequent collaborator. But I definitely want to have Carman on too. So please make sure you give them a follow. And also, if you haven't already, please like and subscribe to my channel as well. Please like this video. I know a lot of you guys I'm seeing in the chat are happy that I'm live right now. This is not my typical time slot to be going on. It's not really a busy time slot. But listen, if you guys like me going live at this time and I can pull up the numbers to justify it, I'll start doing it more often, at least once a week. I would love to have at least one day a week where I have like especially if I could map it out and I could do it consistently, where I have one day a week during the week where I go on like really early in the morning before everybody's on. I would definitely do it. But like I said, the numbers have to make sense. If I get the views and the numbers make sense, I'll do it more often. But for now, I mean, nighttime seems to be working for me. But I do want to give you guys a treat. So the other day, I did an interview with Brandy Siciliani, and it was members only. And I'm going to be putting out the interview to the public on Thursday afternoon. Maybe I'll do it Thursday morning if you guys want. If you guys are typically up and you guys are going to watch it, I was going to do it around noon. Maybe I'll do it a lot earlier. But I'm going to go run to the bathroom real quick and make some hot coffee. So, because I'm just getting started, guys. Don't worry. I plan on doing a long live today. So I'm going to give you guys a little sneak peek of the interview that I did with Brandy. I'm not sure what part of the interview. I'm just hitting a random timestamp because there's not a transcript on this for some reason. But I'm just going to play this for a couple minutes, and I will be right back.
He said, no, no, no. We would ask him, like, are you sure? Like, we can, like, give you a platform to, like, you know, you can speak. Like, so done with him after that. I was like, what are you talking about?
Me
You
too.
literally ran on this, that you were going to drain the swamp and arrest the people that were involved in the Epstein files. And so that really just made me be like, no, it's not left versus right. It's the elites that are controlling our world and they're being protected. And I wanted no part of it anymore. I was the left or the right. I just want someone that's honest and has integrity and actually wants to fight for the truth and be a good person. And I was fooled by Donald Trump. I really was.
I was too. And I think a lot of people are. And, you know, it's like the old saying goes, it's way easier to fool somebody than it is to convince somebody that they've been fooled. And it's really sad and it's really true. But we've already been going for 90 minutes. I'm not trying to keep you here all night, but there is another segment that I want us to try to get deep in if you have time. And you had to know that I was going to bring this up and save it for last.
Okay, what is it?
Recently, you interviewed an individual that, listen, I've been a little suspicious of, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
What can you tell me about your interview with Hunter Kozak?
So I just want to set something straight because there was a couple of other podcasters that did an X Space, and they were saying on this X Space that, and I thought these people were my friends, maybe not friends, but I thought I was cool with them, right? And I'm like, if you have a problem with something that I've done, like talk to me directly. Don't do this on an X Space. But they said they thought it was highly inappropriate that Billy and I met up with Hunter Kozak at a bar, which we did not, by the way. Me and Billy have been asking Hunter to do an interview with us since November. And he said, no, no, no. We would ask him, like, are you sure? Like, we can, like, give you a platform to, like, you know, you can speak your truth of what actually happened. We're not going to attack you. We just want to ask you questions and hear it from your perspective, right? And he kept saying no. And then literally recently he goes, I will, you know, I'll meet up with you guys, but I don't want to talk about Charlie Kirk, but like, I would just like to, like, at least get to know you guys. And Billy and I were like, okay, this is an opportunity for us to meet Hunter, maybe gain his trust. You know, like, we're not like slimy journalists. We're not going to report things that aren't true. Like, let's just meet up with him. And he lives, you know, down in the Provo area. We live more north and like more of the Salt Lake area. So we agreed on this bowling alley that was kind of in the middle of both of us, of all of us. And we met up with him. And we said that on our interview because we're not trying to hide anything. And these two podcasters on this X Space were like, that was highly inappropriate that they went and got drinks with him at a bar. And I'm like, okay, if Hunter Kozak said, hey, do you want to meet at a bowling alley? You're going to tell me that you're going to say no. No, you're not. Like, what? So we met up with him, talked to him. We were like, okay, so Hunter knows us now. Maybe he'll be more comfortable doing an interview with us. Then a month or so later, he was like, I'll do an interview with you guys if I can interview you both individually, because he is making a video about his experience through all of this, how he's been attacked online, his personal experience, yada, yada, yada. But like, he wants to interview conspiracy theorists and like, he wanted to understand our mindset about everything. So we did an interview with him, and then he interviewed me individually, and then also interviewed Billy. And I think he's going to release his video around Charlie's anniversary, that like around September 10th of this year. But after talking to him, and also these two podcasters said, oh, Brandy and Billy have been tight with Hunter for a while. That is a lie. That was our second time ever meeting him in person, was the day that we did the interview with him. Hold on, I'm taking this out because this is bothering me. But like, no.
I'm just surprised. You actually caught heat for doing the interview or for meeting with him at a spot that wasn't to someone's liking?
Yeah, they said it was inappropriate that we met up with him at a bar, which we did not. It was a bowling alley that had a bar in it, but no,
why would
sorry.
why would that be inappropriate to begin with?
I don't know. It was really stupid. And I was like, I thought these people were my friends, or like at least I was chill with them. I don't know why they would say that. And if they thought it was
like people that you know that like spoke out about this publicly?
Yeah, on an X space. It was two people that thought I was chill with that are in the public sphere of like what me and you do. Talk to them all the time. Maybe not all the time, but frequently. And they just went on this X space and that it was inappropriate that we did that, and that we've been super tight with Hunter for a long time. And that is literally not true. And I'm sure you can tell in the interview, I disagree with Hunter with pretty much everything that he says regarding his, beliefs and his values and everything like that. And I could be wrong. I am new to this. I am not I did not go to school for investigative journalism. I haven't been doing this for years and years. The vibe that I got and the way that Hunter answered questions that I had, do I think some of the things that he said are a little odd? Sure. But after speaking with him and briefly talking to his wife, and we also interviewed Liam Kozak, his cousin, and I've seen text messages between them on that day. People thought it was all planned. I don't think that Hunter was involved. And I'm going to get so much shit for saying that. But, and I could be wrong. I am just saying, based off of what I heard and like what I've observed and talking to him off record and just being around him and his family, if he was involved, I don't think that he knew that he was involved. Like if TPUSA knew his question and they put him second in line, I don't know. Like,
did you find that odd though, that when he said that they knew his question and that they put him further up in the line?
Well, yeah, he said that he told them that what his question was that day, and he was like 7th or 8th in line. And then towards like the beginning of the event, they moved him to second in line. And it was some girl that was asking people like, what's your question? What's your question? But yeah, I don't. And I could be wrong. I'm not saying this is 100% accurate. I'm just saying based on my vibes that I got, I just don't think that he was involved. And so many people attacked me and Billy for not grilling him more. But the whole point and the agreement of our interview was we were not going to just sit there and drill him. He agreed to do an interview if we just asked him questions, right? Like, and he was like, you can ask me whatever question you want. But I wasn't going to be like, over and over again, why'd you do this? Why'd you move your hand like this? Why? Like, we did ask him those questions, but I'm like, I don't want him to shut down and stop talking, because like he was really afraid that all the, he calls us conspiracy theorists, were going to go after him regarding little things here and there, like little coincidences, which they're valid questions. And I feel like we asked them all, but like people that are just like making things up or exaggerating things, I don't think that's productive. I feel like we asked him the questions, we got his answer. You as the person viewing the video can interpret the answer however you would like. That was the goal, was just to get him there and to get him to answer questions that everyone had, to hear his perspective of what happened that day. And then you can analyze it however you want. yeah, I just, the point of the interview wasn't to sit there and just like be bad cop the whole time. It was like, let's just let Hunter speak. Let's hear what he says. And then we can all analyze it for ourselves. It was never meant to attack him. Yeah, I just wanted to go into it and just ask him what I wanted to ask him, hear what he had to say, and go, okay.
Yeah.
And we pushed back on a lot of stuff, but I wasn't going to sit there and just drill him when I heard his answer and I saw proof of text messages and things like that. I'm like, okay, all right. I mean, it could be a weird coincidence, but I personally just didn't feel that he was in on it. And like I said,
I just realized that I'm wearing the same shirt that I was wearing on Thursday when I did that interview with Brandy. Yeah, that was a great interview. It was a great interview that her and Billy did with Hunter, and I really enjoyed interviewing both of them, Billy and Brandy. I did it back-to-back weeks. Both interviews are the one that I did with Billy and the one that I did with Brandy are on my members channel in full. The one with Billy, there's an edited version that's already public. I will have another edited version of the one that I did with Brandy here, this one, coming out on Thursday, but it's going to have minor edits. There's going to be some trimming in at the end and then maybe a little bit in the beginning, but the actual interview itself is going to be released in its entirety to the public on Thursday. And that's one of the things that I'm doing now with my members only content is every Thursday, I'm trying to have different guests. There may be some Thursdays that I don't have a guest that I'll just do a solo show. And then for those, I'll probably do some sort of deep dive. It'll be different than my regular content. But the interviews the weekly interviews that I do, I will have edited versions that will come out to the public a week later. And then I'll still also be doing after parties. So, yeah, I'm trying to grow the memberships. It's one of the best ways to support the channel and make it so that I can keep doing this full time. Also, so you guys know, I do not monetize my lives. If you haven't noticed, you're not getting any commercials, or you shouldn't be at least. Let me make sure before I start saying this, because there have been times that I forgot. No, monetization is off. So whether or not you have YouTube Premium, you're not going to be getting any commercials. That's something that I want to, keep being able to do in the future. So, that's as far as the membership goes. So again, you want to support the channel, best way you could do it, become a member, gift memberships, helps grow the community, makes the after parties that I do, the members only after parties, more fun, and you'll get the access to exclusive content. But yeah, that was a good one. But now I want to see what Didi had to say yesterday. Guys, put a 1 in the chat if you watched Didi last night. I didn't get to catch this. And for those of you that are just joining us, yes, this is not a time that I typically go live. I slept basically through Monday, right? Today's Tuesday, right? Am I getting my days all mixed up? But yeah, I basically slept through the day yesterday. So I'm a little behind on things. So I'm like, you know what? Instead of me just catching up and doing a show later, let me just go live, watch everything with you guys, hang out, see how it goes. And I might do another show tonight anyway as well. But let's get into a little Didi.
Robinson was being charged with. But that means you all are taking the position of the prosecution. Why is that important? It is not our position to provide evidence. What do I mean? There are two things taking place with Candace Owens and the rest of us, or majority of us. And this distinction is extremely important because people like Warren, people like Andrew understands that there's a distinction, but they're going to manipulate people into, putting them together.
This is important. So Craig Brown, thank you for watching, says, I didn't like some of his takes. Listen, people don't like all of my takes, but unless you want to watch people that are just trying to pander because you got to realize when you're in content creation, after you're doing this for a couple of months, and the longer you do it, the more you get an idea of who watches you. You get all the analytics, and it also tells you the other content that people that watch you enjoy. So there are a lot of people out there that take that data and they basically profile their audience. You know, and there's a term for this. It's called getting audience captured, where you find your core audience, you get a profile of their views, the type of content that they like, their political affiliation. Sometimes religion can play a factor into that. And then they'll just make content to pander to that audience. You know, they'll have a goal. They'll know that if they do it for X amount of time and take, you know, a certain position on certain topics, that they're going to get certain growth, that it's going to bring up their numbers. And that's what a lot of people do. Didi is not one of those people, and neither am I, and neither are a lot of the people that I watch. You know, we give our own objective analysis, and that's like one of the drawbacks of being honest is you're going to have times that you take controversial positions that you know that your audience isn't going to agree with, that you know you're going to piss some people off, that you're probably even going to lose some subscribers. But at the end of the day, if you're really going to make honest content and be honest with yourself and honest with your audience, it's just something that's going to happen. So I don't agree with all of Didi's takes. I don't agree with all of Jesse's takes. I don't agree with all of Candace's takes. I don't agree with all of anybody's takes. Like, think about how crazy that would be if you have another individual that has their own upbringing, their own experiences and education and views and traumas and everything else that goes into when they get new information, how it processes in their brain for them to form their own opinions. Like, how are two people ever going to have the same exact takes on every topic? It's just not going to happen. And that's why some of these shills are so successful, because I don't think that they even believe all the takes that they give, but they do it because they're shills. Like, it's their job. It's their business. It's what drives their success. But I don't know. That was just, I saw that comment and I just wanted to give that take. I don't know if all of you guys are going to agree with it, but that just makes my point even more.
Convoluting the two, whatever. Number one, we are scrutinizing. We are assessing the evidence, lack thereof, the case that is being presented to prosecute Tyler Robinson. What did they say he did? What is the evidence they are bringing forth? What is the motive? Who are the witnesses? Are they credible? Right? That's the one thing that we're doing. And then many of us on this is the second piece that is extremely important. And then many of us are going to step further and we're deciding, I'm going to just call it, have some fun with it. Not fun in the sense that it's not serious and we don't mean it, but fun in the sense of let's just do our own investigative work. And we'll go a step further and present new theories. But you can't forget the first piece, which led to us going to the second piece, which is we scrutinize the evidence that's been presented in the case that's actually taking place in a court of law.
And that goes to my point, what I was saying earlier, because earlier when we were covering Andrew Wilson and, you know, his position on things and how clear it is that he has not been following the case from the beginning. The people that have been following the Charlie Kirk case since the day that he was assassinated, they have a much different outlook than the people that are following it now or started following it months after the fact, because we've been following it from the beginning. We saw the narrative get put out and promoted as it was getting developed, and we saw the holes in it from day one. And from there, we started doing our own investigation. And we've been following these other content creators that have been doing their own investigations or reporting on other people's investigations. And we've seen it play out from the beginning. So when you have people now that started following further along and were believing the narrative in the beginning and didn't understand why we weren't, it's because they didn't see the holes in it from day one like we do. there are a lot of people out there that watch the preliminary hearing and, they're seeing an image of somebody in a maroon shirt on camera. They're seeing people talk about DNA and ballistics, like all these experts. And they're like, yeah, that makes sense. It looks like he did it. But if they were watching from day one and they saw the footage of all these people that were saying like, yeah, he got changed on the roof and we found the screwdriver in the woods and all these different, versions of the story of the official narrative that seem to have gotten debunked or have changed along the way, and how like a lot of these people that were getting on the podiums in the very beginning and pushing this narrative are now stepping down from their positions. And, like I said earlier, in the very beginning, they were saying you have to look at the motive. And their motive was, in the very beginning, that Tyler Robinson was a gay leftist who killed Charlie Kirk because he hated him so much and he had a leftist transferee boyfriend. And then all of a sudden, you watch Lance Twiggs' testimony and he doesn't really sound maybe he's transitioning. I don't know. But he sounded pretty masculine. He had a pretty deep voice. He doesn't sound like he's taking any hormones, to say the least. And, more importantly, he's saying that they didn't follow politics, that Tyler Robinson never spoke about Charlie Kirk, that they weren't political. Now, that's a giant contradiction to the motive. And when you factor that in with all these other anomalies and all the other things that the official narrative got wrong in the very beginning, it's like, how come they're not changing their minds? How are they so sure? Why didn't they tell us that Russell Kennington got arrested with a rifle the next day, a few hours after they found Tyler Robinson's grandfather's rifle, but before Tyler Robinson turned himself in? Why didn't the media put that out? Why didn't anybody talk about how the medical examiner's office, where the autopsy was allegedly conducted, was understaffed and overworked, and they were having issues with meeting their quotas up to the national standards? Like, there have been a lot of very important details that were either left out or not explained properly. And as we were referring to earlier, the footage that the prosecution presented, we're now finding out was altered. So this is all actual evidence. This is real evidence that is factoring into a math equation that is leading me to the conclusion that Tyler Robinson did not do this. And if somehow I'm wrong and he did this, he definitely didn't act alone. And they definitely did not have the story straight in the beginning. But they've been pushing this narrative the entire time. And now you have Andrew Wilson, after getting freaking dog walked by Candace Owens in that debate the other day, coming out saying that he has more evidence. He has tons of evidence that he's going to present. Well, Andrew Wilson has not been following this case. He didn't even know, he couldn't name a single charge that Tyler Robinson was charged with, despite the fact that he claims to have covered the whole preliminary hearing with the lawyer. But now my question is, where did he get this evidence? Why did the people that have this alleged evidence give it to him? Why aren't they putting it out themselves? This is very strange to me.
Notice Andrew Wilson, and you're about to see this from Warren Smith. They don't want to talk about the first piece. Let's not talk about the actual case. Let's not talk about the actual evidence or lack thereof. Let's talk about, let's bypass that. And let's talk about this second piece, when you all want to go the next step and present your own theories. How dare you present things that you can't prove? Why does that matter? We allowed to do that. If we're wrong, we're wrong. But guess what? Nobody's going to be prosecuted for us being wrong. Am I right or am I right? We're just YouTubers and podcasters and independent investigative journalists. It doesn't matter if we decided to do this in our spare time. What matters is the scrutinizing and the assessment of the evidence that is being presented. Let's see what Warren says here. So let's click on this.
Whoa.
And it's important for me to...
I just built a budgeting app and basically...
Before I say it, because I don't want to ruin it.
You need to just build... Andrew Wilson is playing a very specific game. Most people will not even see it. This has nothing to do with how I feel about either of these.
Yo, no, we have to address it. We have to address that part. Andrew Wilson is playing a very specific game, and most people will not see it. Why is this important to point out? Because millions of people, I predicted that the debate, if you want to call it that, the humiliation ritual, was going to probably perform somewhere between 3 and 6 million, and it's somewhere around the 4 million mark.
I love how Didi refers to the debate. I love how Didi refers to the debate as a humiliation ritual for Andrew Wilson, because that is exactly what it was, even if that wasn't the intention. Because make no mistake, Andrew Wilson got humiliated.
It's important to note that of the 4 million people that have watched this, Warren is already stating, which tells me what all I need to know, that most of those people, almost 4 million people, many of them are highly intelligent people. I'm sure of it. Most of them will not be able to see the game that Andrew Wilson is playing. In other words, Andrew Wilson made a fool of himself. Let me think of something creative and just say he's playing these Jedi mind trick games that's so far beyond Albert Einstein will probably be the only person that would understand. Translation, that's what that means. So he's already off to a bad start here. I'm about to destroy this guy's position.
People, if you block out the noise and examine only the logic, suddenly you can see it in a different light.
Between 0 to 100, what is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
So hold on. But before we hear Candace, we just heard all the things that we've heard before. And that is to say, Andrew Wilson states that he believes Tyler Robinson is guilty. He believes that about 75, 85%. As we've already established multiple times over, debate's over, case is done, it's over. I'm going to repeat this. The defense's position is not to provide evidence. The defense's position is to provide reasonable doubt.
Hold on. I'm going to go a step further here for a second, because I just realized something. If you're just joining us, earlier we had watched a clip of Andrew Wilson. I guess that was his show from yesterday, where he was talking about the debate and how he got Candace Owens on the record or whatnot. But Andrew Wilson also said something interesting, that he has tons of unseen evidence. Right? Isn't that what he said? He has tons of unseen evidence. Hold on. I'm gonna play this back for a second to make sure that I got it right.
Who fucking has stalled out left wing?
Let's see where it was. Because this is important. Because if Andrew Wilson really has tons of unseen evidence, and he's still only at 75 or 85% sure that Tyler Robinson did it, when he claims to have tons of evidence that the rest of us haven't even seen yet? Like, shouldn't that have gotten him closer to that 100% mark? Chat, think about it.
These people are the biggest fucking lying con artists on planet Earth. Investigation, my ass. They didn't even bother to do any due diligence at all.
Like, you bothered
I'm not
to
a
learn
fucking
what
reporter.
Tyler Robinson was charged with?
I'm not an investigative journalist.
Oh,
How
we
the
know.
fuck am I? I'm just a guy on the internet who fucking has stalled out left-wing agendas.
Where is it? Where's the part that I'm looking for? Oh, it's going to buffer. It's annoying. I just want to find that one part.
I have a shitload of never
Here
before
it is.
seen, never before publicly released evidence.
There it is. So Andrew Wilson, despite the fact that he claims to have a shit ton of never before seen, never before published evidence, was still only at 75% sure that Tyler Robinson even did it? And that's the guy that we're supposed to believe? That's the guy who's credible? Are you guys serious? How does that make any sense? Again, as everybody's saying, he's saying that he's debating the overwhelming evidence. The second he says 75% short, it's over. He lost. because it's obviously not that overwhelming if you're only at 75% certainty, especially when you're talking about somebody getting the death penalty. But now, on top of that, you're claiming that you have all this evidence that nobody else has even seen. Well, how credible is your evidence if with your evidence on top of everything else that the prosecution has already presented, that you're only at 75% sure? It's like a freaking, it's like a mind screw. It doesn't even make sense. Like, what the hell is this guy talking about? How do people believe this nonsense?
Guess what Andrew Wilson just agreed to? That there's reasonable doubt. Case is over. You're not even 100% convinced yourself, let alone that you don't even know the charges. The debate is over. It's over, bro. Warren Smith, because he's a fair guy and he's logical, because he has that in his bio, he's a critical thinker. He just stated the word logical and logic. So he's definitely about to catch that with Andrew Wilson, and he's definitely going to be fair and objective and point out the problem with Andrew Wilson only being 75 to 85% sure that Tyler Robinson did this. Surely he's going to point that out. Let's take a listen.
And then PBD turns to Candace, and this is the most important moment.
No, he's not going to talk about what Andrew Wilson just said, actually. Not only that, but he thinks that Candace's answer is not only more important than Andrew Wilson's answer, but it's the most important part of the entire debate. Huh?
That doesn't make
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
Absolutely agree.
So
With what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
And that's the claim. She says there's a 0% chance. I mean,
not what she said. So you have to pay attention to these type of people, because Warren Smith is an intelligent person, and he understands with his language, like Andrew Wilson, he'll manipulate a person. He says, Candace just stated there's a 0% chance, not what Candace Owens just stated. What Candace Owens just stated, and she was careful with her language, based on the evidence that's been presented, I believe there's a 0% chance that Tyler Robinson did this, which I agree with her on that, by the way. But not only that, she goes on to explain why. Let's see if Warren shows that. But not only that, let's see what Warren is about to, the point that he wants to make from this assertion that these two individuals just made.
we're talking certainty here.
You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say, yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
If you're convinced there's a 0% chance, there must be some evidence that beyond just, well, I think there's room for error.
Do you have
wrong? No, wrong. Absolute. This is insanity, man. If you believe that Tyler Robinson did not shoot Charlie, did not shoot Charlie, when you say that there's evidence to that, the evidence for believing that Tyler Robinson, the evidence for believing, or I want to make sure I word this perfectly, the evidence as to why you do not believe that Tyler Robinson could have done this. You understand the way I just worded that? We don't know if he did it. That's a short way to put it. I don't know if he did it. I'm not convinced that he's done it based on what's been provided to us. That does not mean I have to show you who did do it. No, I have to assess what's been presented, if it's convincing or if it's not convincing. It's not convincing. Therefore, based on all the things you...
Guys, put a 1 in the chat if you want me to cover ADN's live stream from yesterday next. I haven't gotten to watch it yet. I've been seeing you guys talking about it a lot. I was planning on watching it anyway. But let me know. We can watch that next.
All have forgiven me and refused to have given us up until a certain point in time of the preliminary hearing. I don't know if this man did this, and I have no reason to believe that he did. That's what that means.
It's forward.
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
I got excited. I was like, I'm going to learn something here because I want to figure this out. Based on the evidence she presents, I will change my mind.
We should go over the actual evidence that we feel.
Warren is so disingenuous. He said this in the prior video. He is placing the burden of proof on the defense. Notice he hasn't critiqued Andrew Wilson at all, who is holding the position of the she is taking of the defense. He's the prosecution. He hasn't critiqued the prosecution yet. Even though he's already admitted, and we heard him just moments ago state there are discrepancies, there are red flags, there are unanswered questions, and there are things that we do need answers to. Notice that he hasn't held Andrew Wilson to any of this standard.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene.
That would be an example of material evidence. We have something we can actually point to. Now, you can claim there's more to it, and that's what Candace does with DNA. This gets into a really interesting debacle.
You could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never.
Make sure I'm being fair. That Warren is correct. That is an example of quote unquote evidence. Now we have to scrutinize the evidence, so to speak.
Touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation.
Right here, she admits that items 20, 40 years on do not have degradation. Logically, therefore, degradation of DNA cannot be used to measure time. Therefore, we cannot determine whether or not Tyler Robinson was the last person to touch the gun based on your claim.
Very good point. I don't mean that as a backhanded compliment. Warren made a great point here. Here's the problem with his statement, however. Once again, he's not being fully objective. If he stated that and what I'm about to say, I say, okay, Warren is being fair here. He actually cares about just the truth instead of trying to protect a person or a narrative. He knows that Andrew Wilson is getting dragged all across the internet. So he titles his video only defends Andrew Wilson and takes this position because he's not being honest. He is right. By Candace Owens' own admission, you can't go by time to state that to state that Tyler Robinson didn't do this. That, in other words, 20 years can go by and there can be still strong evidence, strong DNA on said item, rifle, knife, screwdriver, whatever it may be, clothes. She admitted that herself. So therefore, simply because Tyler Robinson's DNA was the least or the most degraded doesn't mean anything. Here's the problem, though. How would you explain everybody else's DNA being on the rifle? You say, well, they used it at some point in time. So that creates reasonable doubt. Once again, that creates reasonable doubt.
Yet Tyler Robinson's prints amongst 5+ other
But they
prints
hire me as the
were the
official.
most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah, that doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay.
It does, though. It does.
There's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into
But it
various
also
places.
could demonstrate nothing.
Yeah, Dee Dee's right. And I said this earlier. Any evidence that shows that Tyler Robinson didn't do this or did not act alone, or there is any cover-up going on in any capacity, is in turn evidence that he is a patsy. Because he could be involved in this and still be taking the fall as a patsy. And I think that there's been a lot of evidence presented that makes it more than plausible to believe that he was just set up altogether. Again, I've been saying from the beginning that I believe that he was involved to some capacity, or he had knowledge that something was going to happen that day. I find it hard to believe that he was just completely blindsided by this. But still, unless they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did this, and he did this the way that they're saying that he claimed, that the way that they're claiming he did it as a lone shooter, then there is reason to believe that he is a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that.
This reminds me when I'm trying to debate someone about trans ideology. They're trying to explain how a man can be a woman. This doesn't make sense. Can you explain it again?
See, that right there, the second he brings the trans issue in, and now I don't watch this guy. I don't know who he is. I'm not familiar with him. First time I ever saw him was from a clip that Scotty sent me that I'm going to play in a minute. But the second that he starts bringing the trans issue in, like that, is a signal to me that he is politicizing this, or that he is pandering to people with a specific political ideology.
I can't understand it for you. I can only explain it to you. The science is very obvious, Warren. I don't know why people seem to think this is some
That
gotcha.
but in other words, he's seen all the tweets and all the memes about this specific portion, because this is actually one of the most important and impressive moments of the entire conversation, in my opinion. And it was this quote, because yes, stating that there were multiple other pieces of DNA on the rifle is good reason to believe that somebody else could have taken it there. It's not our job to prove that. It's our job to create reasonable doubt. Brother, she's doing it. That's what you call
100%.
reasonable doubt.
Entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing.
That's a big moment. If we can't listen to anything that could be categorized as hearsay, we can't listen to your claim that someone in the French government told you about an attempted assassination plot, because that would be hearsay.
And what that means is
I totally agree with that. Totally agree. Here's once again the issue, and this is how you know he's not being objective. That has nothing to do with today's conversation. So now it seems like it's personal for him. Do you have some sort of issue with Candace outside? Like, where did that come from? You know what I'm saying? Keep it about the case, right?
Essentially, is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
See, like, that was one of the big things with the debate, is that Andrew Wilson wanted to keep having it both ways. We wanted to have everything both ways. There was a huge double standard. And Candace was 100% right when she says that she was being held to a higher standard than the FBI.
This is how you got to shoot her.
This was not actually a debate. She's not trying to argue that her claim is stronger. She's simply trying to argue, hey, it's viable and it's okay for me to think. And I agree.
But that's the point, Warren. Like, that, as the defense, that's what you're supposed to argue. Can we create reasonable doubt? And we could do that multiple times in this case. There's so many holes and problems and red flags and inconsistencies, irregularities that create a mountain of reasonable doubt here, bro.
Higher substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
that's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me.
And somehow she spins this into Andrew saying people can't infer off of evidence, which is the opposite of what I thought he was saying. I thought he was asking you for the evidence that you're using to infer your conclusion.
That part I will agree with Warren on. I do believe that Candace misunderstood there. Early on, I think she may have gotten it right, but I think from there on out, it was just a semantics and misunderstanding. So I will concede that point.
I'm telling you, that was what the entire hearing.
But I also want to add that I think that that was part of Andrew Wilson's tactic, that he kept trying to throw her off. And he was taking a lot of things were taken out of context. Like Andrew Wilson was doing a lot of spinning, a lot of word games, a lot of double standards. And I think that he was trying to throw her off and get her to say the wrong things and catch her slipping. And we saw how that ended up working out for him by the end of this.
Allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case, is all based on inference, not fact.
What? But what about Andrew Wilson's inference does not make sense? Confession, gun found, DNA, security footage, inference. Which one of those doesn't make sense?
If you're asking for my
well, none of them make sense. Number one, if you actually read the confession and the way that it was done, it doesn't make sense at all. Why would Tyler Robinson go through all the trouble of planning and executing this plan and getting away and then confess 3 times to the same person? The same person who also has connections to somebody that was arrested on the scene the next day, the same person that the whole case is riding on, the same person that allegedly gave him the Dremel, the same person that the narrative claims that motivated the whole thing, that it was Tyler Robinson's love for Lance Twiggs. Same person whose testimony contradicts the motive. So there's a lot of questions revolving the confession and whether or not it even makes sense that it would have taken place. Now, as far as the DNA goes, as we've already covered, the degradation on there, there's multiple DNA on the weapon and all the other items. Lance Twiggs' own DNA was found on multiple items. And then the surveillance footage that we know was altered. So yeah, like on the surface, when you say, oh, confession, DNA, surveillance, open and shut, it's like, no, not even close. Because once you really break it down, you get into the specifics and you really start digging into one individually, you can poke holes in every single one of them. None of those things that were just rattled off are actually solid. The confession is far from solid. The surveillance footage is definitely not solid. The DNA itself isn't solid. So yeah, I mean, it's good rhetoric. It sounds good, but is it actually true? Does it really make sense? No, not at all.
Inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson's because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twiggs, yes, you can pull them up.
And who says that? Why would anybody say that? It's like an insult to our intelligence.
Up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On top of that,
Well, before we get to this point, because Warren's about to say something else I disagree with, let me go ahead and concede to this point. I do agree with Warren that Andrew Wilson does have inferences, or he does have the proper pieces of evidence that lead to an inference for him to believe that Tyler Robinson is guilty. The issue is that what he believes to be true was heavily scrutinized, at least at certain points in this quote-unquote debate, that proves that it's not actually.
I think it's debatable to even believe that Andrew Wilson even believes the words that are coming out of his own mouth. That's just my opinion, though.
Actual credible evidence. Blurry pictures. There's no proof that Tyler Robinson was on the campus. There's no photos that show Tyler Robinson unequivocally, undeniably. It's irrefutable. There's not one photo. There's not one video footage of him or his car. So what you're calling evidence, I'm going to grant you have the culmination of all these things that lead you to believe that Tyler Robinson may have done it. Fine. Now let's scrutinize what you're saying, and it doesn't hold up.
I think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
Let's listen to what Candace just said here.
That he did say.
I'm sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're.
Yeah, I think I really did miss that.
You're wrong. I don't remember.
I'm not saying that you're wrong.
Remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I just don't remember him saying this.
Can we pull that up?
Yeah, I think that's not right.
I think that's not right. Listen.
And now that's also when Andrew Wilson was on the phone with Steven Crowder and he said, oh no, was it when he was on the phone with Steven Crowder or when he was on his show? Whatever. At one point, whether it was I forget, but he said, how am I the only one to fact check anything, to get the fact check? That's what he's referring to. And I don't think that was the only time that a fact check was pulled. I'm pretty sure that when he was saying that he thinks that Tyler Robinson was charged with murder and that Candace Owens said aggravated murder, that was fact checked as well.
Listen to what Warren says, and I know I was interrupted, but I'm going to play it back one more time. Listen to how Warren reacts to this and tell me if this is an honest person.
Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twiggs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say.
I'm sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Oh, you're right. It wasn't even him that asked for it. It was Candace. She wanted to know if she got it right or wrong. And isn't it noble of Candace to even acknowledge, hey, I might have got that wrong. Let's find out, because that's what honest people do. Honest people just want the truth, and they're not afraid to admit when they're wrong.
I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm paraphrasing, but it was that up.
Yeah, I think that's not right.
Right there, she said, yeah, I don't think that's right.
It was
right. So what's the issue, bro? She didn't think that it was right. She wanted it to be fact checked, which was the purpose of having fact checkers there. 3 people from each side. And it served to be that Andrew Wilson is correct. About to read it here.
Me, look at the pictures from the surveillance
Oof.
footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this. And I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I
Okay.
don't remember that.
Rewind. But whatever.
Okay.
So when we're talking,
So Warren says rewind, but whatever, and then he doesn't rewind.
Don't remember that.
Rewind. But whatever.
Okay.
so when we're talking about the messages themselves,
And notice how Andrew Wilson tried to put so much emphasis on that. Like he wanted to like make sure the spotlight was on. Like, oh, Candace was wrong about something. Debate over. I win. Right? Wrong. This guy's such a clown. And I'm not really a fan of this other Warren guy either. So far. I mean, who knows? Like I said, I never even heard of him until the other day. So
they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid.
You see what he did there? Warren said rewind. He never rewinded it because Candace Owens literally said, I'm not saying that what you're saying isn't true. I just don't remember this. I don't think that this is true. That's a very fair thing to say. She didn't say unequivocally she know it's not true. Warren is pretending that that's what she said. And proof of that is because he didn't rewind, because she never said that.
And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned.
Parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition.
But it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step.
But we don't get to the second step. She just continues to talk about intuition.
Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all.
So once again, Warren is being disingenuous. And this is what I mean when I say he was clipping this in a way that was not fair at all. This is not what happened immediately after those statements. He's clipping out certain portions of the conversation so it can fit his narrative. Candace Owens, literally when she started speaking about this, and remember, much of what he's been showing here is the first part where Andrew Wilson is supposed to be getting scrutinized. And then they're supposed to get to Candace and her theories and what she's been stating on her podcast. But instead, which is why some people were frustrated, Andrew Wilson instead flips it back on her. And instead of him having to explain why it is that much of what they call the evidence in the court of law is blurry pictures and images and videos, right? Multiple sets of DNA and not just Tyler Robinson's. Weird things that don't unequivocally prove that it's Tyler. Instead of them focusing on that, it was Candace doing majority of the talking. Keep that in mind. But this specific portion here, not only has Warren edited out how the conversation naturally flowed from one step to the next, he's also lying when he says they don't actually get past step one of intuition. Once again, buying into this theory about Candace that it's about dreams and vibes and feelings. Lies. Why do you think hundreds of thousands of people agree with this woman? Because we're all about feels and vibes? No. Candace Owens started with intuition, but she prefaced it and said, before I get to the actual facts of the case, let's just start with intuition because this is important. Because they try to tell you that you shouldn't trust your intuition.
And yeah, intuition is a real thing. Anyone who's telling you that you shouldn't trust your gut and you shouldn't trust your intuition probably shouldn't be trusted. Our bodies, our minds, they are very powerful. I am a very firm believer in trusting your intuition and trusting your gut. Like when you look at nature, when you look at animals in nature, like they could sense when things are wrong. Your adrenaline kicks in. And we have that too. We have fight or flight. If you're in a situation, right, you're outside and there's like some sort of danger around, your body, your subconscious, they're going to know, like you're going to feel it before your brain actually acknowledges it. And I think that happens when we get information. It's the same way, like when, your kid does something and lies to you about it, that you can kind of just tell, not just tell your own intuition, but you can tell because people, when they're disingenuous, they act off, like their body language. There are professionals that study this and make a living off of this, where they can tell when people's body language is off, and they see signals, and they could sense signals to know when somebody's lying. Like, we know when things are off. And I feel like in this day and age, with all the technology and all the everything that we have with social media and all the information that the zone gets flooded with, and all of this, I'm not going to get into the whole rant, but the crap they put in the water, the poison in our food, like all this stuff, it throws us off of our balance. And when you're thrown off of your balance and your hormones aren't regulated and you're all stressed out or afraid, like, your intuition does get a little off. But when you have your balance, when you have your peace, when you're eating good, when you're in a clear state of mind, and you go into any situation and something is off, whether there's actual danger or you're just interacting with someone who's being disingenuous, your intuition is going to tell you. You do have other senses that most people don't train and don't really acknowledge as much as they should to know when things are off. So this whole narrative, this idea when people say, oh, it's about vibes and feelings and dreams, like they're just going out of their way to try to discredit something that's real. Let me get back to this.
An example of that was COVID. Then she proceeds to actually get into the details. Listen to what Warren shows.
Came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being
Well, they're
overwhelmed.
trusting their intuition.
Okay.
I guess we still haven't parked it. All right.
Parking that aside. Parking
Okay.
aside, just your general intuition that sometimes might be second messages.
What did she just say?
What if you could make a song using only your voice? Let's start with the
Country. We need to know where the device was that these messages were sent from to know if it aligns with what they said Tyler Robinson supposedly did. Warren's not going to talk about that. He's going to pretend that Candace Owens is simply stating that she has evidence that these things have taken place. No. We're saying they refuse to show it to us. Why should we believe it and they haven't shown it to us? Which is why, once again, she said, based on the evidence, man, that's been presented. If they later showed the metadata and the proof during the trial, that's different. But so far, what they've shown us and refused to show us is extremely sketchy. What's so hard to understand about this?
Sketchy to say the least.
There's nothing difficult to understand about it. Warren is not being honest.
George could be sending text messages right now. We are
Bingo. Warren knows exactly what she's saying, but his position is, yeah, but where's the proof that is what happened? The point that we're making is we don't know because they haven't given it to us. Give us the actual evidence so we can look at the metadata. Then we'll be convinced. We'll be closer to being convinced. But you all are refusing to give it to us and want us to just believe it off this really thin, very, suspicious thread of evidence, quote unquote evidence you've given us. Blurry pictures, blurry videos from far away, multiple sets of DNA on the gun, no proof that Tyler Robinson was on campus at all, text messages, but you won't allow us to see where the text messages were sent from.
As I said earlier, I believe that at this point in time, that there is more actual evidence that Tyler Robinson was at that steakhouse in Penguich than there is that Tyler Robinson was at UVU when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And I stand by that until, of course, I get more information that leads me to conclude a different belief.
And the time, not to mention that some of them were sent after this man was already in, or supposedly turned himself in. Stop pretending that you know exactly what we're talking about.
He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence.
So there's room for doubt. Andrew, even
thank you.
And you see his body language, this other guy, Warren, like he's totally trying to like brush off Candace and try to discredit her. Not just with what he's saying, but with his body language. Like he's just trying to like signal to his audience that he doesn't take Candace Owens serious. And I don't understand why. If he's been following the case since the beginning, like me and like most of you, he would understand why Candace Owens believes what she believes and doesn't believe what Andrew Wilson is promoting and claiming to believe.
And says that himself. That's
yeah, you're right, Didi. Yo, I cannot wait to link up with Didi. Guys, put a 1 in the chat if you want to see me and Didi do a show one-on-one and talk about this and talk about some other stuff. I'd like to get into the Freemason stuff with him too. When I was looking at my phone, I actually saw that I had a message from him. Me and him just started messaging back and forth the other day. We're trying to make time to have a conversation. We haven't actually spoken one-on-one on the phone yet. I've already shared the panel with him twice, but I want to set up a one-on-one show with him. But, I mean, we've both been very busy. I think him a little more so than me. But I think that is definitely going to happen within the next couple weeks. Actually, I shouldn't say that because he hasn't we haven't even talked about it. But I'd be surprised if you don't see a show with me and Didi in the near future. Put it that way.
Did you hear him? Hey, Warren, what'd you just say? There's room for doubt. That's all we need, bro. Stop pretending that the defense, because that's the position that Candace is taking, has to prove something. No, they don't. That's the process.
And guys, don't worry. I don't think that will be a members only. I think that will probably be streamed out publicly on both of our channels.
Execution's job.
And if you really want to see it, make sure you let him know in his chat when he's live.
The defense's job is to poke holes and to present reasonable doubt. Not only has reasonable doubt been presented, you've conceded to it. And so has Andrew Wilson when he stated that he's only 85% convinced. 15% is overwhelming reasonable doubt. Case over with.
And don't forget, like I said earlier, that's with all the tons of unseen evidence that Andrew Wilson claims to have. Andrew Wilson is claiming to have tons of evidence that nobody else has even seen. And it's all so overwhelming that it's brought him to be 75 to 85% sure that Tyler Robinson did it. I got to say, hearing that, I'm not overwhelmed. Not in the slightest.
Case done. How embarrassing, man.
totally fine.
No, it's not fine. What, bro? This is part of the issue. And this is also part of the reason why Candace asked at the very end, which one of the charges do you believe that he's guilty of? I believe Candace, by the way, Candace said that wasn't even supposed to be a gotcha. She was getting ready to ask him specifically about the first charge, and she wanted to talk about that aggravated murder charge. Except when she asked the question, she realized, oh, I don't even think he knows any of them. I believe her on that because the way she asked it. This is why Warren is a liar once again when he says that it's not a big deal. It's a very big deal. Because once you actually dig into the charges, number one being aggravated murder, which is the most important. We can get into the violence in front of a minor and the, tampering with evidence and the obstruction of justice charges. We can get into those things. But the number one most important one is the first charge, which is aggravated murder. Why? Because it carries the death sentence on a two-dimensional level. If we are to believe this man is about to get put to death, it is important that there is no room for reasonable doubt. You just admitted that there was. Andrew Wilson admitted that there was. Case is over. It's over. He goes home. It's over. That's a wild thing to admit, bro.
Discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Very fair thing to say. Didn't say that we know for a fact they weren't sent by Tyler. Not our position at all. We said we need to be able to analyze and see the evidence or the proof that they were sent from where y'all claim he was. Because we know that technology allows you to send text messages from multiple devices, not just phones, from iPads and computers and MacBooks. Let us see that it was sent from the place that y'all claimed he was at that point in time. Let us see it. Because based on what y'all have shown us so far, we're not convinced. Warren says,
and if they're not letting us see it, it's probably because they don't have it. Like everything that we've seen from the feds, from the investigators, from the prosecution. It's all trust me, bro bullshit. Every step of the way. It's all been trust me, bro. Same thing with the files. Same thing with, all the allegations that Iran was working on a nuclear weapon. It's all been trust me, bro bullshit.
Nah, you should be convinced. Or if you're not convinced, this is the best we got. So we got to go along with it. Even though there's reasonable doubt, you don't have proof that something else happened. So just go along with this shaky case. That's absurdity.
Okay. Remaining unconvinced is different than saying there's a 0% chance he pulled the trigger. That's convinced. What convinced you?
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break.
It didn't look like she wanted to have a debate. She just knew.
So we're 8 minutes and 31 seconds into a 10-minute and 51-minute video. In other words, we're more than 85% through this video, and Warren has yet to talk about anything with Andrew. Spoiler alert. You will be correct. Warren is not going to say anything about the fact that Andrew Wilson absolutely knew 0 charges. He was not familiar with a single charge. It was very clear that Andrew actually does not care about this case. It was very clear.
It doesn't seem like Warren cares about this case either. I'm not going to trash the guy. I don't know him. I'm not that familiar with his work or his content. Like I said, I only found out who he was yesterday, the day before, whenever Scotty sent me that video. But he doesn't seem that invested. He seems like he has some sort of confirmation bias. I don't know if he just dislikes Candace Owens. Maybe he's an Andrew Wilson fan. I don't know. But I think Dee Dee is right. I don't think that this guy is objective at all. But I did tell Scotty that I would play this other clip. So I'll play this real quick, and then I'll read a couple of supers, and then we'll get into ADN.
Declaration of war. I think they have come to realize that, our strategy has not been working.
And seeing that America feeds into it, the liberal op to TPUSA. Under Z, they don't care. So I put in a little request of my own, TPUSA. I requested that they hire me as the official Charlie Kirk conspiracy theorist liaison.
Andrew is going to do what Andrew does best, and he's going to take the fight and say, I will debate all of you.
So all these like Baron Coleman and Candace Owens and all of them, I will be happy to go answer all of your questions that you have, as long as we can do it live.
As long as we can do it live, and the price is right, and I could get paid, and I could get the platform. But it didn't really work out too well for you, did it, Andrew? Not really. I don't think it went the way that you planned. I don't think it went the way that you thought it was going to go. I don't think you really proved any of the points that you thought that you were going to prove or that you were trying to make. I think, if anything, you just made Candace Owens look even more credible. And I don't know about you guys, but I find that pretty funny. All right, now let's see. We got Shifty again. Thanks for giving Charlie Kirk a voice from the grave. I'm here to stay and follow your content. Well, thank you, Shifty. I appreciate that. And I appreciate all the generosity that you've been given lately. Happy to have you here. I'm happy to have all you guys here. And I'm happy to be doing a morning stream. Like I said, I could get used to this morning thing. We just got to build up the audience a little bit. And we got a new member. Again, guys, do me a favor. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. And if you want to support the channel, becoming a member is one of the best ways to do it. I do members-only content every week, at least once a week. I will be interviewing ADN this Thursday night. I'm not sure on the time yet. Probably start at sometime between 10 and 11 p.m. Eastern time. And the interview will go out to the public the following week. That seems to be, how I'm doing things now. I also have Trevor Hess on the list of people that I'm going to do a one-on-one with. In case you didn't see, I had a very intense debate with Kevin Muse, or also known as Kevin is a Human. The conversation started with politics and mental health, and then it ended up going into religion and some of the more progressive issues. And we had a really, really good, deep, serious conversation, me, Kevin, and Trevor. And then after that, me and Trevor linked up, and we decided that we were going to do a one-on-one, and I wanted to interview him and hear his story. So I'm going to try to book him on one of the upcoming Thursdays. So that will definitely be a good one. You'll definitely want to watch out for that. Intuition Jen, great stuff, Bayes. Love from the Netherlands. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm telling you, I love when I find out that my audience is reaching overseas. There's just something about being heard in other countries that I've never been to and don't know if I'll ever be able to go to. That just really makes me happy and makes me enjoy what I do even more. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the support. You're greatly appreciated. And we got Tawny in the building. Coffee and Bayes is the best. Yes, I'm having my coffee too. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad I'm here. And thank you for joining. We got some Jules. And we got Stacy in the building. Good morning, Stacy. A little early for you. Gifting 10 RealBayes memberships. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm glad you're here. Got some more Jules. Stacy, you in the chat? Said, yeah, I had a little nap. Queen Victoria woke me up. Well, I'm glad you're here. We're a couple hours in. Actually, we're almost 4 hours in. But I got a little more gas in the tank. Don't worry. I'm not signing off just yet. We still got to cover ADN. Punch Bowl Puppy gifting a RealBayes membership. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Again, that's one of the best ways that you can support the channel and help grow the community. And we got Tawny again. I wake up early and always miss the night lives. Would love more AM shows. Well, yeah, I mean, I slept through all of yesterday, which is why I did this show. I swear, I slept like 18 out of the last 24 hours. Well, not the last 24 hours because I've been up for about 5. But yeah, I could definitely get used to doing some more morning shows. I'm going to try to start doing them at least once a week. You know, because my sleep schedule fluctuates. It's all over the place. So yeah, now that I know that I have an audience and I have people that'll hang out, even if it's not as many people as I typically get at night, I'm down. And Stacy making it rain on your boy with 10 more RealBayes memberships. Thank you very much, Stacy. I appreciate this. And, you know, I try to make it worthwhile for you and everybody else. That's why I'm investing a lot more time and energy into my members-only content. And there's going to be a lot more to come. And we got Bonnie, member for 1 month, loving all your work. I'm happy to be a part of your channel. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Bonnie. I'm really trying. I really am. I want to be able to do this full time. I've been doing this full time. It's been a little bit. It's been a little bit different. It's been a little struggling at times, but I really love what I do. I love this community. I love being able to offer a platform where I could be honest and objective, and that you guys can know that you could have somebody that's always going to be honest, even if you don't always agree with me, which I promise, as I was discussing earlier in the show, I do not pander. I do not expect you guys to agree with all my takes, but I will be honest and I will admit when I'm wrong. And I think that's important. And we got Mad World. Good morning, Mad World. I bet you're surprised to see me right now. Bayes, your body needed that rest. Yes, it did. I'll be honest. Typically, I only sleep for like 3 or 4 hours. And usually once a week, I'll sleep for like 10 hours. And then it just caught up to me. And again, I wasn't even sick or anything. I was just so exhausted that every time I woke up, all I wanted to do was go back to sleep. And I ended up sleeping like through the entire day. we got a goat trophy from Stacy. Thank you very much. All right. But let's get back to it. The chat was saying that ADN had a real banger yesterday. I didn't get to watch it yet. So I'm going about 14 minutes in because she's showing a lot of pictures. So I'm just taking a wild guess to when it gets good. I'm not getting into the opening. This thing's like 2 hours long. We've already been going for about 4 hours. But we're gonna start from here and try it out.
This site is specific enough to help maintain the energy in certain geometries within a location. So this site specifically, I believe they chose it because of the way it is designed. It keeps the energy focus down to the center point here at the base where Charlie's tent was set up.
Yes, I remember you saying that when we talked about it, and a lot of people have pointed out the site, like just how weird the site is itself. And I think collective consciousness kind of tells us, why are we all questioning the site? So I thought that was a really good thing to pick up on. Yeah, this looks great, by the way.
So my hypothesis is just looking at what you can see in the video footage, looking at these clues that have been placed in our environment. For instance, this video has been placed in our, within our access. The Substack notes have been placed within the access of any public person can have access to these notes. And so when I saw this video and I saw the equations, and then a day or two later, I came across the Substack and I started looking at all of these notes, and they look a little crazy. But the first one I noticed, I'm going to zoom way in here on this one. This one really struck my attention because there's so many things happening in this specific note that people would just look at and think that's crazy. But right here, you have the letters E and B, and E stands for the electric field and B stands for the magnetic field. And then you have them contained in like a contained bubble, so to speak. Up here, you have an antenna. And then you have this set of energy that comes down like a lightning bolt through the center. Okay. And so I was like, you know what? That makes sense, because if you watch Charlie, you can't see a bullet. I could never really see an actual bullet hole or wound. And at this point, John Bray had already come out with his theory.
Guys, let me know in the chat if you're like me and you spent a lot of time going through all the footage of Charlie Kirk getting assassinated and just slowing down the footage and trying to pause all the frames and try to see a projectile. I spent so many hours doing that. And there was footage, like there was footage that different people put out where they tried to say that they saw projectiles going towards him. And then later, some of them got debunked, saying that it looks like it was something that was going out of him or out of his direction. But I spent a lot of time looking for that. I just want to acknowledge this real quick. We got a big super chat from Stacy, $50. Thank you very much. She says, have a great day. I'm going back to bed. Well, yeah, Stacy, I think you should. I'm surprised that you were even up at this hour. But thank you so much for stopping by. And we got to catch up later. Shoot me a text later. We're long overdue. Thank you very much. But yeah, back to this. I mean, I spent a lot of time going through the footage. I have analyzed every single video that I've been able to get my hands on. And a lot of the footage that I've seen, not just of the assassination itself, but the moments leading up to it, the moments after, I've seen a lot of things that I found very concerning and disturbing, like the cameraman that was behind Dan Flood, how after Charlie Kirk goes down, that he doesn't look like he's ducking for cover at all. He kind of just looks like he's turning and filming the crowd, like he doesn't have a care in the world, or that he has a job to do. I found that to be very disturbing. When they were carrying Charlie to the SUV, there was another woman that was standing there with her phone, that she wasn't recording the security guards or Charlie, getting carried into the car, but she was also filming the crowd, which I found odd. There was Terrell Farnsworth, where he's recording them carrying Charlie into the SUV, and then you see the SUV door pop open. And I'm not sure who it was, but I saw footage the other day where it appears that there's a man in a black hoodie or dressed in dark attire that seems to be going by the back of that SUV, and some people are speculating that maybe he was another individual that climbed in the back with Frank Turek, and that was why Terrell Farnsworth put the camera on himself, and maybe why, like, out of nowhere, he just says, they shot Charlie. Very odd. So many different anomalies, so many different factors that just don't make sense. And when, like I said, when you put it all into a math equation, they don't equate to the narrative that's been presented. They don't equate to Tyler Robinson doing this, and certainly not doing this with a 30-06, and definitely not doing it by himself. Again, if there's more evidence, more actual evidence that can prove that Tyler Robinson did this, I'd be open to it. I'd have no problem. All I want is the truth. But nobody's been able to do that yet. But let's keep going.
And I had listened to what he had said about it, and it made sense. But I was also like, there's parts of it that I found hard to make sense. So here was the electric and magnetic field, and then we have an antenna over here. And then this gray writing right here says separate and direct. So you can separate and direct the current. And then here it says stabilize and calm down. Over here you have a cross vector, and then you have these radiating energy circles coming out. And then over here you have like an antenna pulse, so you can see the pulse coming in, and this drop it down arrow. Then over here in the corner you have T and Y, and up here you have a horned antenna. But here you have a vector display. So in energy, you have direction, you have like the x-axis, the y-axis, and the z-axis. So how waves travel through space, you map them more in like a three-dimensional space, or it's called vector mapping. And so you have this swirling energy, and it's making like a single spout up the center. So it's condensing and then exploding out the top. And then over here you have LC, AC, like the Losee center. And then you have AC, which is a type of current to use. And then the L is like a microphone here. And then over here it says help, and then it says stabilize. And so I just looked at this note and I was like, my goodness, this is so kind of crazy. What are all the other notes say? And so it was like the more I looked at the notes, the more I could see. I mean, most people might look at these. I'm trying to find this specific one to kind of show. So like, for example, on this note, we have this platform right here. You have the same type of pulsed current up at the top. Okay, you have this L shape. I call it the baseball field just to make it easy, but it kind of looks like an angle right here.
Yeah,
a baseball field. That's kind of like the UVU angle spot where Charlie is. If I zoom back out, we go up here. It's kind of like this angled spot up here. You can see it also on. I'm going to show an X post here in just a second. And then, like for example, on this one, you have that same angled view. You have the focus point here. This is like over the tent. And then this is the focus point here.
And these are all his notes that they
all
found.
his notes, yes.
That
And
is insane to me. Like,
and so, yes.
okay.
And not only that, but once I started mapping out where the little ionized puffs are, so you can see these little dots too. It's almost like it's all thought out and planned once you know what you're looking for. So even here, you have the cross section. So many of these, there's like a cross section, and then you have swirling energy looks like this. Like magnetic fields have field lines. So in order to show the strength of the magnetic field,
You see what it says down here? Interesting how Lance's leaked yellow EMP schematic plans match Mikey McCoy's phone screen. So that's what this is. Lance Twiggs's leaked EMP schematic plans. Very interesting.
You would use a lot of circular lines. And so here you just have these things that are going right at each other. There's also, there's another one that's really specific. Oh, I thought this was very interesting too. He has a book of Tesla's inventions, and it's on the page of impedance phenomena. And here's my little like scribble over. So you have like the platform right down here. If you just trace some of these lines, kind of like look from a distance, it just looks like scribble, yes. But I think this is the page where like this could be Charlie's head that you drop the current. Here's like the base of his platform. And so you can kind of see the tent legs are on the blocks. Now, granted, these are like interpretive, but
Right. Well, and you can tell it's like he had these ideas and then scribbled over them. And I don't know if anyone else has ever met someone who's like semi-genius, but they kind of do that. I knew someone really well who kept a notebook and was in physics and all that good stuff. And they kind of write like this. It to me, it makes sense. To other people, it may look weird, but these people, if they are into these type of things, are extremely creative. And then they also, I don't know, they kind of do this. They write like this. I can kind of substantiate this. This is how they write. If they're extremely intelligent, they kind of write differently than people that are like, follow the number.
And
one,
one
two,
of the
three.
things I considered was maybe this is like, I don't want to assume that Lance Twiggs wrote these notes, because I try to take the idea that I have no proof of that. Somebody put this on Substack.
That's really smart. I love when people do that, when they're objective and they take a step back and they present evidence in its proper context.
Right.
We have no idea who it is, but the claim is that these are Lance Twiggs's notes. And there's also a table of his, looks like this. So this is like their little mod table.
Will you zoom in a little bit more?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
wonderful.
this is the mod table, which I thought was crazy because look, there's like a guy with hands right here. It just kind of creeped me out, but
it is creepy.
yeah. But so you can see, here's the little notebook. So right here is the little yellow notepad that a lot of these came from. And then here is one of the things that they took a picture of with the notes. They have a lot of tubes and different capacitors and different little, you know, most people might look at this and think it's junk, but it's electrical junk. To where it looks as though they like to tinker and mod things. But back to the drawings again. So up here, you also have a single line with like energy radiating out. This one right here, it's like you have the energy coming in, hitting a receiver, dropping down, and you can kind of, one of the things that he keeps repeating is, I don't want to cuss on here, but it's right here. So if you can see where
Is it STFU?
STFU.
Okay.
So that's kind of like, that's dropping Charlie, so to speak.
Right. Please.
Yeah. So he uses that code. And I have a bunch of these because I will do a deep dive and analyze each little component. And then I write it all up. And then I post it on my Substack, and then I move on to the next thing. And there's no possible way to hold every piece of evidence from these in my brain. But you can kind of see, this is the one that I think is super interesting, because up here, so throw is kind of like language for the antenna. So, and it's a horn antenna, which focuses things into, from a broad perspective, can like focus it in. And that is likely, I propose that the guy on the roof that we saw on Candace's show, when he looks like he unrolls something, that almost looks like a baking mat to me, like a silicone baking mat.
This is allegedly Lance Twiggs's drawings, but she said that she put it in the context that she's not sure that this was uploaded onto Substack, but she can't confirm that.
However, I know some people have debated whether it's a shimmer or if it was a car windshield that kind of makes that flash. We can't say for sure, but to me, it didn't look like a gun. It looked like an antenna, because when I came to the notes, so think about the Losee Center roof being levels up, and then you throw the antenna and it focuses the energy. And so we have like, here's the drop of energy. And then down here, it's hard to see, but you have like bipolar waveforms in a.
Yeah, it's supposed to be Lance Twiggs's EMP schematics, if I'm not mistaken.
Bipolar wave is like a flipping of a magnetic field. So you kind of see this pattern down here with and you'll see it like once you see that waveform here, it's here again, but then it's like into a cactus. And then it's just all over the notes. You'll see that little square, looks like a first grader, trying to draw the line of a city, like the little like up, down, up, down. But anyway, so looking at all of these notes, I could see things like, oh, there's the bipolar waveform again. And you can kind of see over here, we've got a circuit going through.
Chat, does anybody know who allegedly took these photos? I would be really interested in finding out who allegedly took the photos, and if that individual also has some sort of connection to Russell Kennington. We got to find that out.
And then like the corner of the tent, we have the Omega sign and the stop and the throw and the arrows, just like the bullet had all the arrows, that go up, down, and then, or I think it was up, over, and then 3 down. So if you look here, you have the over, and then you have the down and the down. So you can see how some of these ideas seem to start to be forming a pattern. And so I started really analyzing these notes and the different things that they could mean and how they would connect if in fact that these equations were part of the situation and the physicist of Vern and the architecture being part of the whole entire setup. And once I did that, then things got really interesting pretty quick. So you have the UVU site and underneath where Charlie was set up. So kind of right over here.
Yeah.
You see his tent, but there is an access point right here. And so if you could go through that access point, it has access to all the underground utilities. There's a bunch of fountains right here at UVU. And so there was a fountain right down, like you can see it right here. There's a fountain. I don't believe it was on that day, but there's a fountain here. And if you walked under the breezeway, there's a whole big water area. So if I zoom in, I had somebody on X give me like the underground utilities of this area. So underground in the electrical utilities, you have access to a power bank or like a power panel underground.
Wow, look at this. They got the blueprints and everything. This is great. No wonder you guys kept recommending this video. Yo, I got to get in touch with ADN. I'll talk to her later today. Shout out to ADN. She really is the best.
Because close by, there's these huge water pumps that have to pump all the water for the UVU fountains here and on the other side of this breezeway wall. So
right here, we're kind of talking about how it could lay some of the groundworks for this, right? Like
I was still like, wait, we've got we have access to power here.
So we need access to power for this to take place? And also, really quick, the chat was asking. So if you guys missed it earlier, Lance Twiggs' supposed writings. So that's what she was just going over in detail, how it basically how it sparked her idea of how this took place and could be an EMP over other theories. And she's going through kind of her mindset, how she got here, laying the groundwork of how it could actually be. So if you guys just came in, that's your quick summation. Feel free to say more, by the way. That was my...
Okay, so now looking at the site. So the other thing that so all of these other things are in my head, and then I go to the site and I notice, now I notice right away that the tent is up on blocks. So in electricity, that means that it's not grounded. It's like a bird can sit on a high line wire and not be shocked because it's not grounded. So I thought, ooh, that's interesting that this tent isn't grounded. And then you see Dan Flood standing on these weird boxes, which made zero sense to me. Like if we look at him here, the boxes would lift his body up, making it harder to see anybody up in this bowl-shaped courtyard. So I was like, that is so weird. Why would they want Dan Flood to be up on a platform that looks to at least be 12 inches tall?
Yeah, that is really odd, because if you think about it, God forbid there's some sort of emergency and he's on a platform, isn't that some sort of liability? Like, what if he has to jump off? Like, what if he has to move quickly? I don't know, maybe not. It's just one of the things that come to my mind while I think about that.
If I'm guesstimating.
And I remember that was one of the reasons why people were floating that the electrocution theory, was because they, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, keep going. I just wanted to put
and I kind of thought about the electrocution too, but then I was like, however, if they did use electrocution, something had to make that exit wound out of his neck. And that's typically not possible with just your standard electrocution. And so I knew it had to be something a little more detailed than just electric. But that's when I was like, you could use the electric field, or I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me come back to this. But electricity and magnetism come together. And so noticing that this was lifted, noticing Dan Flood was standing on some plastic makeshift box, but then noticing Charlie was sitting on this platform. And then that means that he's totally surrounded by air. Okay. So I kind of made a visual to see, like a side profile view.
Mm-hmm.
People kind of understand the setup. So underground, you can have, it's called a Marks generator, and it's an FRC generator. It's a flux, which means magnetic compression generator. And what it does is you can hook it. It's not huge. It's probably bigger than a backpack, but smaller than like a generator that you would have when you're camping, let's say. I don't know the exact size, and I am proposing it's likely a Marks generator, but it could be a similar type of generator that uses a flux compression.
And
mechanism.
for the audience, how big can these generators be? How could they be able to bring them in? And what's your you believe it's kind of under the table, right?
No, I believe it's underground.
So you think it's underground? Got it. With there's that underground hatch area, right?
You have this hatch, and things can be underground. Now they had electrical stuff going in and out of it whenever.
Doesn't this also make it even weirder how they paved over the crime scene right away and they dug up 10 inches of soil within a couple of days? Like, seeing all these images, hearing this perspective in this context. What do you guys think, chat? Let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that watching what we're seeing right now makes it even more suspicious that they dug up the ground and paved over the scene and had that alleged emergency paving operation. Very odd.
Everything was plugged in. Notice how after the fact, so this is like the caution tape that night, it's like all their equipment's gone. You know,
Right.
a few speakers, we got 3 speakers. I didn't find the 4th speaker, but I could be wrong on that. There was 4 speakers to start with. His chair is back here outside of the tape. Nobody knows where that is. But back to this. So this underground hatch would give them a way to conceal the generator. And a lot of people think that if you say EMP, which stands for like electromagnetic pulse, that it's like this huge blanket statement that covers a blackout in a city. Now, while that is true, you could make a small pulse. Like I could make a handheld EMP device. You can go on.
And guys, if you're just joining me and you want to catch up later, I just want to let everybody know that when I'm done with this live stream, it's going to take a little while to process. But as soon as it's done processing, I'm going to make sure that I have all the necessary timestamps to click to the different segments, because we've covered a lot of content today. There have been a couple, little rants here and there. And I'll make sure that you guys are all able to catch up and see the specific segments without having to watch it all the way through or click around. I'll get all that going. It just takes a little time for the transcript to process. I also want to thank everybody that's been tuning in today. I know this is a surprise pop-up stream, not the usual time that I would go live. Right now, we have 409 concurrent viewers. And we have 411 likes. So that's always a good sign. The video's at just shy of 2,600 views. So if you haven't liked the video already, which I know most of you already have, please do, because it helps the channel. Subscribe, hit the notification bell, all that stuff. Let me read a couple of these supers and then we'll get right back to it. We got Shifty again. Shifty, this is like the 3rd or 4th super that you've sent. Thank you very much. Don't forget all the people contaminating the crime scene. That to me is wild. Well, yeah, I mean, I just covered and mentioned the paving and the digging up of the dirt. But even beside that, the crime scene was very contaminated. I mean, he was even standing on Charlie's chair to pull down the camera, which is just wild to me. Wild to me. And I really hope that the defense does a good job and bringing up all of these details when this goes to trial, because the crime scene was absolutely contaminated. We got Bonnie again as well. This is great, Bays. Very eye-opening. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying, and I'm glad you guys are all getting something out of this. Shifty again. Independent journalism greater than the FBI. We know why. Oh, yes, we do. And then Shifty again. Thank you very much. Dug up the soil to get rid of residue from the fallout, which attaches to soil very easily. I mean, that's a pretty good theory. That's a pretty good theory. They need some sort of explanation for why they did it, and why they did it in the way and the timely manner that they did. Very odd. But let's get back to it.
On YouTube, kids and adults will take and mod a Nerf gun and make it into an EMP, and you could put it over the top of your computer and fry your motherboard. It's not like this is top secret technology.
Right. You're saying kids can figure it out.
Go online right now and build your own Marks generator, a smaller version of one. You could order all the parts, not a problem. So I don't want people to think that this has to be some over, like, the concept is so overly complicated, it's impossible, because it's just, these things are not in our normal everyday environment. So we don't tend to think that they are normal. You think that, and we hear EMP and we think, oh gosh, something
That's
terrible.
not for us. Yes.
Right. Or it's going to be a blackout, or they're going to fry my computer. Whereas all of these things can be scaled up or scaled down based on how much voltage you pump into them, or however they're set, so to speak. So they all have their own little volume button.
I wonder if it'd be helpful if you showed one of those like beginners versions of it before we get too deep into the theory. Because I know you said you had a video.
Yes. I do have a video. However, let me just finish showing this right through here, and then we'll watch the video because you'll see how the mechanism works.
And guys, there's a lot of text here. I know you probably can't read it on the screen, but this one right here, it says chair, air gap, and necklace, final load and focusing element. Charlie sits on a chair with metal legs. It's self-positioned above an air gap. The air gap under the chair keeps the local circuit from being solidly grounded, so induced currents and fields remain concentrated rather than draining away. The closed loop Venetian box link necklace is a critical final element because it is a continuous conductive loop worn directly against the skin at the neck. A rapidly changing magnetic field induces current around that loop. Faraday's law. Those currents still immersed in the magnetic field experience Lorentz forces that act mechanically on the thin interlocking links. At the same moment, the microwave seeds deposits energy into the tissue, launching internal thermoelastic stress waves. The necklace therefore serves two purposes at once. It is the conductive load that converts electromagnetic energy into localized mechanical force, and it defines the precise anatomical location where the force is applied. I was just reading that, and I felt like it was pretty pertinent to what we're watching. So I wanted to make sure you guys knew what it said.
That would be great.
So you have the March generator here, and when Hunter Kozak goes up to the mic, that's when that antenna. Now, I'm not saying it was for sure an antenna, but I'm proposing it's likely an antenna because there's several references in the notes, and we saw a video of what looks like an unfoldable antenna. And at the same time, that is when Hunter is up at the mic, and the mic starts to hum, and he puts his hands up, and you can hear the hum of the microphone.
You totally can. I remember you sent me that video too.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my gosh, that's the hum.
Over here in the stack, but for the sake of right now, I'm just going to go through how it sets up. So when he unfolds the antenna, what that does is it powers on the March generator, and it can start to build up charge. And so when that's charging up, you see Terrell come over here, and he moves the microphone over to one side. And just before that, Dan Floodstead steps off and tells him something we don't know what it is. But then Terrell comes in, moves the microphone. Then you have all these little puffs of ionized air zapping about in and around the tent and the speaker areas. And then when Charlie grabs the microphone with one hand, that's fine. But as soon as he puts it in both hands between his knees, that's a specific geometry that creates with his body, the chair, and the air around him. And as soon as both hands touch this microphone with the system powered on, it has a sensor. That I'm proposing that the microphone had an installed sensor so that when both of his hands touched the microphone, he only does that. Like if you go back and watch his videos, he does that all the time, right between his knees. And so that creates the right geometry to drop the pulse. I don't believe anyone had a trigger that they specifically pushed, although Terrell Farnsworth is the closest to being the trigger man, in my opinion, if you want to go with a trigger. I don't think any one person was responsible for triggering the event, that the trigger was set in the system itself. They were just trying to make the conditions right. So as soon as he puts both hands on the microphone and they kind of time it to where, that's what Hunter's talking about, the pulse is dropped. So as soon as the pulses drop, now this is an exaggerated necklace because trying to show this with small necklaces is too hard. But you have a seed current or a microwave that is invisible that can drop a seed deposit of energy in a location. And the location is at that left side base of his neck. And at that exact same trigger, so everything is timed to fire at once. So at that same time, there is a puff of stuff that comes up towards him, and I'll show you the video in just a second. His hands touch the microphone, his knees slam together, and the necklace flies off. But what is happening here is when that current is dropped into his body, the electricity will flow through this necklace. It'll be drawn towards the necklace. And that electric current in the necklace creates a magnetic field around the necklace. So these blue lines coming up are the magnetic field. And then you have the red is like the current going through the necklace. But you would also have a magnetic field created when this energy is deposited. So it's kind of like almost like a thunderstorm where you'll have a hot front or a cold front and a hot front meeting, and you get a low pressure. And it creates Lorentz forces, which are kind of like a spinning, a compression and a spin. And it creates a shock wave called a thermoelastic shock wave. And it's really like these two magnetic compressive forces banging together and then spinning out away from each other. So it's an incredible dump of energy, but it's more the magnetic part of this that is what does the internal damage. It's not the electricity, the current. It's every time you create an electric current, there is a magnetic field in the opposite direction around the wire. It's like perpendicular to the wire. So they can shape the geometry of the metal legs. These lines under here can all help shape the field of the magnetic field lines. And all of this happens like instantaneously, super fast, and it's over. However, I feel like this is one of the only hypotheses that can really explain what happened. Because if we watch Charlie after the fact, okay, his arms stay flexed and he stays flexed in the chair. And if part of your spine is traumatically absent, your body can no longer sit up and have your arms flexed and be holding a microphone. And so that in and of itself, plus all of these other factors, played in together. And then I watched this video. So we're going to watch Charlie in this video, and I've slowed it down. But what we're looking for is the wave of energy. So you're going to see his shirt blow back. Actually, let's watch this one first.
Has anybody, guys, if you've watched this before, it's not going to show anything. I mean, I'm assuming it's not going to show anything that's going to cut the live because ADN covered this live. But I just want to be sure. Hold on one second. Let me just see what they're going to show first. No, it doesn't look too bad. All right, that's fine. Let me just bring it back a couple of seconds. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure.
Then I watched this video. So we're going to watch Charlie in this video, and I've slowed it down. But what we're looking for is the wave of energy. So you're going to see his shirt blow back. Actually, let's watch this one first. So right here, notice how the shirt movement is timed, and watch Terrell. So as soon as Terrell looks like he's stepping on something, look at the shirt. We've seen the videos of his shirt flying backwards, but really it's flying all the way around his neck. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it is undeniable that that shirt is moving before his body. If he was hit by a bullet, you would have seen some sort of flexing. You know what I mean? Like the fact that the shirt is moving and he is perfectly still has to be a major data point in all this.
There was a video too that you had shared on your X, and I had actually paused it and I could see the circle. And that's what's the photo, guys, in my thumbnail. I paused it to kind of, you can almost see this, and it's like in one frame. So anyway, I find this theory very compelling. Sorry to interrupt, but
no, you're fine. Interrupt whenever you have questions. So when so you see this is in my hypothesis here, like at that very instant, you can kind of see his arm a little bit moving, but that's when both of his hands touch and the microwave from the back camera is deposited into the necklace. So that would cause immediate thermal heating, like on the surface. It's called the skin effect. But really, it's such a high energy dump that it can't be absorbed. So it just spreads around the object's skin or the outer surface. So that's what we're seeing here, or what I feel like we're seeing here, is that the first part of the cascade of the energy dump all the way around his neck in that necklace. And then you're going to see it fire up where the current is going to focus more. So once his hands also are touching, so this is like simultaneous things. So we see it flash in a 360 direction. Like I'm right here. I noticed.
Yeah, it goes back and then it goes up. You guys see this? It goes back and then it goes up. I don't know how that would align with the physics if he was shot. You guys think Andrew Wilson has seen this video? You think he's gone this deep? You think he's analyzed the footage in this manner to come to his conclusions when he talks about his overwhelming evidence that led him to a 75 to 85% probability that he's sure Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk in the neck with a 30-06? I don't think so. Maybe he should, though. Maybe he should. Then, he wouldn't have to, go on Candace Owens and make a fool out of himself.
It's a bulge. I don't know if you know where that's from, but it's from the bullet casing. So right here we have the bulge in the shirt. And then immediately following that, you see the necklace. I'm going to let it play all the way. That's when it couples with his pendant. And the pendant is denser and has more metal all in one spot. So I think that would give it a reason to fly up, so to speak. Now let's watch it from this angle. So this one has sound, but I want you to pay attention to the back of his neck. Do you see the wave? It's a wave traveling through his body. It's like,
yeah, and the way the necklace comes off. That also, this is one of the best videos I've seen.
Not to mention the fact that you have to believe the narrative. You have to believe that Charlie Kirk is getting shot with a weapon that produces like 2,000 to 2,500 pounds of force when it's fired. And if he gets hit in this trajectory, he should be flying back. He should be, like, according to physics, if the impact is here, he should be moving with that trajectory. But he doesn't. He jumps up and then he goes to the side, the same side that he's being hit. Like, that doesn't make sense. If he's getting hit here and he jumps up and, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Of the necklace, which is a big contention for a lot of people when it comes to the Mike theory, I think.
Yes. And it's also like...
But guys, remember, according to Andrew Wilson, we have no evidence to support our theories. None. No evidence. There's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this and that he did it by himself with a 30-06.
Imagine if instantly his interior is expanding it's almost like his whole body right here, first it expands, or like it has a compression, it squeezes in, and then it violently expands. Also watch his neck right here. You can see the compression where it's almost like his head, and you can see his sleeves. They'll have like, it'll look like he's shrink wrapped, and then I don't want to use the word explode, but it's almost like his body's a trampoline, and it's a bounce where it's pulled in and then it snaps back elastically. So keep that in mind, and we're going to watch it again. And then notice how his necklace even follows the wave pattern. So right there, if his necklace did not wave like that, so it would follow the energy wave going out. And so that was really an important video for me to see when I was thinking along these lines. And then I came across this one, and I know it's kind of grainy, but this is a screen recording of the original. But I've found so much of this type of energy in and around the whole space. I spent probably 3 days just combing through videos where you can see radiant energy. So if you just watch the edges of his body here, see how the background is distorted right here, and it's kind of like,
sorry, I just don't want to show the blood. It's so sad though. Yo, I've watched footage like this more times than you guys would probably believe. And I'm sure that a lot of you guys have as well. But it like really doesn't get easier. You know, like this, like even when I was watching it and I was still leaning more towards he was still alive and the whole thing was staged, even that, it was like hard, like watching it and trying to make up my mind and process what I was seeing. You know, it's like, it's not something that I've ever done or taken lightly. And I think that's part of the reason why I get so like just angry and lash out at people that accuse people like me of like being a grifter or just trying to, you know, put out conspiracy theories or whatever the hell they say. It's like they have no idea. They have no idea like how much this case has not only meant to me, but just how consuming it's been. Consuming of my time, consuming of my mental capacity. You know, just trying to find out the truth. And not just the truth as to what happened to Charlie that day, but the truth as to why. And why they've been lying to us. And even with that, I don't go in with some sort of, you know, confirmation bias where it's definitely all bad and like he was taken out and it's a cover up. Like I've had different theories in my mind, like even with the hand signal, like the whole damn flood thing. You know, I was talking to somebody about this the other day. I said, like, what if Dan Flood saw somebody on the roof and that signal was to let other people know, and that he got, you know, by the time they saw it was too late. You know, I'm not saying that that's what I believe, but I'm saying that like as I go through all the footage and all the images and I do it objectively, I try my best to look at every possible scenario, because the only way I could ever believe or come to peace with any theory, regardless of who it comes from, all of these anomalies have to make sense. There has to be a rational explanation for all of them. And I don't know if I'm ever going to get that. I don't know if we're ever going to get that. And that really sucks. It just does. It just really sucks. Because I do want to find out the truth. I do want to know what happened. I do want to know why. You know? I don't know. I'm sorry for that little rant. I'm just thinking out loud.
A bullet, and it transected your cervical spine. So if we hold on, let me scoot on over here. So if you were shot with a bullet and it transected, so it came through here, hit his arteries, and then just shattered like the whole side of these bones. And then the spinal cord inside, which is like jello. It's like a big straw of jello, like a gummy worm. And it's inside the bones. So all of this was like broken, busted. We have the language over here, which I probably can't even read some of these words, but a significant portion of his cervical spine was traumatically absent from C2 to C7. So here we have the cervical spine from C2 down to C7. That's pretty much this whole area right here. Okay, then you get into your thoracic spine, which is T, but the C part is your neck. So these vertebrae on that side were crushed. So it would crush this and then pretty much kind of like a tornado, suck out this internal spinal, his spinal cord. So when you think spinal cord, that's the part that is, I always tell when I'm teaching kids, it's like the phone lines. So your brain is connected to your entire body through this phone line. So whenever it's cut, nothing is communicated to your body, like no posturing. That there is sort of a posturing that can happen after a traumatic cervical incident where the spinal cord is like cut in half, but that only lasts like milliseconds. And Charlie
It would be like limp, right? Like extremely limp.
Yes, they call it flaccid, where your body loses all electrical polarity. So think of it as like a magnet holding and staying locked in position. Well, it loses that position and just falls. It has no charge.
You know, there is something else that I want to add real quick, because there is another factor to all this that I could actually relate with. When they talk about Charlie getting hit in the spine with a bullet. Because for those of you that don't know, I have a history of back problems. I've had multiple surgeries on my spine. And there was a time when I had a couple of discs that were in really bad shape. And I had bad spinal stenosis. And I would get drop foot, where I would be walking around and out of nowhere, I would just lose feeling of my foot and just fall. Like there was nothing that I could do. And like that was just from pinched nerves. That was just from having like issues with my spine where things weren't, you know, aligned properly. And I had issues with the discs. So hearing that, you know, Charlie got shot in the spine, when I saw that he was still holding the microphone, that didn't really sit well with me, just based on my own personal experience. Now, I'm not saying that that's sort of, that's like actual proof that he wasn't hit in the spine, because I'm not an expert and, you know, I don't know exactly all the possible scenarios with that. I'm just saying that based on my own experiences with my own back problems and spinal issues, that like I've had times where I've lost feeling. So that was something that stood out to me, like to me from my own experiences early in the beginning, early on covering this. It's like, wait, like if he was hit in the spine, like wouldn't everything have just gone limp? Like wouldn't he have just like let go? Again, I could be wrong, but it's just from my own experience.
Hard to keep it in that position. However, Charlie's body stays in that position until Dan Flood pushes him off the chair.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 2 seconds. I've timed it out. But also, if you were hit with a bullet, his knees like slam together and then lock together. And they stay together until he's pushed off the chair. First of all, if a 30-06 hit you in the neck, you wouldn't even be on this platform. Your entire chair would be off the back. It would have blown him off the platform.
That is a really good point. That was what I was saying earlier, that the physics don't make sense. If he got hit with that much force, he would have just blown back in that direction. He wouldn't have bounced up and then limped over on the same side that he was hit.
And so when I saw this, I was like, how could a Rode microphone explosive simultaneously blow out the cervical spine, blow out a chunk of the spinal cord to where nothing below that area gets any type of current or message, yet his knees bang together and his arms stay flexed, his hands stay flexed until Dan Flood pushes him off the chair. And then again, when you watch this one, and I think I've cut it off to where we won't see anything dramatic, but let's take a look at this. See how the microphone is still in the same spot?
Mm-hmm.
In order to create, like, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Just that's why a ball will bounce if it's made out of the right materials. And here, claiming that this microphone, which we do not even see a kickback on, the kick is on the other side.
That's a really good point. That's a really good point. And hey, I do just want to point out, and I have the data to prove it, I have the transcripts to prove it, that months ago, when everybody was talking about the lapel mic and thought it was on the shirt, I had said that I think that there's a better chance that it was the necklace. I said it before Blake Bednar's, by the way, too. I actually said it, I mean, I've been saying it for a while, but I know I have it on record with Jordan Henshaw before Blake put out his video talking about it. That I think that it would have been the necklace for different reasons. For different reasons. I also thought that if Charlie was killed by somebody who's not Tyler Robinson or Lance Twiggs for that matter, that there would have been some symbolism behind using the necklace to kill him. Because if he was killed by the powers that be, whoever, I'm not even going to say, you know, make any accusations or anything. Somebody within the system will say that it would have been because he put his faith in Jesus before the system, that he was not going to sell out, that his faith in God came first, and that there would have been some symbolism there to take him out with the necklace. That was a theory.
Of the shirt. There's no kickback in this direction. Okay, the magnet is still on here. In order to create enough force to blow apart the base of your your vertebrae and suck out the spinal cord here.
Right.
And then still be magically connected with this little tiny magnet on this polyester t-shirt.
Yo, this is funny. I love when I get stuff like this. You do you, CIA boo. Wait, where's the other one? You're a sellout, Bayes. Really? That's what you think? You think I'm a sellout? I would love to know your theory. I would love to know your theory and why you think what you do.
Sure. Now I know, like, he has very convincing information on, like,
and mods, don't take anybody out that criticizes me. Only take them out, time out, ban them, whatever, when they're using some form of hate speech. I don't mind the criticism. You're allowed to, you know, comments like that about me. You could say them all day. It's totally fine. My platform is not an echo chamber. And if you feel so strongly about my theories and the information that I'm presenting that you would say things like that, please present me with the evidence that you have why. Because if you're seeing something that I'm not seeing, I would love to see it. I would love to see it. I'm a very open-minded person, and I could assure you that I'm not working for the CIA.
With the computer overlays, but sometimes I feel like that forces our mind to think. It's like asking a leading question to a witness. It's kind of like leading our minds in a certain direction. And so I've tried all of this, all of these assumptions that I am making are observable with footage that's pretty much just slowed down so that we can see it frame by frame. But with the exception of this with an overlay. But so I think our minds can sometimes be tricked by computer simulations because it's just like AI. And I'm sure many of you have prompted AI and it takes you down a completely ridiculous, train of thought. And you're like, no, that's not even where I was going with this.
And you have to fact check it and tell it, no, you're kind of lying too. So
yeah, exactly. And so these computer simulated visual models are just the same as a language model, only they are tracking visuals. Now, I know there's very sophisticated programs, and I'm not saying that people that don't have very sophisticated equipment that do this for a living couldn't actually track all of the things. But if you're just evaluating heat signatures by judging where pixels move, I don't know that translates.
ADN is in the chat. Good morning, ADN. Did you see my text?
It's well, if you know what I mean. And not saying that John he's a great researcher, and I know he has spent probably a good portion of the last year just constantly analyzing. However, we also, like, if I got to a point where what I'm thinking is happening, it comes to a dead end, then it's time to look for something new, because our goal should be to find out what happened to Charlie. And I feel like now that we have that autopsy report, and I've even thought, like, well, what if that's fake? However, I don't think that they would fake that autopsy report, because the autopsy report pretty much says that it would be hard to explain with a ballistic event. Because if a bullet hit his neck and caused all the damage that it says it caused, and his body stays flexed, that's pretty much impossible. So I'm really interested in how this is going to play out at trial, because there's really no way to explain how his body would stay in that posture of being upright and flexed. And I can't show the part where Dan Flood is knocking him over just because of the blood. But
that's a funny one. That's a really funny one. I got to give you guys credit for originality.
Also, I felt like when we heard Barron and what was his name when who went on Julian Dory? Joseph, was that his name?
Yes.
He seemed very bewildered by the spinal portion, and that raised another like red flag for me. He made it seem like that seems very odd. I don't know if that was your impression, but I think that kind of.
Oh, absolutely.
That's how I.
My impression. Like that's kind of. That's kind of what led me down this rabbit hole, because it's like all of these things can't be true at the same time. And I don't know who's writing their script, but they are probably already fired, or, they don't have a good outcome heading their way. But so in that sense, I don't know how this could be false, because I've decided, we roll around whether this information that's coming out is true, or is it just hearsay, or did they misquote? However, if you have the video evidence, which all of us have access to, and then you say this phrase right here, his cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Okay, that means there's no way that his body can stay flexed for even a second after that shot if it is, in fact, a ballistic event.
Right.
Because
it
it
was
would
literally
just fall to
absent.
Trello. However,
Listen, I haven't completely ruled that out either. Definitely not. I've said multiple times that I've been back and forth on whether, and I don't take it lightly either. I said this a couple minutes ago that I don't take it lightly. I've been back and forth on whether or not he's dead or whether it was staged. And although I do believe that he's dead, I think that there is definitely a higher probability that he is alive than that Tyler Robinson killed him. I've been transparent about that since day one. But, you know, part of my process and you know what's factored into me coming to the conclusion that I'm at this point is going back and watching all of the footage of Charlie. I've spent hours and hours and hours watching this man speak, watching his show, watching his interviews, watching him on stage live. And I cannot find the kind of bad acting or inconsistencies that lead me to believe that he would have staged this. I just haven't. And I've looked. I've tried to find it. Now, is it possible that there's more to it that we're not taking into consideration, or that he thought that his children were in danger and that he's in witness protective? That's possible. But a lot of the people that believe it's staged, you know, also believe that he's just an actor and he's been acting the whole time. And I have not found anything to draw me to that conclusion. And I've been very transparent and objective about that process.
however, he did stay postured in that chair. So now I'm going to go down to looking
Me too, Bonnie.
at, so we've
Me
looked
too.
at Charlie, kind of the ways his body is moving, and we wouldn't interpret that as a ballistic event, especially this 360 shirt bulge in the initial moment, followed by you can see the wave in his body, you can see the waves in his skin, and then you see it like go out. It's almost like he's been squeezed and then he's like expanding from the inside. And I believe that's the expansion phase of this, is when his neck erupts. And it really would almost just destroy the internal tissue where the magnetic line is. It's almost like inside his head, there would have been like a tornado coming down to the point where the current, like if the microwave hit on this side of his necklace, it's almost like that would create a spinning this direction. And then you have the other current coming up this way. And so where those currents meet is kind of like a low pressure, or like
And again, I just want to say this to let everybody know, especially those that are just joining, is that my platform is not an echo chamber. It is not an echo chamber. Everybody's opinions matter, and they're all welcome. All I ask is that everybody's respectful. Hate speech will not be tolerated. But even if you're of the belief that Tyler Robinson did do this, I want you to feel welcome in this chat. You know, like, I don't expect you guys, and I said this earlier on, that I don't expect everybody to agree with my take. I don't expect everybody to agree with my takes and everything that I say. And I don't expect you guys to agree with each other's. But that's part of the beauty of this. And that's part of the beauty of the community that I am trying to help build and add on to and contribute to. You know, one thing that I think that we could all agree on is that Charlie Kirk was about dialogue. He was about finding common ground and respectful debates and dialogue. And I encourage that all day. And I encourage you guys to question me and to challenge me.
tornado, like at the eye of a tornado. So suddenly things are sucked in and then blown out. And that's
low pressure, but high enough to hurt somebody, right?
Do
Like
what?
we're talking. So it's like low pressure compared to a tornado, but enough
Yes.
pressure to
Yes.
right.
Yeah,
to-
it kind of like, and the tissues inside would have been the mechanical stress, because it's kind of like a twisting force. So if you took a dish rag and filled it with water and then started to twist it, and then a Mark's compression generator, what it does is it works kind of like your microwave, where the magnetic field flips back and forth violently. So it's like flipping the water molecules inside your body, flipping their polarity back and forth a million times per second, or who knows how many times it can happen at this level of a pulse driven. But it would have rapid thermal heating interior, and then because of that thermal heating, it would create like, it's just like for lack of a better way, like exploding a hot dog in the microwave.
Oh, wow. Well, and I think that though gives a little like credence to why people thought it was electrocution, because it's kind of, think of it similarly, right? It's similar, but we have this magnetic field that comes into play with this, right?
Right. Well, anytime you have an electric current, there's a magnetic field. So if you drive underneath a power line, you're going to be driving momentarily through a magnetic field. And people just don't register that on their daily thought life. Who has time to sit around and care or think about it? However, that's how everything that we interact with works, is an electromagnetic wave. And that's what all the towers are. That's how your phone works, our computers, everything. And so with that electromagnetic wave, then the necklace becomes a tool, because what happens is that current that can go through his body, because your body's conductive. So the current can go through the body, but it seeks out the necklace, because that is like a path of least resistance, so to speak. So as a current of electricity, so this is kind of a visual to help you understand, like if the...
And listen, whether or not you agree with what this woman is saying and the information that she's presenting, you still have to appreciate the fact that she's presenting it. Listen, when it comes to science and when it comes to theories, a lot of times you have to get things wrong a bunch of times before you get things right. And when you have so many different theories as to what happened, and a lot of them that contradict each other, you have to really take the time to go through them all to start ruling some out. That's just my take. And that's why, even if there's a theory that I don't agree with, like the lapel mic, for instance, it doesn't mean that I'm just going to brush it off. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to take the time to go through it and try to understand it before I draw my final conclusion on it. And I feel like anybody who thinks otherwise is just not being open-minded enough. And if you really want the truth and you're really invested in this and you really want to know, you have to take the time and really go through everything. Or else you're doing yourself and the truth a disservice. And I will say that also includes the idea that Tyler Robinson did do this. And believe me when I tell you that I have tried to take the time and go through everything objectively and try to think, okay, what if Tyler Robinson did do this? Back to what I was referring to at all, even with the Dan Flood signal. When I said, what if Dan Flood saw somebody on the roof and that's what the signal was for? And that they just didn't get it on time. I've thought about this. I've tried to hit every scenario from every angle. And I still don't know what happened. I don't have a theory that I could, positively, put my money on and give a high probability to. But when going through all the information and ruling things out, I think the easiest one to rule out is the narrative. That's just my take. That's my honest, objective take.
Current is in the necklace going this way, and this is just a vague explanation. Then the magnetic field is going up this way. Okay. So it's always perpendicular to the electric field. So I always think of it as like if I had a wire and then I put a pool noodle around the wire can carry the electricity, but the pool noodle will be like the magnetic field around that wire. So it circles around. Now I would like to show a video that kind of helps put all this into visual, and then we can come back and look at how there's evidence of the microwaves in and around the area. Some people have thought that.
Listen, I have really good pattern recognition, and I think that patterns are evidence. And there is a lot of patterns of bullshit with the narrative.
These were like bullets, but if you analyze them, they just appear and disappear in the same moment.
Facts.
And there's so many of them around the environment. So let's go over here and watch a couple videos. And ironically, the first video that we are going to, well, actually, I'm going to say the second one we watch.
Definitely.
UVU made this electromagnetic can crusher. Now, when I show you this, this is essentially, like in a very broad sense, how this works. It is more like tedious and, has more conceptual planning than this, but in a gist of how does this really work, these kind of help explain what's going on.
Yeah, because it'll help us picture it in our mind's eye.
Yes.
I think that's been great. Thank
One
you.
of those weird properties of electromagnetism. An electric current that is flowing charges always creates a magnetic field. Which direction is that magnetic field pointing?
Okay, we talked about this earlier.
Testing you.
It's the right hand rule. So if the current's going this way, then we get a magnetic field just like my fingers all the way around that coil, right?
Very good. So it's like a toroidal shape, like a donut.
I can understand donuts. That donut-shaped magnetic field is getting stronger. It's changing as the current increases. And another weird property of electromagnetism is that changing magnetic fields near a conductor can induce currents.
We can see that here with another cool demo Architect has, where you drop a magnet through some coils of wire attached to LED lights. The LEDs light up because the magnetic field going through induces a current. No batteries required.
But those currents also have their own magnetic field. So we induce a current in the can with the first magnetic field, but that current induces a second magnetic field, and it's facing the same way as the first, which means you have two very strong magnets with like poles which want to get away from each other. But the can has nowhere else to go but inward.
So the magnetic field actually sears the can in half and sends it off in two different directions.
That's what makes the boom.
That's what makes the boom boom.
So, and then this is exactly what they're showing. That's just a really good way to explain it. But this is just that in action with an actual can. Now, it is slowed down. However, the acoustic signature of using this principle is the same type of acoustic signature you would hear with a gunshot.
Like the
Yo, that's wild. Hold on. I got to pull that back a couple seconds. You guys see that?
Action with an actual can.
Yo.
It is slowed down. However, the acoustic signature of using this principle is the same type of acoustic signature you would hear with a gunshot.
like the crack. Will you zoom in just a little bit more?
You bet.
I think this is really, yeah. Okay, let's
Now,
see it again.
They did put a trash bag over their device, but what you'll notice is the can is up on a platform so that there is an air gap around it.
Are you guys watching this? This is wild. Where's Jordan Henshaw when you need him?
Wow.
Okay, now this is this one is way more focused, so you can see it. This one doesn't have a sound, but this is from the UVU. And as soon as I saw this is like the capacitor would be underground. Then this is Charlie's platform, and he has a necklace on, and then
Oh wow, they're like reenacting the whole setup. Theoretically, of course.
and as soon as he touches both hands on the microphone. The current is released. So it's not really the electricity that's doing the damage. Watch how the compression works here. It's the magnetic field. Do you see how it has like, now granted, we're crushing aluminum here, so it's not the same as like a human's tissue, but you can't really run these kinds of tests.
Right.
On,
That would be unethical.
At least we don't have declassified documents of how they're trying this. I'm sure.
Well, and this goes to that video we showed that you had showed earlier about the way his head moved.
Exactly.
That's what this reminds me of. So just putting the pieces together, there's a reason she showed that other video of how his kind of head and neck moved.
Oh, hold on. We have a special guest.
Hi.
ADN, good morning. We were
Good
just
morning.
talking about you.
I heard that from someone that apparently I'm also your handler. I also saw that in the chat. I'm like, I think it would be reverse if anything, but
if anything, probably.
yeah. Baze is the one always calling me, telling me you should talk to this person, you should do this thing. Yeah. So I mean, as a friend though, not as a handler.
I mean, listen, if you're the handler, then you are the best handler of all time.
I know. Well, I was talking to someone on X and they're like, if you're a Mossad honeypot, you're the best one. And I'm like, how would I be a honeypot?
Yeah, that's so wild.
What do you think of the video so far?
I think it's great. We've been watching it for a long time. We've covered like 45 minutes of it.
You guys are very far in. It's a 2-hour long video, but there's some super chats and there's the beginning. But we're probably going to do a part 2. So if everyone likes it, she has a lot more information is the crazy part.
They loved it. I didn't even know. I as I was saying, I don't know how much of the stream you watched. I like slept through the whole day yesterday.
I heard that.
I slept like 18 hours. Not straight. I like slept a lot. I woke up. I was still exhausted. I was with the kids for a little bit, went back to sleep. And yeah, I pretty much slept the whole day away. And then I woke up at like 2:30 in the morning, my time. And I was like, damn, I didn't make any content, didn't put out any clips. And then I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to go live. What am I going to, I'm going to like sit here and spend a couple hours like watching everything, trying to figure out like what I'm going to do a show on. I'm like, screw it. I'm just going to go live. I'm going to watch everything. And then if anything, if I'm still up, if my sleep schedule isn't completely shot, I'll just go live again later. Why not?
That's so funny.
And now I'm 5 hours and 16 minutes in.
How many people have you had come to this late night to early morning event?
We've been floating around like 350, 400 concurrents all the time. I've only gotten like 3,000 views. Yeah, it's definitely
for the time.
It's definitely below average from what I've been doing the last 2 weeks. But yeah, I started at 4 in the morning.
I was gonna say I still would call that a pretty successful time. I'm glad everyone's here.
Yeah, no, and it's been really good. It's been really good. I've been enjoying it, and a lot of people are happy, because there's a lot of people that are up at this time that are not up at night and never get to catch my lives. I've gotten a couple DMs, gotten a couple messages, seeing it in the chat. There are people that watch me but don't typically get to catch me live. So I'm like, you know what? Maybe I can make this work where I could do something like this at least once a week.
Oh, that'd be nice.
I wouldn't turn my whole sleep schedule upside down, for a smaller audience. But I mean, who knows? If I could build on this and do it consistently and it grows, maybe I will switch and do
Sarah in the chat said she's been here 4 hours. Go, Sarah.
Yeah, I've been paying attention to the chat the whole time. Been bouncing back and forth. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people have been here for a long time, and I'm very grateful. Yeah, Stacy popped in at one point, and
Stacy, let's go.
She blessed me, and then she said she was going back to bed.
That's so sweet.
I was surprised she was even up.
I love that.
But yeah, it was actually the chat that was recommending the video.
No way.
Yeah, there was a lot of people saying, hey, you got to watch ADN. You got to watch ADN. So I had a whole bunch of stuff that I was covering. I was kind of winging it. I woke up. I spent about a half hour just clicking through different names of, some of the people. And then I'm like, all right, I wasn't watching any of it. I was like bouncing around, seeing if anybody was covering anything. I saw Jesse on Fire had a video covering a rooftop. I'm like, all right, there's probably something there.
Right.
And then once I got started, a bunch of people were recommending your live. So I'm like, yeah, we'll definitely add that to the list.
Well, thank you guys.
Yeah. And now you're here.
Yes, he
So-
put in a special request, and I said I need to let the dogs out and feed my child, and I can come.
So what did you learn from this interaction? First off,
Oh
who
my
is
God.
who is this person that you had on?
Yeah, so what she said 72 is her X handle. I found her in X Spaces. Get Crunked is one of my very good followers, and we actually talk offline. And they had sent me a message and said, which is another X user, you need to have what she said on. And what she said is her anonymous name because she doesn't want to have a face to the work, even though I've seen her. I know she's a real person. She just wants to stay anonymous. So she actually follows the missing scientist work too, and she knows how dangerous some of this work actually is because it is. And so she wanted to be anonymous, but she's on X. She has a Substack that she puts all this information in. She's on what she said 72 on X. So if you follow there, I actually gave her this video that if she wants to clip it up and put it in her own YouTube channel, she can. Or if she can put it on X. She said she didn't really know if she wanted to do a YouTube channel. I said, but when you can talk and present stuff over your work, you don't have to show your face. So I recommended she did that because she's very intelligent. She's easy to listen to. She explains it well. She's actually a teacher. She's an engineering teacher. So I think that's really crucial for people when you're watching this. Like we're the class, she's the teacher, and that's how she presented it. And I thought she did a great job.
Yeah, I think it's been great. Oh, hold on 1 second.
No problem.
You mind taking over for a second?
I'll take over.
Sorry to put you on the spot. All right,
Yeah,
give me 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, guys. So I'll keep talking about this and what I learned. So I didn't really know that much about EMPs besides from some very low level research I did. But what I found really cool is when you watch the video, if you go back and watch one of Charlie Kirk's videos of this event and what happens to him, there's a specific video where you can pause it and actually kind of see this circle around him. And that's exactly what she's describing. So your electromagnetic field kind of goes in a circle. And so if that's what was used, that is what this theory is kind of describing. So it can be used with a directed energy weapon. And we didn't get too much into that, but basically someone said handler or not, you are okay with us. Thank you. I promise I'm not his handler. He's actually one of my dearest friends. So we talk a lot. But yeah, so you can actually see if you freeze frame. I hope I can find the video so I can drop it on X. It's around the neck and it's a circle, which is what she was describing. And if you go to my channel, it's part of my thumbnail. I had AI make the thumbnail, but you can kind of see this circle. And she explains that you can shoot from like the camera angle. It's not a laser, but you can think of it as a laser type directed to the neck and then something from the front. And she said this technology, it's not actually complicated. We're just not well versed in it. And I think that's really the tipping point here. She said it wouldn't be hard to set this up. It's not super complicated. Just if you and me, regular civilians, aren't well versed in it, it seems crazy, but it's not. It's not crazy. It's just something that like the general public doesn't use. And so I thought that was a really interesting point she made, because to me, when I was watching this, I'm like, oh, a lot of this stuff makes sense, but it's not like something that I'm super knowledgeable about. So we were going to do a part 2 too. I don't know how much more of this Bayes is going to show, but it was super interesting. I'd highly recommend checking out that video and going to her X, because I'm still processing it. I will probably listen to it again. I've also talked to her, by the way, for 2 hours before the show a couple days ago, just to also hear it. It's something that takes time to understand, especially if you're not science minded. I'm not. I am a writer. I'm a creative. I'm kind of on that side. So it's taking a little bit for it to sink in, but it does relate to some of the technology the missing scientists were also working on. So all of this stuff kind of comes together when you picture a story of what governments are doing and can do.
and what they're developing. And it's just not that far off the mark to think if this was an operation instead of a lone shooter, that they would use different types of methods to take out Charlie Kirk and not just, a gun on the roof. I don't think it's too far off the playing field. Doesn't mean that's what happened, but she's like, I'm willing to interpret this differently if more information comes out. She's not stuck to it. She's just putting it forth as an alternate theory of what could have occurred that day, especially when she talked about the spinal cord being completely absent. And you guys remember Joseph Scott Morgan and Julian Dory, he was very perturbed by that. I remember him, and I wish I would have pulled up the clip during my video, but that he seemed like that just is so abnormal for the type of wound he was supposed to have. So I just thought, I'm going to let her come on my show. She will do it because this is her first video. This was coming on my show. So I just let her basically take the reins, and I thought she's such a good speaker. I don't have to do much. I just asked some elementary questions just for basic understanding and to connect the dots. But she was also a perfect guest because I didn't have to know the material super well. I didn't have to know it like I was her to be able to conduct more of an interview / presentation style, because she's so well versed. I didn't have to hold her hand through like what we might be missing, because she's a teacher. So I loved her as a guest. I really hope you guys could follow her. And she's really specifically been focusing on this part of the story. Whereas like, if you're me, I've been focusing on a lot. I've been focusing on who are the players, what may have happened that day that failed, things like that. She's been specifically focused on the how this may have happened to Charlie Kirk. And actually, the funny part is that's the one part, because I'm not scientific, I've been just kind of looking at other people's theories. I haven't tried to deduce my own. So I was so happy to have her on because I thought, well, I haven't seen anyone put this on their channel about EMPs and how that could happen. A lot of people are very sold on the exploding mic. I'm not sold on it because of the sound. So when you hear that sound, an exploding mic would not have made that sound. And so then another thing would have to be true, which would be you'd have to have it over the loudspeaker. Like there would have to be quite a few other things. Whereas when I was thinking about this, all of the things that people have raised, like Blake Bednar's, what about the necklace? The necklace should not have done that. Well, the exploding mic attempts to debunk that because if it explodes, then it could have, but it doesn't talk about the ring. And she talks about EMPs would have absolutely made his ring fall off of his hand like we saw. The neck would have absolutely gone straight up. All of that could have happened because also they're metal. And that interferes obviously with an EMP. So I thought her theory was so cool. I am not a scientist. I am just a researcher and my job is to put things to the public. And she's like, if you have more information, please try and debunk it. She's not cocky about this theory. She isn't stuck on it. So I just wanted to give her mad props because I haven't seen people do it. She just started this over the summer. This is not something she's been worked on 10 months. She just did this summer. So I just thought that was super cool. Paul, how were they going to get a gunshot wound from it? That would be a question to ask her. But like I was saying earlier, they can direct that. They can direct certain parts of an EMP to more specific spots on the body. And so assumingly they probably should have been able to. She thinks maybe something, I think if I remember correctly, it's like she thought there might be a stent in his neck that made it so it exploded right there. And I thought that was interesting too. Hey.
I'm a little fuzzy. I don't know why.
You are a little fuzzy.
All right, I'm back.
You're back.
All right. Thank you for that. Sorry.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the baby woke up. It's like part
that's
of her.
fine. You've been going for 5.5 hours.
Yeah, it's part of her morning ritual though. No matter what time I fall asleep at night, when she wakes up, she wants to see me. So I wanted to like make sure
That's the cutest thing.
Yeah, gave her a little bit of time, heated up some more coffee.
Oh, I love that. Oh.
Yeah. Hyla couldn't believe that I'm still going. She's like, she was shocked when I was live. She came in early when I started because she knew I was sleeping all of yesterday. So she woke back up and they came in. She's like, you're still live? I'm like, yeah. She's like, how long has it been? I'm like a little over 5 hours. She's like, I wish you'd do this every day.
That is so funny.
Yeah, she hates me on the night schedule. Can't
I
stand
bet.
it.
Does she have a
Can't
hard time
stand it.
sleeping when you are?
Yes. Well, yeah, she's a very light sleeper.
Yeah.
Me, it's very hard to fall asleep, but once I fall asleep, I'm usually
Like a rock.
pretty good. Yeah, I wouldn't say that I'm like a rock, because I do get woken up, but I'm not the light sleeper that she is.
Right.
Yeah, but she can't hear me anyway. Where I'm on like a total different side of the house.
That's funny.
Yeah, I couldn't. Are you kidding me? My late night rants, if I'm screaming at the camera, she'd be like, what the hell?
Yeah, she'd come in there.
Yeah. I told her I got another hour or so left in the tank. And
That's
then I'm
so
going to
funny.
take over the baby and let her do what she's got to do.
Yeah, that's great. You're a good dad.
I
She
try to
is,
be.
and she's a very good. I can tell she's a very good mom. I really
Oh, the
like her.
best. The best.
And I follow her on Instagram, guys. She's so sweet. Hyla's so sweet.
Yeah, I never promote the Instagram though, just because of all the crap that's going on. I don't want her to.
I won't
catch
promote
any-
it. I'm just saying I follow
Yeah, I don't
her
want
and
her
I
to
like
catch
her.
any strays.
We don't need her to catch any strays.
All
but
these
I'm a
savages.
fan of her.
Yeah, she don't really cover any of this stuff.
No, not at all.
Her channel is more
Completely
in
different.
Christian ethics.
Yes.
Not the Andrew Wilson kind of Christian ethics. We're talking about the real ones.
The kind that like people who actually read their Bible and that kind.
Yeah, very, very big Bible reading household. Not so much me. I've done most of my scripture reading on online and ChatGPT, which drives her nuts. Drives her nuts. Yeah, it drives her nuts.
She's like, get the book out.
Yeah, yeah. But no,
I told you I have like an old Bible from Britain from the early 1800s. That's very interesting. And sometime I might do a video on it, but I need to get it rebound because it's old and I don't want to break the spine. So once I do that, it's on my list. I'm going to do videos on what we don't have in our Bible versus this old Bible. It's very interesting. So
that's a really good idea.
yeah, I thought that would be a really good video. So at some point, if you're ever interested in that, because I'm also interested in history. So that stuff, biblical history is really interesting. How they've subverted the Bible to modern day is very interesting. So at some point I'll do that, but I wanted an actual Bible to talk on it and be like, hey, I have receipts.
Me and her have actually talked about her having her on the show to talk about scripture.
That'd be really cute.
I might do that for members only in the future.
Well, Allie does those Pastor Sundays, and I feel like I love that she does stuff like that. I feel like a Sunday members where she gets on and talks about stuff like that would be really cool.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I would do it weekly. Maybe in the future.
Yeah, you could see if people like it or gauge
Yeah,
audience.
I try. The thing with me is I try to keep my channel to be objective too. Like even
Right.
though obviously I promote that I'm a Christian, I believe in Christian ethics and Christian values, but I also believe in the Constitution, and I don't want to make things too like I don't want my channel to come off pushy in a sense where
Right,
it isolates people with other beliefs.
Mhm.
Because sometimes just in conversations, like when I was having that debate with Kevin the other week,
Oh yeah.
I felt like he thought that I was being a little pushy when I wasn't.
No. Understanding people's worldviews, it's very important. So you know how to talk to them. And I think where atheists get it wrong is they're not really willing to have that conversation because they don't believe in anything. And they think you're being pushy when it's just your belief system. And like I would try and understand anybody else's belief system that isn't similar to mine, so I can come to an agreement, right? Because if you're going to have political discourse, your underlying beliefs and your values absolutely determine how you're going to vote, what things you care about, and finding some common ground there. You have to be able to understand everyone's belief systems, which is why a lot of people believe it is hard to have a ton of different religions in one country, because your belief systems are a little bit different a lot sometimes, and your culture. So that's why some people do believe that. It's not saying it's right or wrong, but who you are is your baseline of your values and beliefs, and a lot of that is determined by your religion and how you were raised and where you were raised. So
I wish people would understand that when Christians are talking to you, we're doing the same for you. We're evaluating your belief system and not attempting to knock it most of the time. We're trying to come to an understanding.
Well, also, you know, even though I'm a Christian, I am against organized religion for the most part, the vastly most part, because of the corruption that we've seen over the years. And I am a firm believer in one's individual relationship with God. And I feel like, and I'm speaking from experience here, like I didn't establish my relationship and find God because other people were pushing it on to me or trying to teach me. Like, I feel like for everybody to really get connected, it's a personal journey that people are going to, they're going to find that way on their own. You could try to lead the horse to the pond. It's not even really like that. I was going to say you can like lead the horse to the pond, but they can't drink. But like for me, it's like people were giving me the directions to the pond and I just had to, it was just like Chinese and I just had to find my own way and find my own path. And believe me, there was a lot of detours over the years, but I don't think that anybody was ever going to just be able to explain it to me. And that's why I don't try to spend my time. Like when I talk about God and I talk about religion and Jesus and all that, I speak mostly from my own personal experience, but not in the way that I'm trying to direct other people on how to get there too, because I don't know how to get other people there, if that makes sense.
100%. I always believe we were called to be a light on the hill, and that through that light, people may want to find out more about it. But my job is not to save somebody. When you believe someone else did that for you already, then you don't try, to get them to your side. You just hope you can come to some understanding, especially in this type of arena.
But that's why I also say and tell people too, like one of the slogans for my channel has been "Be the light," because I feel like the best way to guide people is to lead by example and be objective. Be open-minded, be willing to hear the other side of the argument and look at different situations from every possible scenario and just be a good person. Because I feel like when you're a good person and you give off a good energy and you're welcoming and warm to people, especially when they have different values and beliefs, it draws people in more to be like, okay, like this person, like they don't have it all figured out, but they're doing something right. And I feel like for me personally, like that's just what I try to do. I try to be a good influence. Like I talk to people all the time that even if you don't have the biggest platform, like me, like I'm not a big creator, especially compared to some of the people that we talk to, you know what I mean?
100%.
But I still have a platform. I still have an audience. And I feel like there's a responsibility that comes with that. And I'm always conscious of that.
100%. Yeah, I try and stay objective as best as I can. Now, I will say I can still be swayed by my personal faith, but not in investigations. More about study of history. I think at
100%.
times that could probably personally bias me just a little bit, but that's me being honest. I'll probably look into more Christian history, things like that, but not in a way where I believe that they're the good guys all the time or anything like that. Just meaning like what would naturally interest me. But like when it comes to like the Charlie Kirk case or the missing scientists or things like that I've covered, it doesn't really impact my investigation or my findings there. I'm actually more willing to give people that may be the bad guys in the scenario the grace that maybe that's not actually what happened and it just looks bad on camera. So that's kind of, I think, the only time it really impacts me.
No, that makes a lot of sense. So
Yeah.
what else did I miss yesterday? I covered Candace, I covered Dee Dee, I covered Jesse, I covered you, I covered Andrew Wilson.
Did you? I saw, so you saw the Dee Dee video? And okay, so
I didn't watch the whole Dee Dee video.
I didn't
a
either.
portion of it.
The thing is I felt like yesterday it was kind of all about what Candace had to say. Like, because we were all waiting, bated breath for how it actually went. And I thought it was very interesting that they were just talking to Mr. Anonymous for however long. And then it turns out to be Steven Crowder's people. And I just told you, I didn't even know who he was. And so
Yeah, I
that's
loved
the
it.
face to me.
Like Oh my God. It was just too good to be true. It was too good to be true to find out that Andrew Wilson showed up with Steven Crowder's team. I found it a little odd. I'm not going to lie that right after the interview that Andrew Wilson's on the phone and he's like talking shit and complaining to Crowder. It's
Right.
like, why are you talking to Steven? Like, why is that your go-to? And then it just made so much sense when you find out that he showed up with Steven Crowder's team and that they called Candace or were messaging Candace and they wouldn't even tell her who they were. And it was like 13 hours before the debate was going to start. And they're like, yeah, we need this. We need a space. We need to be able to stream it out. And that they were all disrespectful to her. And it's like, what the hell? And knowing that, and going back and watching the debate, and with that additional context added, that she still, with all that grace, with all that patience, 7 months pregnant, kept her cool and just obliterated him.
Obliterating him without having to go too low. That was, I thought, the classy. She was classy
didn't have
about
to go
it.
low at all. She
Just had the facts, and she's like, "You don't even know one charge." I just really found, I found because of the conversation you and I had, that's so funny because I was like, I had no idea who this guy is, and now he's extremely relevant to the plot. And also
very relevant.
Very relevant to the plot.
And then I was watching Patrick Bet David too because I wanted to see his reaction. And
I didn't see his.
He let something slip.
What?
At one point in when he was talking about it, he's like, "Yeah, and I spoke to Ben Shapiro." It's like, of course you did. Of course, somewhere in the background, lurking in all of this is Ben Shapiro. It's like always, without fail.
It would be so funny if PBD was like, "Yep, it just didn't go great." Like if that was his report back to Ben, imagine what he said. He's like, "Oh, you know what? I hate to say it, but Candace definitely got the dub." Like, it's like even my polls are saying it. Like, I don't know. It just imagine delivering that to Ben Shapiro.
And guys, don't worry. I'm seeing the chat. They're like, no more debate. No more debate. This is like all anybody's been talking about since Friday. Since even before Friday, even before the date, it was like the buildup. It's like,
Yeah.
it's we're moving on, guys. Don't worry.
We're moving on. Sorry. I just didn't hear the PBD T.
I also had another theory, another conspiracy theory.
What?
That the whole text message that Andrew Wilson read that he claims came from Charlie Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
You think he got it from TPUSA, or you think it was something Steven Crowder or his people told him to say?
I don't know.
And why would they give it to him? Why would they give it to him? Think about it. If it's really credible, isn't that something that TPUSA should have put out themselves to restore some credibility? I feel like the fact they're giving
They
it to
didn't comment on it either because I did watch. Actually, I watched. I went and watched the Charlie Kirk show. That's who I watched afterwards, and I clipped it. And this is, you guys will find this interesting. I put it on my X. They tried to say that everyone who cares about this case, by the way, all the 6 million followers Candace has, all the and then all the millions of other followers that our collective people have, they're all wine moms, and they all believe that the lady who took out her 3 children recently should get off. So he's relating us to the people that are on the internet saying that woman who took out her own children was probably mentally unwell, but took out her own children. We're the same people. They said there's a Venn diagram and we're in the middle. And then they tried to say that Andrew Colvett kind of believes in conspiracy theories, but Blake Neff never will. And Blake Neff said that when any conspiracy theory ever comes true, then I'll believe it. And then Andrew Wilson had to backtrack and say, well, COVID, blah, blah, blah. And ever since COVID, we're living in a post-truth world because no one believes anything because of what happened with COVID. So
I haven't even heard anybody in our space covering the Lindsay. What's her name? Lindsay Clancy.
Clancy. Yes.
I haven't heard
no
anyone
one
cover that case, let alone give their takes and opinions.
No.
Like I haven't spoken on it. I know. One of my sisters is very invested in it. She's been following it. But
the other thing is that's when you
doesn't believe. She certainly doesn't believe that the woman should get off. I think from what I've heard, the limited conversations, she has some questions about the husband. Right. But again, that's not even anything that I've spoken about. I haven't, because I'm not going to just pop something on and give takes one way or the other. But listen, if somebody does something like that to their children, I definitely don't see a scenario where they get off.
Exactly. So isn't that crazy that that's the parallel? They're trying to demonize people
That's
that walk.
horrible.
They tried
That's
to demonize
disgusting.
us.
That is disgusting.
Yeah.
You know,
So
and
I thought
I
that
don't.
was so much. I thought that was so pertinent. I posted a clip of it on my ex, but
Very
definitely worth.
manipulative.
Yeah, it is.
Very
It-
manipulative.
yeah, they're trying to act like, and then they had Viva Fry on.
That guy.
Yeah, he's getting the circle. He's getting the rounds. They were trying to say how Candace lost, of course.
How?
I honestly can never remember how they think she loses, because the second they say Candace lost, my brain shuts off. I don't hear you because we did not watch the same debate then, apparently. You live in another world and I live in this one.
Yeah. They live in the world where Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk with the 30-06, and that other people that are in our space believe that Lizzie Clancy should get off. I like the fact that they even say something like that.
It's rude.
It's like the
honestly.
balls. It's not just rude. It's like it feels like borderline defamation.
Yeah.
It feels like borderline defamation.
You're
And
putting
I
us
say
in-
borderline because I haven't even heard it. Like, this is like secondhand information, although I consider you a trusted source. But
Thank you.
like, still, if somebody said that about me, I would really consider calling a lawyer and looking into that, because that's horrible.
It's just to insinuate that people are on our side are just that bad of people that we would want someone to get off. By the way, that's a case where you do want the trial to go all the way through. You know why? Because it wasn't pushed to the public. It wasn't 33 hours and we've got our guy. It wasn't a narrative that didn't make sense. This is a case that does need to play, and same with Tyler Robinson, really, but just saying this one needs to play out in court, because there are some anomalies, it sounds like, with the husband. That doesn't mean we're saying let the woman go. No.
Yeah, I mean, I
we want
haven't
justice.
followed it at all. You know,
Yeah.
my sister was trying to tell me, and I just told her flat out. I'm like, listen, I got way too much on my plate.
On my plate.
Yeah, I got way too much on my plate.
I think after the trial, it would be. Sorry, my dog just came in.
Like,
think
I'm not
after the-
trying to be the person that covers everything.
No.
You know
That's
what I mean? Like,
I
you
would
can't-
rather just do one episode on it after everything. Like I would cover it just because it's kind of a hot case, but not until literally the end of it, and then I could review all for myself.
But
and be
even
objective.
doing one episode, you have to dedicate an entire day or
Yeah.
two at least to get everything right. You know, like
100%.
me, I'm not the type of person that's just gonna like do research in the beginning of the day and then come out and, you know, not with something that sensitive. Not
Right.
like when you're talking about a mother going to jail for offing her 3 kids. It's like,
Mhm.
no, I don't. Yeah, it's just awful. It's awful.
Yeah.
And
Well, that's
again,
the parallel.
I don't know the details, but I don't see a scenario where she gets freedom, regardless of what she's been through.
I agree.
It's like there's just
That's not how
certain
justice works.
there's just certain things that people do where, like listen, when you talk about unforgivable and forgiveness, like, that's between her and God. But as far as civilized society goes, like, no.
I agree.
You gotta get removed from the board. And that's not like an offing, you know, I'm like prison, psychiatric ward, whatever it is. But
Mhm.
like, I don't see a scenario where that person ever sees the light of day. In my
I don't
book,
either,
like,
unless
you know?
unless she was like something very weird was messed up in
No,
the home.
I
don't
even
know.
still, like at that point, from my perspective, you're talking about like living conditions that she could have wherever she gets put. But like,
No,
you
meaning like
do
if
that
someone
to
framed
children,
her.
you never go near children again.
Well, meaning if someone framed her, something weird like that. I don't mean like,
You mean
I
if she
mean like
didn't
if
do
she
it.
was
Yeah,
framed,
yeah.
not if she did
But
it.
then,
If she
but
did
then
it,
you need definitive proof.
that's what I'm
Like,
saying. Let
you
the
know,
trial
like
play out.
that was what made the Casey Anthony case so controversial too.
Mhm.
Is you know, like, I feel like sometimes with cases like that, people get off with technicalities. We've seen a lot of cases like that over the years, but it's just so sad. Like, you know, like covering cases where children get off like that, like,
It does not feel right for the soul.
no, not at all. And to hear people trying to politicize it and use it for their arguments and like make talking points out of it to attack people they have personal grudges with. It's like, what kind of person are you? What
Well,
kind
I
of
think they
person are
showed
you?
us, especially with the Steven Crowder sneak-in. I mean, come on. I felt like that really, even if you don't like Candace, just objectively, if you're looking at this situation objectively, they were trying to blindside her in her own home at 7 months pregnant.
Yeah, but
and
that guy's a bag of shit.
Yeah, but it's just that's who you're rooting for, is that, it's like at least Candace seems as genuine as someone can be.
Yeah,
I don't know her
he's not
personally, but
yeah, I've never been a fan of that guy. He's always been very smug, very divisive. He's a perfect example of a right-wing shill that just toes the party line. He pretends to be edgy and controversial. He's like one of those guys that he'll have the different opinion when the different opinion is already out there and popular and people are starting to lean towards it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like I don't know. I at one point, because somebody when Charlie Kirk first got assassinated, a buddy of mine is a fan of Crowder. And he was saying, oh, well, like he was trying to like refer to him as an objective source. And I'm like, I don't think so. But let me take some transcripts. Let me see his takes on other cases in the past. And I ran it, through doing what I do. And yeah, he came back with a very low score. A very low score.
I put him in the Tim Pool batch. Like,
yes,
they, to me,
yes,
are like
1000%.
Seeing what I've seen from them too. And by the way, I don't watch their content at
and they're
all.
buddies too.
Oh,
they're buddies too. I believe they were doing the show. They were doing a show together, trashing Candace at one point.
Great.
and they were both calling Candace a "see you next Tuesday" on different occasions.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm sure Candace can be cutthroat, but that's not the word you'd call her. I would call her cutthroat, or like
Just
if she
low ball scumbag shit.
Yeah, you could use other words. If she's mad at you, and she could probably, but I haven't seen that as much with this case anyway. So I don't know, but I just feel like these people are a little grimy at this point.
Yeah. And most people don't even know that Crowder wasn't even born in America. He's an American citizen, but he was born in Canada. And listen, I got nothing against Canada. I'm not a big sports guy, but my favorite sport is hockey. A lot of my favorite hockey players over the years are Canadian. So it's not a jab at Canada. But when you have this firm of opinions, this firm of a stance, and you're clearly shilling for one side of the political aisle, and then I find out that you're not even born in America, it's just a data point. It stands out a little bit.
It does stand out. It's like, are you bought and paid for, sir?
Yeah. Yeah. And
That's the question I'd have
that whole
about it.
video of him and his ex-wife when she was pregnant, and she's like literally just trying to take the car to go out. And he's like, oh, well, what if I want to go to the gym? What if I want to do this? And just being like such a dick. Like, I feel like, when you get a glimpse of how people are behind closed doors and how they treat women behind closed doors, it's very telling. And again, I don't know the context of their relationship. I don't know, what type of woman she is. And I'm not judging. I'm not trying to find out. I'm just saying, it wasn't a good look.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't understand why. Well, how did it come out? Does anyone know? How did that get leaked?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't like things being.
It was their home security footage.
Yeah.
So it had to have come from her. I don't think.
I wonder if it did. I don't like when stuff behind the scenes, unless it was enough to send someone to jail, comes out. You know what I mean? Because at that point, well, now you're doing something illegal.
And again, I'm not trying to completely vilify him. I don't know.
No, I don't feel
know
like
the
you are.
background. I don't know the context. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's just like that with the see you next Tuesday thing. Now you're dealing with Andrew Wilson, another guy who doesn't really have the best reputation when it comes to talking about and treating women. It kind of builds up. It kind of all these little data points and factors, they all kind of compound and they paint a picture.
It does. Well, you know what? You know who we haven't seen anything from is Tucker. I wonder if he's going to comment or not. That's just something I feel like he's trying to stay very objective here.
Does he have to though?
No, he doesn't. I would be interested. That's all.
Yeah. I feel like with Tucker, you'll end up getting like he'll have a guest on and the guest will, tell the story about it. And
Like
he'll be
Jimmy
like,
Dore did.
He'll totally like play
Jimmy
dumb about
Dore
it.
for
He'll be
10
like,
minutes straight.
He'll be like, really?
Yeah, he's good about that. And it's
Oh,
smart.
he's great. He's great. Yeah.
It's smart because you don't
Guy's a
want
genius.
you don't want to alienate people either. If you're Tucker Carlson, you want your guests. And some of your guests are friends with these other people. It doesn't mean you 100% believe them, but when you're
And he still has a relationship with Erica.
he does. But you have to look a little bit more objective when you get the type of guest Tucker Carlson gets. You don't want to play sides as much as possible because you want to be able to talk to people in different parts of the government, different parts of the world, and like everyone's connected in a way. So it's very smart for him to do
We're
that.
all connected in a way. And the older I get and the more people I meet and the more my little network spans, the more that I realize just how connected we all really are.
It's
And
so true.
the people that don't realize that, they've been kind of put in their own little boxes and isolated. But when you get outside and you start talking to people, like even within your own community, you can find out very quickly that we're all a lot more connected and intertwined than anybody really could ever imagine.
It's so true. And someone said he was fence sitting for relationships, and I actually think that's a fair take, but it doesn't mean it's a bad take for him. I don't think that you can fence sit for relationships because we all need relationships. And so I think that's fine. I don't blame him for that. He's allowed to do that. He's been in this business longer than most of us. So he knows how to do things strategically, and I respect that. That's my opinion.
Yeah, and when you're at that level and you have connections that high up, I don't think you really want to risk ever isolating yourself and
100%.
being cut out of the loop. And I feel like it's hard for people on the civilian level to really grasp that and comprehend that. Because at the end of the day, think about it. Erica Kirk was just at the White House the other week.
Right.
You never know who's going to be running the country and who's going to be in what positions of power. And I don't think that you should ever burn bridges if you don't have to.
Yeah, and he's playing a long game, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it.
A very long game. And he's already taken a lot of firm positions.
100%.
And he's taken a lot of risks.
Yeah. So I don't blame him. I still very much I respect Tucker. I think he knows what he's doing. And if you're a fan of Tucker, then you just have to respect his decision on that. And that's because he's his own person at the end of the day.
And if you're like me and you really want Thomas Massie to have a chance at becoming president one day, you have to realize I don't see how he does it without Tucker.
100%.
Yeah.
So,
and there are a lot of people that have questions about Tucker, and I don't blame them. I've had questions with Tucker from time to time, but at the end of the day,
he's a good shot.
I said it the other day, you can't just you could find reasons to doubt everybody. Sometimes you just have to have faith. And sometimes it can be hard to put your faith in somebody, especially if you're like me and you supported Trump for 10 years just to see what he did in his second term. But you can't lose faith in everybody. And you have to realize that even with the feds, even with the FBI, with the CIA, you have to believe that there are still good people that are in these institutions. I am a firm believer that all these big institutions that have thousands of people working for them, that they have different factions, that there are people with the right interests, with good hearts that are trying to do the right thing, that love this country. And then there are some where it's probably not so much. You can't just assume that everybody's all bad and just lose hope, because you end up waking up in a very, very dark world very quickly. You have to believe that there are good people in power that are trying to do the right thing and that good is going to overcome. And you have to do your part as well. We all do. You know, that's what my platform is all about. You know, I talk about it all the time. You really want to make change. You're not going to make it by just commenting your 2 cents in the comments or an X post or something like that. You have to get involved in your community. You have to find out who's running for election in your community. You have to get involved. You have to find out who these people are. You have to raise awareness. If you're in a position where you could run for local office and your heart's in the right place and you think you can make a difference, do so. If you have an opportunity where you have somebody that you believe in and you can volunteer to help their cause because you think that it's going to make the world a better place, do so. Get involved. You know, and that's what you and me have both been trying to do. And we've been expanding our network. We've been meeting different people and working with different people. And, you know, like we're trying.
Yes. I agree. I agree with all of your points. And also it's okay to have goodwill towards people who seem to be doing the right thing. Doesn't mean they're perfect people. Didn't mean they always didn't have a take that you didn't believe. But we don't have to be so tribalistic that just because someone said something, 20 years ago that you don't agree with, they might still be a Fed. I think we need to look at people for what they do and not always just assume bad things about them. And like you said, too, think about all the whistleblowers that come out from the CIA or the FBI. Those are good people with good intentions. They want people to know what's going on. That means that those people exist within those factions. So I think just the whistleblower effect will tell you that. And when they carry out certain things, it doesn't mean they actually know the big picture. Some people are parts of little pieces. And that doesn't mean they're also a bad person if they were in the CIA or FBI. They could be good people following orders and not knowing what the order would have intended to, like a domino effect. So just to write people off because of that, I think is, those are still Americans. We want to make sure that we're talking about people with good faith, and you can determine that by their actions most of the time.
And also, you also have taken into consideration just how big the system is and how corrupt it is. And sometimes you might have somebody that has good intentions that gets into a position where they think that they're going to be able to make the changes. And then they get there and they find out like what it really is. And they're on the other side of that curtain. And they just realize that they can't for whatever reason. Like the system
I think
is not
that's what happened with Joe Kent.
Yeah.
From what I'm noticing from his interviews.
Nobody's going to run in 2028 and win and wave a magic wand and fix everything. Like we need the numbers. We need the numbers.
I agree.
It's funny. I love reading some of these comments. Hold on. I want to pull this one up.
I
don't think I've ever seen this name before. Feed me Seymour. I love that name.
That's funny.
This cat better watch his ego. Like so many others, he is building his ego more than anything. Listen to him. He will be a politician soon. His ego matches right up. Beware. Yo, are you talking about me?
Wow. We're going to call
building my
ego.
Yeah, it went from Special Agent Bayes to CIA sellout Bayes to now it's, vote for Bayes in 2028 and watch him screw everybody over. Like, yo, what are we talking about? And
how did we come to this? You act the same you've acted since I've known you. Like, I don't know. There's no new opinions in here. I don't think. Like baseline, like where you know what I mean? Your values, like we talked about earlier. I have not seen an incremental change. Oh my gosh, that is actually, I'm crying. I literally am crying from laughing.
But you see that confirmation bias? It's like anybody who's going to be a politician is bad. Okay, well, if that's your thought and we all thought that way, then we're already screwed. Then what the hell am I even doing, spending my time, wasting my time with this platform? Why are you guys wasting your time watching me? Like this is what I mean. You have to have hope in somebody. You have to have hope in something. Because once you lose hope, it's all over.
Right. Yeah. We're going to try until you can't try anymore. That's kind of the point. That's an American spirit thing, by the way. That's how we've always been. There's a collective, I believe, American spirit
where you believe certain things, and so you're fighters. That's how a lot of us are. We don't want to just let the Constitution and the Republic go down with the ship. It's like we're going to be out here trying something.
And like I really do. I love our country. I believe in the Constitution, and it is just getting shit on.
100%.
It's getting shit on. All the terms and conditions on almost every app in your phone is a contradiction to our Fourth Amendment. If the founding fathers wrote our Constitution today with all the technology that we have, I would hope that they would have something in there to protect our metadata and protect us from corporations just stealing all of our data. And like, this didn't just start with the apps. Like, I forgot who it was, but somebody said that it started with credit cards, and it's so true. Like, even before computers, like from the time they invented credit cards, and they've been able to use that data with our purchases and track our spending.
Anything pretty much digital, they now have all the metadata for, which is, I think, why a lot of people didn't want things to go super digital. They wanted things to stay cash, because that protects you. Whatever you do with your cash kind of protects you, and you're not, your credit card isn't grabbing all the information on where you shop, what you like, things like that. You're just, I don't know. Yeah, it's actually a very good point. I've never thought about it like that. Oh, that's kind of a good episode. I feel like I think
100%.
We should do a video on that, just on metadata.
We should.
I'm writing that down. That's a really good idea.
We should. Yeah,
Okay.
and like the history of credit cards, and even before that, like people used to like write checks to pay for stuff, like even groceries. And the second they were able to track what people purchased, you have to imagine that there was at least somebody that saw the value in that information.
100%.
Like, I remember growing up in the 90s, like I used to love when the catalogs would come in the mail, like the Sears catalog, and I'd be sitting there with a crayon circling all the stuff that I wish my parents would buy me. Like it didn't matter if it was near Christmas or whatever, like just looking at cool stuff, like all that information, it's always been hoarded. It's always been used. And most of the time it was just used for marketing and for sales and to just, bring up the numbers, bring up the money, bring up the revenue. But now it's like, it's in a totally different direction. It's not just about, trying to capitalize off the monetization and the revenue aspects. Like they're literally using it to figure out how to control us.
100%.
And that's really scary. And people need
sick.
to care. And it
A
just
free
blows my
society
mind
doesn't need controlled.
And it just blows my mind when I see people in the comments, despite all the stuff that I've talked about and all the controversial topics, and like, because literally, like I'll do research into certain things and I'll cover certain things, and I literally go to bed at night, like contemplating, am I going too far? Am I potentially putting myself or my loved ones in danger with the stuff that I'm talking about and the people that I'm calling out? And then I'll make the episode, and then there'll be some jerk offs in the comments saying, oh, they want you to hear this. They want you to know he's one of them. It's like, yo, like, you guys are
You've been
nuts.
here for the program.
You guys are nuts.
I had a joke, but I won't make it here, but remind me later.
And then I'm like picturing like myself, like at one point in the past, if I'm questioning like somebody like Candace or Tucker or somebody like that, and I'm like, oh, like, are they controlled op? Like, are they part of it? And like them watching me and feeling the same way, or watching some of these other creators that have
That's
these
at least
questions
where
about them.
you've kind of made it. Like Bayes is a controlled op. Boo boo.
Yeah, it's like
okay.
It's just wild.
Starts on the scene.
It's wild. No, but it's wild. It's wild.
Yeah, guys, we got to stop thinking like that a little bit. Like,
It's so
stop
toxic.
looking for your
It's
enemies.
so
Look for
toxic.
your friends.
It's so toxic. It's such an unhealthy state of mind.
Well,
and
people
it
do
does
it in our space
nothing
too.
good.
People always do it in our space. They're always talking about, oh, this person's this and this person's that. We see it happen to Elizabeth Lane all the time, to Nate. To these people that we talk to
Elizabeth
offline.
Lane deals with so much bullshit. So much bullshit. And the majority of it is just because of her accent.
Well,
Like,
yeah.
Can you imagine if you flipped her and Steven Crowder, and she had Steven Crowder's accent and Steven Crowder had Elizabeth Lane's accent? Would people be saying the same things?
Right. That's a good point. And yes, to her accent, but also I think because she's a big defender of people, and that people are like get so mad, like they get so tribalistic. So
Oh, this fucking guy. Yo, Trigger Smart, I'm about to send you a link. Trigger Smart in the chat. 100% Bayes' controlled opposition. True story. I heard it from a guy that heard it from another guy that searched AI.
wait a second. Does Trigger ever get controlled opposition? I feel like that's the one person I never see get the weird comments online. Actually, Trigger.
No,
I think
we joke with him about that behind the scenes.
really.
Yeah, all the
So
time.
I never see anyone say Trigger is this. Never.
Yo, Trigger's
He's
the
got
man.
the people's trust.
Yo, Trigger, I hope you know. Check your ex right now. Hop on. Guys, I don't know if Trigger's actually going to hop on. He's probably just waking up and like, yo, why are you telling everyone you're sending me a link, putting me on the spot?
Right. He came to show love.
Yeah, but I'm 6 hours in. I'm all out of clips. I'm sure I can find some other ones.
I'm all out of clips. I know. I actually only hopped on because you had said I've been on here for this long. I said, "Oh my god, I'll come and help."
I know. I was playing clips of my members only with Brandy the other day to go make coffee and take a quick leak.
Okay, Trigger said he gets controlled ops, agent fed, 7K payments. I have since day one. I never see that stuff on X. Maybe I
always
missed
get
it.
controlled op, agent fed, 7K payment. Yo, I'm telling you, you got to watch out for Trigger. You can't trust the guy who doesn't want to curse on his own show. Although I will tell you,
I respect that.
when Trigger comes out of his shell, he is one of the funniest guys. He is one of the funniest guys. On his channel, he makes it a point to come off objective and professional and analytical. And I'll stream with him on his channel, and he'll be like, "All right, Bayes, I'm just letting you know now, no cursing." He's like giving me all the rules. He's got his trigger finger on the mute button, ready to cut me off at a moment's notice. And then he comes on my show and he's dropping F-bombs. It's like anything goes. Anything goes when he's with Bayes.
It's
But I
Trigger
love
after
that.
dark.
He says, "Yo, Trigger, click the link. I sent it to you on X. Let's go." He also told me that he's going to help me set up my camera and all that.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, my desk and everything is a mess. I moved my studio into the other room and I never finished setting up. Like even now, like you could see like this little line on the bottom of my screen. That's my monitor from when I adjusted when I was fuzzy. I zoomed out a little too much. I got to like reset everything up. You didn't give me any rules, but yeah, Trigger, there's no rules. I want you to let it loose. Let's go. Now that people want to hear it too. Guys, put a 1 in the chat if you want Trigger Smart to come up on the stage.
First the whistle.
And answer the interrogation on whether or not he's a Fed. I hope he comes on.
Right.
Hold on, I'm gonna read a couple of supers real quick while we wait for Trigger
Let's do
Smart. He's got to come on. Shifty, $20 again. Thank you very much, buddy.
I love his name. Sorry.
Yeah, me too. Shifty Lincoln. It's great. And you see the little avatar?
I
with the
love
red
this.
light?
Yes.
Yeah, the best. I remember somebody making a compelling argument concerning the steady blood flow from the neck, which was indication that his heart already stopped, which indicates an entry wound through the chest.
Wow.
Well, that's an interesting take. But the shirt moved all the way up. If there was an entry wound, through the chest, we would have seen it. I believe that there's been enough footage where you'd have seen the blood going down his torso. But
An EMP could have done that though. Could have stopped the heart.
that's an interesting take.
Just saying.
Convince me otherwise. $10. Thank you very much. Seriously, with all the people on their phones that day, why aren't people showing their videos? And why did Terrell take the SD card? I've been asking myself that since day one. Convincing me otherwise won't be easy. Anyone? No, I don't. Convincing me otherwise won't be easy either. We got another one. Thank you very much. No gushing. Shirt was white. No medical ambulances on site. Everything about that day was suspicious. Period. Convince me otherwise. I don't think anybody in here is questioning that. I think that we're all in agreement about that. There was a lot of weirdness that day. Nothing but weirdness. Easy May Stevens, Erica Kirk made a mini doc about EMP with the CIA. It's not that it was with this. Well, actually, yeah, it was with the CIA. Former CIA director James E. Woolsey was a part of that. That was Black Start USA. I have covered that video multiple times on my channel and with the whole backstory on it. Mrs. Gotch, thank you for joining us. You are such a class act, Bayes. You
There
know,
we go.
it makes me all warm and fuzzy when I see comments like that, and I think it probably makes Trigger Smart's stomach turn a little bit with all the profanity that I use. We got She-Ra Unchanged gifting 5 RealBayes memberships. Thank you very much. I tell you guys all the time, it's one of the best ways that you can support the channel and grow the community with becoming a member and gifting memberships. I'm going to get the update on how many members we're at. My goal is to hit 1,000, and we're almost halfway there. Carmageddon, $5. Thank you very much. Is this the same as what Electro Man was talking about in electrical safety and jewelry? I'm not sure what you're referring to. ADN, do you know?
I've not seen that.
No? Yeah, we
You can
gotta-
tag us on X, Carmageddon, please. If you have something, that would be really interesting. If you have X.
That's a good idea. Convince me with some jewels. Shifty Lincoln again. Trigger Smart is who Stephen Chung wishes he was, and prettier too. Oh my God, you guys cracked me up. I don't think Trigger Smart's coming.
That's okay.
I think he's letting us down.
Well, it's okay. It's early for a lot of people.
Yes, it is.
Very
Is it?
early. It was early when I got your text, but it wasn't technically early for us, but it was early for me.
I know. I've been going since 4 a.m.
You wild for that.
This is not anywhere near the longest stream that I've done. The longest stream I ever did was actually with Trigger Smart when we were covering the preliminary hearing. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Went
hearing,
for
yeah.
9.5 hours one day.
I could not. You guys are champions. The longest I did was the one covering the debate.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty wild work. Oh yeah, the debate. How long were you guys on? I
At
came in.
least 5 hours.
Yeah, I came on much later.
Yeah, I think it was about 5 hours because we had started. She and Candace was late. We started 30 minutes early too because we want to make sure we could talk about it and do all that stuff. Yeah, Stu had to cut out, I think, right before the end too. So there was a couple people that were in and out.
Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, we got Jordan Henshaw. Jordan, I was talking about you earlier when we were covering ADN's live from yesterday. I said, where's Jordan Henshaw when you need him? $5. Did you see the AI trailer featuring you? Y'all won awards. You did? Wait, you did the awards already?
Do we need to find that video?
Yeah, we got to find the video.
Let's find the video.
Wait, did ADN win an award too?
I don't know.
She should. She definitely deserves it.
We'll see. We'll see.
We'll cover that. Hold on. Let me find the trailer for Jordan Henshaw's awards. Jordan and Kelly. Shout out to Kelly Raybon.
Kelly was just on Stu.
Oh, Kelly was on Stu? That's
She was
awesome.
on Stu. I saw her. Yep, talking about the screwdriver and how I think she makes a good point. For me, I'd actually covered this the other day too, thinking like, why is the screwdriver that big of a deal? That doesn't have a trigger. Like, you can't kill somebody with a freaking screwdriver.
Trying to find this. Well, no, the whole point I think with the screwdriver is because they at the preliminary hearing they said that it was red and black, and then Kelly was on the scene and she found a screwdriver in like a golf cart or something on the scene that matches the one at the preliminary hearing. So it's like the question is was the screwdriver that they found, did it come from UVU? But if the screwdriver had Tyler Robinson's degraded DNA on it, then that makes it a little more convoluted.
Well, we don't have video evidence of that screwdriver actually being there on the roof, because I know people in the chat were like, it placed him on the roof. I understand, but like, because we can't actually see that it places him on the roof, and you've brought up that there's not a call saying that there was anything found on the roof before, I feel like the screwdriver just, his story does not add up there, is my point.
Well, yeah. When Baron Coleman released the audio from when they were on the roof, they were described seeing like the outline of the body in the gravel, but they never said anything about a screwdriver. So it's like, okay, well, if the guy's on the roof,
that's what I mean. Is I understand what
scene,
they're trying to connect, but the thing is, it doesn't, because he wasn't. I mean, there's no video footage of us seeing that the screwdriver was actually on the roof.
Yeah, it's all weird. You know what? Jordan's awesome, though. I'm a big fan of Jordan and Kelly.
Oh, Jordan put in the chat too. There were original reports saying that the screwdriver was found near the rifle. Exactly.
It was.
So
It was. It wasn't
it.
until the 15th, like 4 days later, that all of a sudden they said it was on the roof. But let's watch the trailer for the awards that Jordan and
This is
Kelly
so fun.
did.
Thank you, Jordan.
Yeah, guys, when did you do the awards? I thought that was next week.
I've missed everything.
You know, me too. I thought they were doing it Thursday. All right, let's watch the trailer.
In a world full of infighting, an emblem of peace, Kelly Rayvon and Jordan Henshaw present the Goldies.
It looks just like
Nominated, James May, most likely to be a federal agent. Stu Peters, nominated for Best YouTube Thumbnail. Miss C Social, Needle in a Haystack nomination. Trigger Smart, nominated for Best Tech Support. And Gary Melton, the Most Valuable Contribution nomination. Excellent. And most importantly, you, Corby Hall, Muppet Masher, Pia Varma, Trillion, Blake Bednarz, RealBayes, Brandy and Billy, Louisiana Girl, Jesse on Fire, John Bray. Get Crunked and listen, Daily Freddo, Charlie's Angels, Baron Coleman, John from INSEE, and Wolves in Finance. But wait. You have to subscribe to vote, and vote you shall. Or else.
That's funny.
That was really good.
That's funny. I think they had too much fun doing that.
That's the kind of fun. Oh my gosh. So I'll tell you offline. I need to tell you this offline because I don't want to tell anybody.
That's fine.
But something Alley Top Files and I have something that we were talking about the other night doing.
I'll remind you. Don't worry.
Please. I wrote it down literally to tell you.
Okay. Oh, that's what you were just doing? You were writing it down?
I was literally writing it down.
That's
yes.
so funny. But yeah, no, that's cool that Jordan and Kelly did that, especially with all the, like when they said in the world of infighting, yeah, there's so much drama. And they're much more like engulfed in that X world, because X is where the majority of the drama is.
Yeah.
And it can be just so toxic. It's like, I don't know. I try to stay out.
Yeah, I do too. I do have to head out soon.
Spoiler alert.
What?
Yeah, no, I got to get going soon too. But spoiler alert. ADN, he says you did not win an award.
That's okay.
I got the
That's
text.
totally fine.
Hey, at least you were nominated, I think.
That's fine. I'm totally fine with anything. I was not in this for awards anyway, but I do find it exciting.
He said the ceremony is Thursday. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought they were doing it Thursday because I know their show's on Thursdays. They're getting ready now. And you and me have a show on Thursday.
Yes.
I finally get to interview you.
What time?
What works better, 10 or 11 p.m.?
Probably 10. Elizabeth, I'm like, I need to make sure Elizabeth didn't try and book me too, so I need to talk to her
Oh, yeah,
again.
she does that. She does that.
I know, because I was like, wait a sec. I know I'm doing something with her today. And then I have something with Teresa today too. Wednesday, I'm keeping myself open.
Thursday, I'm going to go on with you. I'll make sure that I'll talk to her because I'm getting confused with my schedule now.
If you want, if you have something else going on, I could, because I have other people in the pipeline. I could flip it if it works.
Let me talk to her and triple check because I feel like I'm getting, it's just could probably be my bad because I might have mixed all of my times up with
That's
everybody.
right. Are you ready to get interviewed?
Oh, yeah.
And get asked the tough questions?
Oh, yeah. I'm always prepared for tough questions.
All right, cool.
I don't know what kind of tough questions.
They won't be that tough.
Okay.
Yeah. I know you like to keep your personal life more private, so I won't get into all that.
You can ask a few things. I probably won't be sharing like intimate details, but I mean,
yeah, no.
I don't have, the thing is Leophiles and I like talk about this. We're not private people. We're not, wait, how would I say this? We're private people, but we don't have anything to hide.
Yeah.
And that's the weird thing is I'm just a private person. It's not necessarily that I have anything to hide. And that's just how I am, which is why I don't say my name on stream most of the time. I give a general whereabouts where I live. People who know me actually know where I live, but like, I just like to keep things a little bit more general because people can form parasocial relationships with people too online. And like, I want to come across still as just someone a little bit more objective.
Yeah, and shout out to Leophiles too. I gotta have her on.
I love
soon.
her.
Yeah, no, she's great.
Yeah.
I've gotten to know her a little bit over the last couple of weeks, and she's very, very kind person.
She's a wonderful person, and she knows a lot. I've talked to her on the phone a couple times, and just shout out to her. She's a sweetheart. I don't know. I really have grown to like her a lot.
Yeah, no, me too, and she's very smart too.
Oh, so smart. She'll
Very,
rattle things
very
off the top of her head about topics and stuff that you're like, oh, you remembered that. Great.
Yeah. I noticed that you and me, we both get along, and it's part of the reason why we get along with each other so well, and we both get along with others that really get deep in the research.
Yes.
Like you could tell when someone is actually a researcher and like they have that like craving drive to like learn, and when they're just researching to cover.
100%. Yes. Actually, that's why I liked the guest I had yesterday. She's a lifelong learner type, always researching. I had actually said I would like to be in connection with more researchers. So if you guys do research things and you're on X, please tag me. Because I want to be able to help get people's work out. I can't research everything on my own. This is like a collective thing. But I think that would be really cool if there's people that have fringe theories or things that people have not brought to the table, I'm happy to platform people that I can kind of understand their logic and get behind it. So just something to put out there. I'm sure Bayes feels similarly.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny too. I know I tell you this all the time, but a lot of the stuff that I research, I don't even make content about it.
I know. I'm actually very similar. I have a whole web of like the Charlie Kirk connections I keep meaning to do, but we keep getting busy. But it's very interesting. And it's a lot of these players that hate Candace and Baron. And you just look at how they're funded and how they all knew each other. And it's not surprising that people get like ruthlessly attacked anytime you comment under any of these people's things disagreeing with them. So yeah, I have some good research that I want to put out soon, but like you said, I don't get to always do it. I'm like, you know, I get blessed to be asked to go on people's shows a lot. So it's lately I haven't been able to put out a lot of my own stuff. So, but thank you guys all for inviting me. It's so sweet.
Yeah. And I have a project that I started working on the other day. I don't know if I'm going to have it in time for the anniversary. I don't even think that I would put it out on the anniversary because I feel like, when we get to the 1 year anniversary of Charlie getting assassinated, that there's going to be a lot of people that have like some sort of special. But I am working on a 1 year recap where I'm going to do a very, very long deep dive. I'm not sure if I'm going to do it live or pre-recorded. And I'm probably going to do it a little later into September, not like right on the 1 year mark. So I want to have it organized and detailed. but I already started working on it. It's like one of those things that I'm like spending a little bit of time every day. It's like I'm not trying to just cram it all together and just prep it and pump it out. So, I mean, if I do have it done in time for the 1 year and like the schedule is not too clogged and too many people aren't doing it, maybe I will. But I'm not trying to like confine myself to that space, even if it was like first week, second week of October. But I think it's going to be good. And I think that it will give people, whether or not they're familiar with my content and have been watching me for a while, it will give them a real clear image of how invested that I've been in the case and my perspective, because I'm going to break it down in a way where I'm also explaining why I felt the way that I did at certain points throughout the year.
Right. I like that. That'll be good. So I actually had I had made a new intro video for my channel, and some follower asked me if I would do it for Charlie Kirk, and she's like, I really liked it, so I'm gonna do one myself, just of him, and I'm gonna drop it as just a video on my channel, and I'm gonna put parts in it of people that he's known and who he's talked to and things like that. So I'm gonna do something like that, but not about any of my content. I'm just strictly gonna do kind of a over the years thing, I think. And it'll be short. It's not gonna be like, you know what I mean, where it's like building the case. It's gonna be more of like a maybe best of Charlie, but also puts kind of like pieces of what people have said after his death and before his death, just kind of building a storyline, but without me being in it. I think because that's kind of what I did for my intro video, is I put different things that Charlie had said throughout the years, and then a video of him talking, and then me. So I think I'll probably do something like that for his you know, the September 10th thing. But like you said, I might not put it out that exact day. I might actually do it early.
Early.
Yeah. That way people, like, you know, it's coming, whatever, but I don't know. So, but someone had said to me in my comments to do that, and I was like, well, I could do it just like maybe 10 minutes.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah, I'll like yours too, because I want to see how your perspective's changed. I know because I'm your friend, but I think
Yeah,
it's really
mine's gonna be very long.
yeah.
I
Mine's gonna be
don't
like
know.
tiny.
I don't know how I could do a short version. I feel like mine would have to be at least, like, if I really like compress it and like try to get to the point and keep it moving, it would still have to be at least 3 hours.
Oh wow, that's gonna be big. You should premiere it.
Well, I might do it live. It depends.
Oh yeah.
Because there's going to be a lot of clips and images, but I'm already like getting everything organized. So maybe I could have that like in one video and then just walk everybody through it, so I can narrate it live as opposed to doing like a voiceover.
That'd be cool.
But yeah, one or the other.
Your lives always do really well. Your channel pushes your lives a lot. So I think I think that matters, so people can see it more. So it's just depending on how many people you want it to reach, but your lives do really good and they're pushing them, so it wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, and also I feel like when you do it live, there's another level of authenticity that comes with it. You know, because it's one thing if you do voiceover and pre-record it and premiere it, but like when you're live, there's like something about it that like I feel like people connect to it much differently.
I agree.
I want people to connect with it.
I agree. So I used to do only videos, and I've switched to lives more now too, because you can also clip them and cut them and make it easy for people to digest if they're the video people. So lives are kind of the way to go now. So I completely agree.
Yeah. But on that note, thank you so much for coming on. I actually do have to go. Yo, I can't believe I went 6.5 hours.
Thanks.
This was like a completely random pop-up live. In the beginning, I was thinking like, oh, I'm probably going to have 100 people watching. And then it's like, I'm going to like run out of gas or something's going to happen. I'm going to have to go. But this was a lot of fun. And guys, for those of you that have been, you know, with me for the majority of the time, thank you very much. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that I should start doing this more often. These early morning shows. Who's on right now? Coach? What time? Coach
Yeah,
usually
Coach
starts
only
what?
comes on around now. Zach Costello comes on, I think, around 1.
Yeah.
Also, congrats to Danks on his baby.
Yes, yes. Congrats to Danks on the baby. I didn't want to spoil it. I wanted him to be able to do it, and I noticed the chat was all saying it the other day when I was live. So I'm like, yeah.
Well, he said it on his
Danks had the
members
baby.
only. That's
Yes,
why I
yeah.
felt like saying
I
it.
saw that after the fact.
Did
But
you?
yes,
Because I was like,
eh,
well, I didn't want to
yeah.
not say anything because now he did put something out.
Yes. Yeah, no, I mentioned it the other day. Yeah, Danks had a little baby boy. The little Dankster has arrived, all healthy. So make sure you give him some prayers and positive vibes and congratulate him in the chat when you see him. And yeah, I will be back. Are you going live later? Don't you have something going on later?
Yes. So I'm going on Teresa's channel later, and then we're doing members only live. Me and Elizabeth and Nate might join us. He's still he may or may not. We're listening. We're both going to do it dual members only live. So we're both going to do it. And that will be a lot of fun because Elizabeth and I have really liked the members only.
Yeah, me and Elizabeth were supposed to do a members only the other day, and then I forgot that I had already had prior obligations in my personal life.
Yeah, and she had me on.
And you filled in? Yeah. And I heard it went really well.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. We had a great time.
She's the best.
Yeah.
She really is the best. Like,
she's such a nice person, guys. You have no idea.
No
like
idea.
she calls me, like, I mean, come on, guys. She calls me. I don't, Baze knows, until I know someone really well. I don't normally call people first. That's just kind of how I am. She calls me all the time and like is so sweet. Now I'll text her back and forth. That's just how I am. Until I know someone really well, I don't feel like I should be calling them randomly all the time. But she just calls me and is super cool. And I don't know. She does. She means really well. She wants the best for our country. She's looked into a lot of things that even she hasn't put on her channel. There's so much to do. So anyway, big fan, of course.
All right, guys, hold on. Let me make sure that I think I saw one more super. Let me make sure I got them all. It's Shifty again. Done already, quitter. Yeah, guys. I'm sorry. I got to throw in the towel. I got other stuff I got to do. I got the missus waiting for me. She's got stuff to do too. So I got my fatherly duties. But guys, thank you so much. ADN, thank you so much. Everybody, make sure you like the video, subscribe. Go check out ADN's channel. Subscribe to her as well. If you haven't already, you can watch the rest of the video that she did yesterday that we were just covering. And I will see you guys later. I will probably be live again tonight as well. And like I always say, be kind, be grateful, do something nice for somebody. And I will see you guys next time. Thank you very much.